Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Senator Clyde Chambliss. Senator Chambliss.
May we pray. Lord, in the beginning of this busy week, we come before you, we pause, we slow down for just a few moments and be still and know that you are our God. We just thank you for all that you do for us. We thank you for the opportunity, the privilege of self-governance. Most people in the world don't have the privilege that we have to exercise government the way that we do. We thank you for that. We don't take that for granted. We don't take that lightly. We ask that you be with everyone in this building today, from those of us on the floor to the staff and everyone who works so hard to make this state better. We ask that you give us guidance and wisdom and patience, and maybe even a little humor this week. Give us the strength we need to make it through this week and have a great week, and that at the end of the week, things will be better for those who come after us in the state of Alabama. And it's in your son's name we pray. Amen.
Thanks, Senator Chambliss. Today, the pledge will be led by Senate Page Anna Latham. Anna is the daughter of Othony Latham.
Attention, salute, pledge. Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bill, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Schofield, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shellnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner.
Here.
Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 26 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Now move on to introduction of bills. Senator Jones.
Mr. President, move that we allow for the introduction of bills at any point throughout the day.
All right, any objection? You object? All right. All right, so if you want to introduce bills, we have to have them now. Any other members have any bills they want to introduce?
Senate Bill number 343 by Senator Wagner relating to Jefferson County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Jefferson County. Senate Bill number 344 by Senator Allen, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Tuscaloosa County, is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Senate Bill number 345 by Senator Albritton relating to public safety telecommunicators is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government.
All right, any other bills that need to be introduced? All right, now move on to committee reports. Secretary, call the first committee.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 102, appointing Norma Limley to the Alabama State Board of Rehabilitation Services, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Get these straight. Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirm Norma Limley to the Board of Rehabilitation Services using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shillnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Ayes, 0 nays. Norma Limley's confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 105, appointing Judith Gilliam to the Alabama State Board of Rehabilitation Services, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Judith Gilliam to the Board of Rehabilitation Services using previous roll with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Judith Gilliam's confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 93, appointing Harvey Barnett Jr. to the Educational Television Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirm Harvey Barnett Jr. to Educational Television Commission using previous role of no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Harvey Barnett Jr. is confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got SB 340. As chairman, I'd like to recommit this bill or make a motion to recommit this. To
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, the bill is hold on one second.
Nothing. No man. No man. No, he got the mic. He has the mic.
Senate Bill number 340 has been re-referred to the Committee on Health Care.
All right, Senator, do you want to be? Okay, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a motion that I'd like to put in a local bill. I know we have.
Will remove my objection.
Okay. All right, all those in favor? Oh, all right. It's for
and-
introduction of bills.
I will remove it.
All right, any objection for Senator Gudger to introduce a local bill? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Mitherman.
Senator Smithman.
Now, wait a minute. I remove my objection at this time, period.
Okay, do you want to make a motion to have introduce bills throughout the day?
I do. So
Okay, any
moved.
objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, so now we can introduce bills throughout the day. Thank you, Senator Smithman. All right, we're on committee reports now. So Secretary, call next committee.
From the Committee on State Government Affairs, House Bill number 209 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 5 ayes and 2 nays.
This bill's received a second reading to be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call next committee.
From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill number 342 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill number 214 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 381 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 339 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 344 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 426 receives a favorable report by a vote of 9 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills received a second reading to be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 334 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 305 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 322 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 313 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 274 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 469 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill number 481 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 468 receives a favorable report.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. This concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions. Any motions or resolutions?
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Okay. Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have another resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 80 by Senator Wagner, commending Mr. Jeff Norris for outstanding professional achievement.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution from rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution from rules.
Good. From the Committee on Rules, Senate Joint Resolution number 77, naming the Tripp Pittman Interchange in Baldwin County, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution from rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Oh, we're good. From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 142 by Representative Estes, naming a portion of Interstate 22, James D. Brown Highway, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All right. Senator Smithman, do you have a question?
I did, what, just to say it, I was just trying to find out what stretch of the highway does it say in there? What stretch we talking about? I'm just informational purposes only.
Probably Walker County.
What county is it in?
The portion of Interstate 22 from the state line bordering Mississippi to the county line dividing Marion County and Walker County is to be named the James D. Brown Highway with the approval and agreement of the Alabama Department of Transportation.
That's all. I'm just trying to find out. Hey, I should have asked my chairman. He
All right.
answered the
And I think we had a motion for approval. Is that right?
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Wagner.
have a resolution from
All right, I think
rules.
Senator Wagner, we need to adopt the one we were on before. We need to adopt the other one.
Sorry. Move adoption of the previous resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, now, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 159, naming the Victor Birch Memorial Bridge, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, like to recognize some special guests in the gallery. The Baldwin County Coroner, Dr. Brian Pierce, if you could please stand. The guests are Senator Elliott, Senator Albritton, and Senator Figures. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. Senator Roberts.
Mr. President, I have a resolution honoring the life of Dr. Harry L. Reeder III that I'd like to submit.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution, please.
Senate Joint Resolution number 81 by Senator Roberts and others, celebrating the life of Pastor Dr. Harry L. Reeder III.
Mr. President, I stood at this mic on Thursday, and when suddenly an arm came over and cut the mic off, and then I was pulled from behind and taken to a back room and told that Harry had died in a car crash on the way home. I think the only word I had was shock. He'd spoken to ALCAP prayer breakfast for us that morning and knocked it out of the park as he talked about Hebrews 13:7 in leadership. He was a man of immense intellect, and his ability to speak, his oratory skills were infamous. You did not want to be on the other side of a hot debate. But his heart and compassion for not only our state, but for our country, and how he loved to teach history were amazing. So I'd like to ask for unanimous consent that all senators be enrolled to honor his life, his legacy. Tomorrow, there'll be a memorial service at Briarwood at 1 p.m. as we celebrate his homecoming and mourn his loss.
All right, any objection to all senators being added as co-sponsor? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right,
I have one other thing, if I could take a moment of personal privilege.
All right, so we need to move for adoption.
Let's do that, sir.
Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, now
Thank you, Mr. President.
you're recognized.
This is something someone sent me that is just really good. It's called Moderation in Grief. And I may say to those of you also who have been bereaved, if you believe in providence, you may grieve, but your grief must not be excessive. I remember a funeral of a friend, hearing a pretty parable. There was so much weeping on account of the loss of a loved one that the minister put it this way. He said, suppose you are a gardener employed by another. It's not your garden, but you are called upon to tend it, and you have your wages paid you for the work that you've done. You have taken great care with certain number of roses, and you've trained them well, and they are blooming in all of their beauty. You pride yourself upon them. You come one morning into the garden, and you find that the best rose has been taken away. You are angry. You go to your fellow servants and charge them with having taken the rose. They will declare that they had nothing to do with it at all. And one says, I saw the master walking here in the garden. I think he took it. Is the garden angry then? No. At once he says, I am so happy that my rose should have been so fair as to attract the attention of the master. It was his own anyway. He hath taken it. Let him do what seemeth good to him. It is even so with your friends. They wither not by chance. The grave is not filled by accident. Men die according to God's will. Your child is gone, but the master took it. Your husband is gone. Your wife is buried. The master took them. Thank him that he let you have the pleasure of caring for them and tending them while they were here. And thank him that as he gave them to you. He himself has taken them away. If others had done it, you would have had cause to be angry, but the Lord has done it. Can you then murmur? Will you say, thee at all times will I bless. Having thee I all possess. How can I bereaved be, since I cannot part with thee? So it's with that I would just thank you for your kindness to me here today, but in particular on Thursday as I got this news. I am grateful to serve with you in the Alabama Senate. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. Senator Beasley.
I have an SJR, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary Reed received the SJR.
Senate Joint Resolution number 82 by Senator Beasley, naming a portion of Highway 82 in Bullock County in honor of Chief Master Sergeant Joe Harold Adams.
All right, Senator Beasley.
Mr. President, I move for passage of the SCR. Use previous roll.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, the SJR passes. Thanks, Senator Beasley. Any other motions or resolutions? All right, now move on to local bills. Secretary, call the first local bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 325 by Senator Carnley relating to Coffee County, BIR pending.
Senator Carnley.
Yes, Mr. President, request BIR.
All right, would you like to use previous roll?
Previous roll, please.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
on page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 325 by Senator Carnley relating to Coffee County.
Senator Carnley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is one that was requested by the county there regarding the coroner's position and hiring a chief deputy coroner and a deputy coroner, and request final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 325 passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Carnley. Secretary, call the next local bill.
on page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 446 by Representative Marks relating to Coffee and Pike counties, BIR pending.
Senator Carnley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request BIR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
on page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 446 by Representative Marks relating to Pike and Coffee counties.
All right. This is in reference to pretrial reversion fees and requests final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
Thank you.
31 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 446 passes. Thanks, Senator Carnley. Secretary, call the next local bill.
on page 47 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 304 by Senator Singleton relating to Hale County, BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
I'd like to move for the BR use of previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection?
I'd like to be added to the roll. Thank you.
All right. Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
32 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
on page 47 of the calendar,
All right.
Senate Bill number 304 by Senator Singleton relating to Hale County.
Mr. President, this is a local bill where the Hale County Sheriff need to be able to utilize a credit card where right now they're having to buy everything in cash. I'd like to move for third reading be dispensed without the use of previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
32 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 304 passes. Thanks, Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the next local bill.
on page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 332 by Representative Boyd relating to Talladega County.
Mr. President.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
32 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
on page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 332 by Representative Boyd relating to Talladega County.
Mr. President,
Senator
I move final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
31 ayes, 1 nay. House Bill 332 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
on page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 423 by Representative Hirsch relating to Talladega County, BIR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Chambliss.
I move the BR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
31 ayes, 1 nay. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 423 by Representative Hurst relating to Talladega County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Thirty ayes, 1 nay. House Bill 423 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 327 by Senator Schofield relating to Marshall County, BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Schofield.
I move the BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
And never vote.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Thirty-one ayes. You say no. No nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 327 by Senator Schofield relating to Marshall County.
Mr. President,
Senator Schofield.
I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 327 by Senator Schofield. Replace line 24 on page 1 with the following. $25 shall be collected for services of.
Mr. President,
Senator Schofield.
I move for the adoption of the amendment using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Schofield amendment is adopted. Senator Schofield.
Mr. President, I'd move for final passage using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 327 passes. Thanks, Senator Schofield.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 305 by Senator Singleton relating to Hale County, BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 305 by Senator Singleton relating to Hale County.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
third reading dispense with use of previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 305 passes. Thanks, Senator Singleton. Secretary, call next local bill.
We ready? Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a report from Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 83, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate that the following bills in the order named shall be the special, paramount, and continuing order of business, taking precedence over all other matters until disposed of for the 24th legislative day only. On page 22, Senate Bill 263 by Senator Chasteen relating to the Alabama Accountability Act of 2013. On page 43, Senate Bill 330 by Senator Roberts relating to currency. On page 33 of the calendar, Senate Bill 312 by Senator Chambliss relating to liability insurance. On page 37, Senate Bill 106 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to municipal courts. On page 7, House Bill 109 by Representative Collins relating to the Alabama Credential Quality and Transparency Act. On page 11, Senate Bill 97 by Senator Gavan relating to paroles. On page 30, Senate Bill 291 by Senator Coleman relating to public contracts. On page 42, House Bill 455 by Representative Standridge relating to the Forestry Commission. On page 26, House Bill 75 by Representative Mooney regarding the Alabama Private Investigation Board. On page 38, Senate Bill 320 by Senator Bell relating to criminal procedure. On page 27, Senate Bill 284 by Senator Chambliss relating to public safety. On page 40, Senate Bill 294 by Senator Stewart relating to exempt state employees. On page 31, House Bill 336 by Representative Hollis regarding the Red Mountain Greenway and Recreational Area Commission. On page 44, House Bill 378 by Representative Brown relating to brown fields. On page 28, House Bill 364 by Representative Hurst relating to education. On page 24, House Bill 244 by Representative Crawford relating to guardian ad litems. On page 46, House Bill 356 by Representative Holsey relating to law enforcement training. On page 37, Senate Bill 316 by Senator Figures relating to tobacco products.
That's it. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, move adoption of the report from Committee on Rules using the short roll.
All right, Senator Elliott,
Mr. President,
you're recognized.
thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, yet another masterpiece. A fantastic calendar as usual, so much so that I'd like to talk about it for a minute or two. I will tell you, as I looked through here, I saw a number of interesting bills. I did, however, not see any bills about Baldwin County, which sometimes can be a good thing and sometimes can be a bad thing. But I did want to talk a little bit about my home county of Baldwin, where many of you know I used to be a county commissioner. Baldwin is the fastest growing county in the state. It adds almost 8,000 people every year in population. Our illustrious coroner is in the gallery, Dr. Brian Pierce, and he'll tell you that the need for his services have increased dramatically, have they not? Because when people come to stay, sometimes they come for good. Recently, I had a study commissioned by the Public Research Council of Alabama to look at tax revenue generated in Baldwin County. All tax revenue, lodging tax, sales tax, sales tax, motor vehicle fuel tax, ad valorem tax. Baldwin County generates more tax revenue per capita than any other county in this state. PARCA found that Baldwin County generated over $10,600 per resident in tax revenue to the state of Alabama. But let me put it in a different form, one that is a little closer to home. Publix supermarkets are across the Southeast. They're popular stores. The 3 top grossing Publix stores in the country are in Baldwin County. They're in Gulf Shores, they're in Orange Beach, and they're in Foley. The sales tax revenue generated there funds all manner of things statewide. While we're talking about funding, it would only be reasonable to talk about lodging tax. The lodging tax generated in Baldwin County represents over 1/3 of all lodging tax collected in the entire state of The sales tax alone is impressive as well. $2.4 billion in sales tax. In the south part of the county, the taxable sales in Foley and Orange Beach and Gulf Shores alone, just the taxable sales exceed the entire general fund budget for the state of Alabama. It is an economic engine that cannot be denied and should not be overlooked. As I continue to look around and as I continue to study the budgets, I see not a penny for Baldwin County. And that causes me grave concern. Folks, that county and the industries located there are an economic engine that runs and fuels a huge part of what we do here. We must continue to invest in the areas of our state that are generating revenue. There is more for everyone else when the pie grows, and it is imperative that we realize that. Not just here in this chamber, but when we deal with ARPA funding, where Baldwin County projects have remained unfunded. You have heard me say in ARPA Oversight Committee meetings over and over and over again that we must fund projects that are needed to continue to maintain the clean water and clean beaches that so many of us travel to every year. As a matter of fact, when I was talking the other day about our president's proposal to widen I-65, I was asked, is that really important to Baldwin County? Because it just passes through the north side of the county. And I explained how crucial it was that we widen 65, because every single year, 8 million people come to those white sandy beaches in South Baldwin County. 8 million. That is way more than every man, woman, and child in this entire state getting in a minivan and driving to the beach to spend money that drives this economy. Our property tax rates continue to go through the roof. They rival or exceed those of my colleagues from rural Mountain Brook. They continue to fund activities all over this state. Now, aside from the tourism economy, we need to talk about industry. A project that I worked on for a number of years as a county commissioner, our 3,000-acre mega site located in North Baldwin County in the General Fund Chairman's District, is a prime example of long-range thinking about how to diversify an economy that was reeling from an oil spill. A billion with a B, as the governor likes to say, $1 billion with a B dollar investment in North Baldwin County by Novelis, a leading manufacturer and recycler of aluminum, cold rolled aluminum used in everything from F-150 bodies to beer cans, is located there and will employ over 1,000 people, making on average $65,000 a year. When it came time to look at some of the incentives we offer in this state, out of a $2.5 billion with a B dollar project, a $6 million access road was asked for from our industrial access funds that we fund every year. $6 million for $2.5 billion for a road. That was denied by our State Department of Transportation. $6 million for a $2.5 billion investment, and it was denied. My colleague from Escambia County, whose district includes, of course, North Baldwin County as well, fought hard and has filed a bill that will hopefully rectify that and allow that money to be spent on that mega site for the benefit of not that company, but the people that work there. And we hope to make that happen. Mr. President, as I look again at income tax, sales tax, real property tax, state lodging tax, and motor vehicle tax, I continue to be amazed at the comparisons. Jefferson County, Madison County, and Mobile County lead in total amounts. They're bigger. They're much bigger. There are more people there. But when you look at the per capita, there is no denying $10,000, $10,600 per resident. It is really something to behold. And it is something that we're proud of. But those 8,000 people a year, that move to Baldwin County mean what? They mean we need the infrastructure investment to keep those industries growing. The roads and the bridges that keep the people moving around. Those types of investments have to be made. We need investments in workforce housing to continue to keep the standard high for our hospitality industry. Without that, the people will stop coming and the money will dry up. I beg this body to understand what I am telling you. If you strangle the golden goose, if you cut off money, if you do not invest in the areas that are kicking immeasurable revenues to the balance of the state, you will have made a huge mistake, and it will be too late to fix. That ship will have sailed. The goose, if you will have been cooked. And then what? You have a county that once was producing snarled with traffic. You have a hospitality industry that once was the most premier in the country, unable to find workers, unable to house their employees, unable to move people around. Y'all have all been to a hotel, a resort named the Perdido Beach Resort, right there on beautiful Perdido Pass. I've seen you there, my colleague. They took almost 1/3 of their rooms out of circulation this last summer. Why, you may ask? Well, for two reasons. One, they wanted to make sure that they didn't have too many people there that they couldn't provide a level of service that was at their expectations. And two, they needed a place to put their employees because the cost of housing has gotten so high that these people cannot afford to live there anymore. So what happens? What's the effect of that when that happens? What happens is there's less lodging tax. Fewer room nights means less lodging tax. Fewer room nights means less sales tax. Fewer room nights means less money for Florence. It means the pie shrinks, guys. We have heard our budget chairmen sound the warning that while things are flush now, the tide is turning. And in the middle of all of this, we're not investing in the fastest growing area of the state. Not a penny. And when we look back and we say, what happened? I'll be able to say, well, what happened was we didn't invest. We didn't invest in Baldwin County. We didn't invest in Foley. We didn't invest in Gulf Shores. We didn't invest in Orange Beach. We didn't invest in Daphne or Fairhope. We didn't invest. We made a mistake. But those customers that expect a level of excellence will be gone. They'll be gone to other communities. The residents, the growth will slow down, even though it's the largest county east of the Mississippi River, even though the county has a landmass the size of Rhode Island, with plenty of room to continue to develop. We will have messed it up because we didn't realize how important it was to continue to look at those areas that are generating the revenue and try to help those areas keep generating the revenue. And when we have done that, it will be too late. Mr. President, I look at this calendar and I see a lot of good bills, and as I told the chairman of the Rules Committee, I thought it was another masterpiece, especially as we get to the short times here. It is amazing to me that we continue to work together as these days get short in a way that is collegial, but it is important to me to bring up just how unequal some of these things are. And I wonder if just for a second we will do what my colleague, the whip, said, and that is be still, be pensive, and think, would you run your business like this? Would you simply say, they're paying us, no need to continue to do anything with them, there's no need to continue to invest. There's no need to invest in a mega site, just $6 million out of a $2.5 billion project. There's no reason to help the coroner who's having to bury indigent people and cremate people at a rate you wouldn't believe because everybody comes there to spend their final days. There's no reason to invest in an area where the gas tax receipts are off the charts, where each man, woman, and child generates over $600 worth of lodging tax a year. There's no reason to do that. They'll just keep paying us right up until they quit. And then what? So I urge you to think about that. I urge the budget chairman to think about how it makes sense that with the largesse that we have now, not a penny out of the supplementals, not a penny out of the education budget, specifically for Baldwin. And I ask you to think about whether or not that's right, and whether or not that's something that is going to make a difference long term. Mr. President, I see my colleague has a question, and I'm grateful to yield to him.
Senator Gudger.
Mr. President, thank you for recognizing me. Senator Elliott, you said something earlier. Obviously, I'm from North Central Alabama, but you said about 8 million people come in
every single year.
And so that's an astronomical amount of people. And so does that also include people that's traveling through down to Florida?
It does.
So you've got people coming through to Florida, coming through all of Baldwin County, and we're having 8 million, which is 160% of the people that live in Alabama come through down to the coast region. Is that correct?
They do indeed. And to clarify on the 8 million, those are 8 million that are coming to Baldwin County and staying there. There are more that come and go through.
The time's up on the special order calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Wagner, what was his was it using previous roll on that?
It was.
All right. Any objection? Long roll? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss,
Sorry.
Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Milson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Schofield, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shellnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
30 ayes, 0 nays. The special order calendar is adopted. Secretary, call the first bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 263 by Senator Chasteen relating to the Alabama Accountability Act of 2013. BR pending.
Senator Chasteen.
Mr. President, thank you for recognition. I'd like to adopt the BIR, use the previous roll.
All right. Long roll. All right. Secretary.
Long roll.
All right. Call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen.
I was.
Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Milson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$25 ayes, 8 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 263 by Senator Chasteen relating to education. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Chasteen.
Mr. President, I'd like to table the committee amendments.
All right. All those in. Yes. Senator Singleton. All right, hold on, yeah. All right, hold on. So, tabling motion is not debatable. So all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion to table passes. All right, Senator Chastain.
This time I'd like to offer committee amendments.
All right, Secretary Reed received the amendment.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Give me a pen.
Amendment to Senate Bill 263 by Senator Chastain. Replace line 156 on page 6 with the following. Replace lines 160 and 161 on page 6 with the following. Replace line 211 on page 8 with the following and renumber the subsequent subdivisions accordingly. After line 339 on page 13, insert the following new subsection and relater the remaining subsections accordingly. Restore the stricken language on lines 572 through 579 on page 21.
That gets you.
Replace line 580 on page 21 with the following.
Let me speak to these.
I'm gonna speak to, yeah.
Replace lines 706 through 708 on page 26 with the following.
Move to adopt the.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the amendment.
You're recognized.
Senator, would you explain what you just did in this amendment before,
I'll be happy to, Senator.
Yes.
Okay. We had
without
passed.
losing my time and place?
We had passed these amendments out of committee, and there were some technical errors that we discovered after it had passed out of committee. So I just felt that rather than, it would be best to use a floor substitute, and I'll be happy to go through those amendments with you if you would like.
I would.
Okay. As we talked about on the first one, it's basically replacing the definition of a, it says, has received a D or an F on the most recent report card. We're taking a lot of that language out, the definition of a failing school, and we're using the school report card for that definition. Yep. Because Senator, on lines 160 and 161, those were capitalization errors on individual education plan. On line 211, page 8, those were a numerical alphabetical order, okay? We just had to change some numbers. That was a technical error. On line 339, page 13, this is the flexibility language that you and I had talked about prior to committee, and we had that language included in the, and then on lines 572 through 579, there was some stricken language in there that needed to be added back to the bill. Let me pull that up. Give me a second. This pertained to the tax credits for parents. Then on lines 580, it added back some the language that had been omitted, okay? And then lines 706 through 708, this restores language from current law. And then lines 905 through 913, this refers to the norm reference testing so that there's testing for both public and private schools. The public school will use the ACAP testing that they currently use, and the private school will use whatever norm assessment that they're currently using. That was in the original bill. And that's all.
Okay. Mr. President, thank you. Let me say this to you, Senator. I want to thank you for the work that you've done. It looked like you put a lot of work into this bill. You've been talking to me about this bill for a while, and I know you've did a lot to concentrate on trying to balance out what we have and do what you thought was best for public education. I appreciate, again, you coming to my caucus this morning to share with us about this bill and what was in this bill. I think that we had some spirited debate of what we thought was good and what we thought that weren't good in this bill. And I want to applaud you again. That any member can put this much work in and this much forethought into it. You deserve to be honored with that, because coming up with this kind of legislation or expanding or adding on to something that we always have is not always easy. It's not easy satisfying all of the components of the people who are involved, number one. Then number two, it's just not easy getting through the process of getting it to the point to where it get passed and become law again, okay? And so with that, with the number of hours that I know that you've probably driven from home here to Montgomery, meeting with people, going across the state, again, I want to applaud you for that. But nevertheless, I disagree with this bill, and you and I talked about it. I have a little bit of different perspective on what I think that this bill does based on the original AAA and what it has been doing, and versus what this expansion of AAA is going to do now. I'm of the theory that it hurts public schools. You may not be. Your thought, my thought. That's why we have legislation. That's why we have these two mics to where we can debate. That's why we are both men. We can stand here and we can talk about that.
Right.
And that's the process. That's the beauty of this process. And as we go through this process, while there may be something there you can teach me, when I may bring something to you that you may have not thought about. That's why we have deliberative debate in this body. I love it. I love this process. So with that being said, we're going to take our time with this bill today.
I'm fine with that.
I think you got a 40-page bill here, and it needs to be. You just added on amendments, and I think all of these members need to know what those amendments does and how it fits in the bill and what the overall grand scheme of things and how it works. And that's what we got to get to today. How does it work? How does it better education for our children? Because we're not just here passing bills just to be passing them, just to say something is cute and to be doing it. But I'm here to protect those to where I think our unintended consequences are happening. While we may want to say that we want to see that every child get the best education it is, I think that you would agree with me that the public school system is the common denominator to all of this. Being so is that under our charter schools in the state of Alabama, they can take a limited number of students. Under our private school education, they would take a limited number of students if they want. Under homeschooling, it's usually just their children, or if there's a community of children doing it, is limited. But in public education, there are no limits. You can't limit on who public education can take or cannot take. So while we are doing everything to move away from public education, the common denominator is still there. And it is broken, and we are not talking about really fixing it. We're talking about giving alternatives to someone to get away from it, where everybody can't just jump up and run. Right now, tomorrow, if school A is in this community, is the best school in the state of Alabama, everybody can't move out of school B to school A. And then what they're gonna do? Leave school B over here with nobody. I mean, if it got 200 kids over, what if all 200 of those kids just decide that we're gonna flee over here and you have to get $10,000 per child to go over here to school A? School A is looking at now my divisors are going up to where our success may be to where we are only 20 kids per class, Okay, now you're getting to the point to where it may be 30 kids per class, because if it's another public school, you can't stop them from coming. Okay, and now what you've done is that on the back side of that, where you've raised that divisor for those kids, you've lowered it over here, because now the kids over here in school B, let's say if they can't go over there, somebody don't have the transportation to get over to their school, now they're going to lose an English teacher, they'll lose a half of science, they'll lose a math teacher, and this is supposed to be the bad school. You just left it worse. You just left that school worse than anything you could have. When the school that you're saying is good, you just gave them $10,000 more per student to follow them, to at least try to make them better. But then they can become worse by putting their divisors at a level to where it is so high to where they're not getting the same achievement levels that they were getting once before you just said that they were a passing school and everybody can go there. You think that you probably standing there thinking that kind of exodus is not going to happen. Everybody just going to jump up and run, but it could. Yeah. So I have to deal with those factors that it could happen. And I have to also look at those factors that you can be leaving behind a group of students to where they now, or let me give you scenario B. The scenario B is School A over here does a great job. School B is on your report card list, right? Which we'll call, let's better words, a failing school. I'm gonna just, okay, we'll leave it right there, all right? A non-performing school, okay? All right, well now, this school, you see, because it doesn't say that the child has to fail. It just said the school is failing. So now I got a star athlete over here who got 3.9 grade average. This school can now recruit him to come over there to the other school that's doing good. They can do that, or they can recruit all these other kids out of this school that is doing good and leave behind again those kids who can ill afford to have the transportation to move to school A to where it's doing better. Now, we ain't set no program in this whole legislature to this point to deal with school B and how we're gonna bring it up to get them to a point. We leaving them behind. See, that's the unintended consequence that I can see that your bill has engraved into it that you may not be seeing. Okay, because you're going to take this school over here, that when those kids leave there, because usually when one child leaves, it's the whole family that's going to go. Whether you got kids in kindergarten, all the way up through high school, if a mother has 5 children, she going to want all 5 of her children to go to school A to where it's better. Now I know you're saying, well, the data said that we have not met the cap at 30 million. Well, then I asked the question, well, why we want to raise it up to get it up to 60 million if we haven't met the 30 million cap? It makes no sense to me. You know, it makes no sense to me at all that if we hadn't met this cap, let's spend 30 first before we get to 60. See, I told you all last week, Republicans are only fiscal conservatives when we broke. But when we got a lot of money, you just as liberal with these dollars as any Democrat would be. You're ready to spend them all because we got a little money. So, but if we have not met the cap yet, why are we trying to bump it up and we may never get there? Because now you're raising the poverty level up to 240%, correct?
250%.
250%. Now you got a few more wealthy, well-to-do families that can get involved in this, okay? And then in your bill, and we ain't got to that because we were just on an amendment now. I mean, we got a long time on this one.
I'm fine.
Then you got to the point to where once you look at it, out of that, you can have up to what, 75% meet the mark? The other 25% of those dollars can just go anywhere. To any student, that's whether they're in a failing school or not across the state. They can go from one improved school to another improved school.
If they meet the poverty threshold.
If they meet, that's what I'm saying, within that 250% poverty threshold.
Right.
Then they can just go wherever they want. See, that's gonna be the athlete move right there. That's the smooth athlete move right there, boy. I see that going. I see a star basketball player, football player who just moving around because it gives them the ability, whether or not they fail in school or not. They might move from Pinson to Trustful or wherever it is, from Hoover to Mount Brook, you know, because they all winning. Everybody want to win football. See, I see all of that happening, and that's not the intent of this bill, but I'm just throwing out what I think of these unintended consequences could be. But what more importantly about those kids that we're going to leave behind over here at school B, when you get enough kids moving around in school A. Now, let me give you another scenario. You're in rural Alabama, where I represent. We've been losing a lot of population in these areas. We've all been bringing our schools down and consolidate. In some of my counties, you got one high school, one middle school, and you got one elementary school. Some of them are still K through 12, all in one area, okay? And so what if that school fails and the next town is 40 miles away to where there is a school that's not on the failing list? No transportation offered to these kids, and then we're not willing to come here and say what we're going to do for this turnaround school. We're not bringing anything to say if this school is here and there's only one school in the county, then these kids can't get somewhere else, then we're going to bring a mass intervention on here to bring these kids up. See, we're not talking about helping that child. We're talking about getting them to run away. Because what if there's only a private school in that town? Well, in a lot of my little towns, a lot of my little private schools are still all white. They still ain't accepting no black folk in their school. So I'm being honest with you. Be honest with you. And some of them not even certified, don't have certified teachers. Some of them not even accredited in some of these rural areas. I don't know your bill deal with accreditation, that they got to be accredited, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All of that got to happen. But at the end of the day, where do they go to? Let's say it is accredited. But then they don't want to accept but 30 students from the public school. Where do the rest of my kids go who mamas want to move their children, but they got to go 40, 50 miles? So what we going to say, good luck, get there. Unintended consequence. This is a bad bill to that level. I understand where you're trying to get. But we need to be trying to fix the common denominator, which is public school, instead of keep running away from it and creating all these other mechanisms to where people can go. We're leaving the common denominator to be solved by riddles. What you gonna do when they come for you? We leaving our children behind. So nobody's thinking about that child right there. You're looking out for the kid who is capable and able to go. You're not looking out in this bill for that child who just P.O., and they can't afford transportation to go to the next city or the next town, because everybody is not urban. This is not a rural bill. This is more urban setting to where kids may be able to go across town and get to another school or go to another borough and get to another school to where it is doing well. Okay, go from a county system to a city system. But when you just got one big county system, everybody's failing. Because the system failed, not just the school, the system fails. Okay, so how do we move these kids around and make sure that we are supposed to be making sure that every child get a public school, a good public school education? This bill cherry picks who gets it. It cherry picks who gets to go, because charter don't have to accept them all, private doesn't have to accept them all, and when they get ready to go to that public school, you're putting them in jeopardy if the next school around is public by being able to move that device up. What if 5th and 8th graders go over to this school and they got already 50, and their divisors are at 20 per classroom. And that's why they're successful, because their divisors so low that they're able to have the one-on-one intervention and be able to teach those children the way they want to. Now you just double the size of their classroom, but these other kids are coming. How do you handle that? How does a kid, now it gives them the ability now not to be as successful, because now I'm not just teaching 20 kids in a classroom, but now I got to teach 30 kids in a classroom. And now my attention has to be over here, over there, and I might not be as successful. And now you finna make the improved school, or the school that's supposed to be doing good, it may start to coming down. Instead of trying to push everybody over there with those folks, because they don't want all those kids. They are happy with what they got. I bet you some of these superintendents would tell you, I don't been more want this than the man in the moon, because I'm happy with what I got, because we're successful. We don't want all these other kids just running over to our school and bringing our divisors, bringing our numbers down. Because you got to take whatever they got. You got to take the worst of the worst. Because if these teachers, don't mean that these teachers were so bad, it could be discipline problem, it could be whatever it is, and the parents just want their child to go into the next school. So you got to deal, not that school has to deal with that child that you calling a bad child, that is an unlearnable child, an unteachable child. That school that's supposed to be so good now has to deal with them. And so now, but you've left this school over here, Abe, again, probably without an English teacher, because now you're taking all the kids out of the 8th grade. They don't have an 8th grade English teacher no more. They don't have an 8th grade math teacher anymore. And they don't have local money to be able to afford the other half, because they maybe only have a half a teacher. How do you make that up in this other post school over here? We don't have the money to do so, versus going over here to the school that has the resources. Because guess what? You just sent $10,000 over there with that kid, and the public school is only getting $600 to $900 per child. How's that fair? How is that fair that you send the child that want to move $10,000 with him, but the kid who gets to stay in the failing school only gets $6,900? How is that fair? I'll yield to answer that question.
Can I answer a couple of those questions?
Yes, you can.
Thanks, Senator. First of all, you raised some good points on the students moving from one school to the next. That is still in the hands of the local board as to how many students that they can accept because of capacity. Just like you said, you know, if they don't have room to take 50 students in the 8th grade, that local board can determine that number of students that they can handle. Also, on the funding that we talked about per student today, that is up to $10,000, but it is whatever the local system charges for their transfer fee. If it's $1,500, that's what that student gets. It's not every student doesn't get $10,000, but it was up to $10,000. So
but don't you know everybody gonna start charging $10,000 when you raise this cap to $10,000? They would be crazy not to. It's just a matter of a board making a vote. I would, if I was a superintendent of a school, and I know I was a school that was up here, and I was doing really great, and I was looking for this exodus of students coming to me, and if I won but $2,500, you don't think that I wouldn't charge $10,000, knowing that the state of Alabama gonna charge $10,000? You're a businessman, come on. Makes no sense. Don't talk to me about the up to, because he who you not go up to is crazy. You giving me $10,000, and I'm gonna say, well, I'm not gonna take $10,000 from the state. I'm only gonna take $5,000. No, they're gonna get every bit of it. You're gonna see more boards of education go back and change that rule, and they go all the way up to 10. They're gonna put it past $10,000 so they can get at least a 10, and then get some more money from the parent, because they're gonna try to discourage them from coming. Private school tuition gonna go up sky high, because they're gonna try to discourage them from coming. This is not the answer for school choice. This is not it. This is not it. Everybody don't have a choice in this. Only the rich, only the few, only those who within that poverty level, and then that other 25%, you don't even put a cap on what well, you do say they have to be within that poverty level to move around. It doesn't mean whether that school only have to be failing. They can go wherever they want to. This is a dangerous door to be opening further than what it was. I was against AAA when it first opened this door. Even my great friend Dale Marsh opened this door. I love him to death. See, he wasn't eating the Snicker bars at that time. You remember I had to get Dale a Snicker? He was off on that tantrum at that time. He was out there then. I had to give him a Snicker to bring him back. Would the real Dale Marsh please stand up?
I remember.
Okay? So all I'm saying to you is that I just don't think that this is a solution. It may work in some places. It may work for some families, but for the least of these, is it working? And I think that that's what we got to stop to think about, the least of these. See, this is not the least of these, this is the middle to the top of these. That's what it's going, from the middle to the top. You know, because I always get around with Joe Biden, my president. I'll call him my president. But he love to holler, the middle class. Well, what about poor folk, Joe? So the middle class. What about poor folk? Okay, don't never holler nothing about poor folk. Bringing people from the bottom up. You know, pulling folks up from the bootstrap. I have one of my senators around here talk about it all the time. How you expect somebody to pull themselves from the bootstrap when they ain't got no boots? This is not the answer. The flexibility part, thank you so much. Because right now, that's what it makes it crazy to me, as I told you all the time. Why should public school be asking for permission to have flexibility when charter school has it? We gave it to them. They can teach little Johnny and Ray and them however they want to. Private school get to do what they want. Homeschool get to do what they want to do. But then public school children has that noose around their neck. The teachers can't teach the way they want to because we got them taking all kinds of acronyms or tests, 9 week, 4 week, this half of this time. And we're sitting our children up to fail. Kids must be reading by 3rd grade, must be proficiency by math. I don't have a problem with that. But what are we doing to make sure that that works? Now they're gonna have to be 1st grade ready. If they ain't 1st grade ready, they can't start 1st grade. And as my senator say, they'll be 19, they'll be 99 years old by the time they get ready to graduate, and they ain't gonna do a dropout. This is not the answer. This is only setting up further failure for those kids who cannot make the move, who you're leaving behind in those schools. The divisors are going to go so low. They already don't have local money. They're already paying all the money into the foundation, and all they're doing is getting Title III money outside of that. They don't have nothing but OCE money to be able to flex around. They can't buy computers. They can't do other stuff, and then they can't afford the other half of English teacher or math teacher or science teacher because we left them with the divisors so low that they can't do it. If they had the money, but you don't only give them $6,900 flat. But these other schools gonna get $10,000 per student when you ought to be reversing it. Get a school over here that you're leaving and give them some intervention, give them a program, set them up with the flexibility. I talked about a turnaround program. Let's bring these kids in. Let's offer more professional development. Let's pay teachers a little bit more in those school areas or whatever. Give them something to go on. More coaches in the class, 2 teachers per classroom. Give them that intervention, let these kids, and give them a 5-year plan to come up with something just like you're doing on the flexibility. That should not even be in this bill, that they just only have 5 years. Public schools should have access to flexibility at all times. I believe in that. Yes, sir.
You and I have talked about the flexibility part of it. I think that was one of the best pieces in this bill, and it's been so overlooked by so many. So I think we tried to remove some of the hurdles so that the superintendent would have that flexibility in his system to make those changes, without having to go through the State Department. And you know, I've said from the first time we had that bill that I thought that was good for schools, the flexibility part of it. So, you know,
Then it went away, right?
I just think that it's been hidden in this accountability bill to where we haven't been able to utilize it.
But it was so encompassing. It was so encompassing, though. They got to go through the State Board of Education. But all I'm saying is, why would public school have to do that anyway, period? They should not even have to go and vote on it and file an application to do that anyway. Charters don't have to do it. They just do it. So why can't we give all of our babies the same start? Even though this is good. When you and I talked about it, you said, yes, I'll do it, and you accepted it, and I'm honored that you did that. Thank you so much. As I told you, I'm grateful that you did it. I think it does. That is, you're right, one of the better pieces in this bill that does that. But you give them flexibility to do what? I got no money. You give me flexibility to teach now that English, and I only have an English teacher. You don't give me flexibility over here in the federal school to do more math, to teach it like I want to. I can't afford the math teacher now because all of my students are gone and the money went with them. Now my divisors, the numbers are low, so I got to have so many kids to have that teacher under the foundation program. And if that is the case, then you still haven't left me with anything. That's why I'm saying flexibility need to be now without all these other programs out there. And let these superintendents work that magic and get these kids educated. We make education too hard, man. And then we want to talk about we want to be number one. And then we brag about it when we go another level up. Another level up. When we could be 20 levels up from where we are. We don't have to be sitting around the 30s. They're happy because we're sitting at number 36 now. They cheerleading. They might as well put on their little pom-poms and jump up and down and do cartwheels and splits. You would think they did some over there at the department. All I'm saying is let's be number one. Give our school system the ability to be number one. This doesn't help public schools be number one when you're doing this. You're taking money away. And then you're going to raise the cap up to $60 million when you're not even meeting the $30 million cap yet. And how long AAA been in place since 2013?
Correct.
And we haven't met the $30 million cap. Why would we want to raise it up to $60 million? Because we got money. Fiscal conservatives are fiscal conservatives when we broke. But when we got money, you're just a liberal after five, my friend, as I am. You're just as much Democrat as I am, want to spend that money. Now we over here want to be the fiscal conservatives. Why y'all just want to spend all the money? See, when we broke, y'all good around here when we broke. Y'all some bad boys when we broke. Y'all can set up some savings accounts, boy. Y'all can have everything going. But soon as that cup runneth over, my head is anointed with oil and my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me. I will spend these monies all the days of my life. I'm telling you, man, again, I applaud you. But I think that what you want to achieve out of this are going to only help a few of those people who are able to do it because you're wealthy enough to do it, who has the transportation veins to do it, because you're raising the poverty level up to over 250%, where you get more families involved, to where they can be involved, because somebody said, we want it. I don't want to be paying this private school tuition myself, because all we finna do is pay for private school tuition. You know what I really think about this bill? And I'm going to say it, and it might sound like a dirty word. I'm going to say it, though. It's just another means of legal segregation. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. It's the 800-pound gorilla in the room. It's another means of legal segregation. Because now private schools going to start cutting off who they want. They don't want certain students and certain this and that. They ain't got to let them come. Charter schools don't have to let them come in if they don't want to let them come in. Only public school has to deal with this. And I bet you 80% of all these kids are going to take this $10,000, going to go somewhere to some private school, or they may go to another public school, depends on what city they're in. But just think about it. The kids over here, West Alabama, some of my schools, I'm so glad that most of my schools are not on the felony list. They're working hard, because every time we get off of something, we get an intervention, we try to go up, y'all move the needle up a little bit higher to put them on, especially that bottom 6% job. That's the craziest job I've ever heard in my life. Somebody always gonna be at the bottom 6%.
And this bill removes that.
I don't care if everybody make an A. And when you start dealing about a percentage, somebody gonna be a percentage lower than somebody else. Somebody always gonna be in the bottom 6%. But does that mean that they fail? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So we got to get out of all of that. We making up all these excuses and making up all the reasons why our children should not be performing well because we're holding them back, the legislature, and we ain't in the classrooms. We're really not listening to teachers. The State Board of Education, they're doing their job by telling us what they really need over here. They just over there idle, doing nothing. They should be leading this. You got them out down the hall scared as death. Oh, they're going to pass this. Oh, they're going to pass the Price Act. Oh, they're going to pass that act. They're going to pass those. We ought to just step aside and say, come on, pass all of it then. I might just step aside and say, just bring Stats bill on, just let them pass. I'm sorry, Senator, I apologize, calling your name out. Just pass all the bills. Pass them all. Because they ain't doing their job to help us out, giving us direction on where these kids should be and what we should be doing, or bringing us policy. They're not giving us that. So I don't fault you. I'll come up with something too to help my people. They want, and their goal is to help everybody. I ain't scared to say it. I know nobody else want to say it. I don't have a problem with it. You know, because these kids are smart, man, at all of these schools. We just need to get this noose from around their neck, from around the education stronghold in them, from being able to teach the kids the way they need to. Just like the kids in charter school can do. And then you want to come over here and say, oh, the charters are performing so well, but look what you gave charter versus what you give in public. Look what you're about to do now is take any child, if that child stays at public school and go and get $6,900 per child, textbooks, everything to go along with it. All that equals up to $6,900 per child. But if that child decides to go somewhere else, he get $10,000, almost $3,000 more dollars, $2,000, $2,100 more dollars. It makes no sense. That's discriminatory. I file a lawsuit right now, we'll probably win and hold this up in court. I don't mind being a plaintiff. I probably will. Find me a good lawyer and just file a lawsuit against this stuff. Stop it. Since AEA, them other acronyms out there, they're scared to do something. I don't know what they exist for in the hallways no more. Classes, superintendents, all them folk, I don't know what they exist no more for. Because nobody protect the children. They just protecting their paychecks. I said, I hope they hear me on the hallway. Because all of them ain't doing nothing for children. Nobody advocating for children. So I got to do it. I have to stand here and do it. Be their voice for the voiceless. This doesn't work. Then what you're doing for the people that you wanted to work for, it will work for them. But for the overall, and I'm talking about all of the children, it's not going to work. If this was a bill that helped every child, because you know and I know that when you wrote this, you're banking on everybody not moving. Everybody not going to move. Everybody, because that's just common sense. That's just human nature. Everybody can't move. Everybody ain't able. But the child that can't, we hadn't thought about what we're going to do is say, okay, well, somebody got to fall through the cracks. I remember we had a senator back in the day used to say about old folk, they knew they were going to die anyway. Or when we were trying to give retired teachers a raise, he used to always say, they knew they were going to retire, they just should have put some money back. You know, just heartless about stuff like that. So what this sound like this is saying is, these children knew, these families knew that their kids, you know, they just gonna fall. As long as we get 70% of them, we okay. We let the other 30% fall through the crack. That is not good enough for me, Senator. Yeah. I'm worried about that 30%. That 30% that's gonna fall through the crack from your bill. Your bill will help 70% of those people that wanna move, but the other 30% it won't. So I wanna help those other 30%. So until I can get 100% of something that'll work for everybody, I can't support it. I can't support it 100%. I support the flexibility. It's like I wanted to bring a bill just for flexibility. The old flexibility bill, you remember we had the flexibility bill. You thought that was a good bill. You do not know where we could have been if we just given public education the kind of flexibility they need. We probably wouldn't even be coming through all this stuff if they had given it to them. But somebody didn't want that to happen. Somebody want to keep these schools poor in this state. Somebody want to keep these school systems down. See, because we already got a disparity. You can go from Dothan to Greensboro, and the price of your dirt is higher than my dirt when it comes down to education. Your meal on your dirt per land might be $100 a meal, and mine might not be $40 a meal. It's the same dirt in Alabama. What make your dirt even different than my dirt? Or what make my Brook dirt more better than the dirt over here? Because it's all about land. It's about a meal tax based on your property. Who gets to value that? Who's to say the folks in the Black Belt land has got to be more cheaper than your land down in Dothan? See, something wrong with that to me. That makes no sense when it's all just property in Alabama. All of it in the same state. It ought to be the same thing. But that's how we separate folks. That's why my school systems get to be poor, because when I pass a local school tax, my meal might not be worth but $40,000 a meal. Yours may be $100,000. You can help your schools much more than I can help mine. But we're all Alabamians, all sitting in the same state, and it's all the same dirt. It might be different texture of dirt, but it's the same dirt. See, nobody think about that. How we value land, who gets to put that value on what that property is in that county? Who gets to do that? Who gets to say that your dirt is better than my dirt? Sir, who gets to say that? You know, that's a good question. When you think it's a good question? Who gets to say that? I don't know who makes those valuations. Who's to say that my land and over in my area is only worth this much? He can sell beach property for $50,000 a square foot. I can't even sell $50,000 for 500 acres hardly. So who's to say there's a difference? Why got to be different? Who makes that valuation? I need to do that research. That's a new research project for me. Who does the valuation from county to county based on the property and how much that land should be worth? Because if you can get $100,000 per acre when you do your property tax for schools, and I can only get 40,000 acres per acre per meal on mine, something is wrong with that. And we all in the same state. I consider we from state to state, but we all in the one state. Maybe it's my ignorance and don't know how it's evaluated. I don't know that. I don't know who does that. Who's that guy? Who's that girl? Who does that? Where is it done at? Behind the preposition there, I'm sorry, but where is it done? Somebody need to help me with that. Maybe some of you cats in here who understand that stuff can help me with that, because I don't know why my land got to be more cheaper than your land. So when I pass a school tax, my property ain't worth nothing, but yours is worth $100,000. So, but if we were equal, then it would be okay. Then my 10 mil that I have to put in the foundation program, then I get these organizations out here that want to fight me every time I put up for a property tax, for schools, to educate my children. But they ain't down there fighting you, but they're going to fight me every time. Because of where I am, because who I'm educating. I understand, I fight them all the time too. So fact change ain't robbery. You know, that's what my granddad used to say all the time. Fact change ain't robbery, boy. It ain't. So at the end of the day, sir, I think you're leaving behind a lot of children in this bill. I think that you're at the point to where that 70% that you want to represent in this, to be able to move where they want to move, you're doing well for them. You would have done them a yeoman job. When it's all over, they're going to applaud you and say thank you. But I have some others over here who want to move their children and start crying because they can't. You hadn't helped them. But I know your intent to help everybody, because I know you. You and I talk. I believe you have a good heart. I believe that with all my heart that you have a good heart. That this is not your intent to do this. You're looking for a solution. You're looking for a solution. But let me just say, I think you came short of the answer. I think we need to keep working at this a little bit more. I know it's already in play. I was standing right here in 2013 on this same mic with some of the same arguments that I'm making now. Some of the same arguments I'm making now because I thought it was the wrong thing to do. Because you're just segregating kids. You're just moving them around. You're shuffling them around. We're not giving kids stability. We're not giving families stability, you know, to be able to move from one school zone to the next because we're saying that they're failing. Let's help them fix it. I think there's a $10 million pot in the budget for underperforming schools to be able to do that for all.
Turnaround schools?
Turnaround schools,
Right.
yes. Yeah, it is. That's a start. That's a start. But will it help them get that? See, I don't know what that money really does. If that school, go back to my scenario, if school B over here, where the kids move from, they're going to school A to where they're performing at, if they lose an English teacher, will that money help them get another English teacher? See, I don't think it will. You see what I'm saying? So they're still lacking that English teacher. Or will it help them get a math teacher when these kids got to be reading by 3rd grade and they got to have math? Will they have a certified math teacher? Or will they have a certified reading coach in the school system when they lose those kids and they fall under that and therefore they cannot meet the criteria of being able to have a full English teacher or a full math teacher? Will it help them? No, it won't. Can that money be used to hire people? Or is it just there for professional development, instruction, to help them get more instruction to be able to teach? And all of that would be good, but it doesn't solve the problem. Because right now, there's a lot of my schools are sitting there with a half English teacher, and we don't have local money to pay the other half. Because again, when I get ready to do a property tax, I got this big organization out there. That's why they love everybody's land. And they jump on it every time you want to put a tax up, and they kill and defeat my local taxes. Because the school board can't put no money into it. But when they got big farmers who own the land, because they don't want to pay little taxes on their land, I guess they want everybody to stay on the farm and work for them for the rest of their life. Kids want to get out. We want to explore. We have an innovation corporation in the state of Alabama that's saying that we need to be moving forward. We need to be talking about sending our kids on the next exploration to the moon, not holding them back down here on the ground simply because we don't want them to be able to get out of the 3rd grade. We ought to be trying to skyrocket our kids, you know, not just only the kids that's up there by the Rocket and Science Center. All the money shouldn't be going that way, like we saw in the budgets. Give some of these poor areas a chance, so that all of our state would look good and would build. Give our schools a chance. I haven't had schools built since the 1940s in a lot of my areas. We just been patching them up because we don't have the local dollars to do so. Because every time I get ready to pass a local tax, the big landowners and the big organizations say no. And they're good at it. So how are my kids supposed to excel beyond this? You're leaving me behind over here in school number B. If these kids decide to leave B and go to the better school at A, they're going to, see, y'all didn't think about how they're going to drop their divisors, how it's going to drop their teaching units and all of that. You're not thinking about that. Nobody thought about that. That if this school get a certain percentage of their kids to leave, if they already failing, what is it going to do to that school? And then turn around in this bill, there's nothing to say that then if the kids leave and go to another school, if that school then falls below a certain level, then we're going to turn around and go back over here and do some intervention. This bill doesn't address that at all. It doesn't talk about school B and what we're going to do for it to bring them up so that all these kids won't be left behind. See, until we can do that, then I could be, now if your bill talked about something of that nature, being able to go back and reach that, or we had another bill coming to do that, I can support what you're doing. But I can't support what you're doing now because what you're doing is leaving children behind. Children that I care about. The people who sit down with you with this bill probably didn't care about those children. I don't know if anybody was in the room that looked like me. I don't know if anybody that represented my party side was in the room. I know as a minority leader, I wasn't invited to sit down with nobody to talk about this as it was being developed. I got only conversations after it was developed and we talked about it and you were willing to put that in for me. But while it was being developed with all those meetings, I would never ask to come to a meeting. And my children have to be educated also. There's not just one side of education in this state. Everybody should have been involved in this. There should have been a round table about this. And maybe it did, but who was at the round table? Who was there? I don't know, because I wasn't invited. I don't think nobody off my side of the aisle was invited. I don't know if any of my superintendents were invited. I don't know, okay? But all I know is that the final result has some good pieces in it, but there's a lot of bad unintended consequences in this bill that I know that you didn't intend, but I just don't think that the people at your table thought about and was willing to address the 800-pound gorilla in the room. That's the problem that I have with it. Other than that, I applaud you for trying to come up with a solution, because our state board is not. They're not trying to come up with a solution. They're not giving us a solution. They're not asking. They didn't come out of $2 billion. They didn't say, this is what we want to do for turnaround schools. Here's a plan. Fund this plan to help these schools get turned around. They didn't say that. As I was coming in, they were asking me, are you going to be for school? You going to be for AAA, right? No, not off the bat. It's simply because they trying to find a way around it. And see, because that's why I say some of these people are scared to be at the table and be honest with us because they don't have a vote. And they just go along to get along, and then they get real quiet. I was talking to a senator here about a bill a few minutes ago. He said, yeah, but if you talk to them, they'll never say it publicly, but they don't like it either. It makes no sense. Say it. I would rather people come to my office about a bill and be honest with me about what you really feel about it than to try to work behind me. I got a little bill that I put out, and over the weekend I had folks working around my bill instead of people coming to me, talking to me about it. I'm approachable. If you got some changes, I'm willing to do that because everything in this bill is not bad. You know what I'm saying? I've been willing, I would have been just like any other bill. I've been willing to work with those things and okay, you may show me something that's bad, but let's scratch that out, let's move on. But don't just throw away the whole thing. I'm not ready to scrap all of this. There's some good stuff in this. Like flexibility. Love it. Love it. But I think the other parts, where your threshold, raising it up, I got a problem with that. Because you're just adding more well-to-do folks to be involved. You're missing your target with the people that we really, really need to be doing, because most of those folks, and you really haven't met, how much? 8. So you really haven't met the threshold at your 30 million yet. And now you want to move it over a period of how many years to get to 60? It'll get up to 60.
It could be as early as 6 years. It could be
6 years.
If they hit 3 out of 4 years of 90% of their goal, 36 million, it's raised another 10 million.
Right.
And then they have another the earliest it could get to the cap would be 6 years. If they hit it 3 consecutive years, it would go to 50. And then again, 3 more, it would go to 60. And that's the cap.
So here we 2023, by 2029, we could be at 60 million.
Possibly.
Possibly, based on the calculation of this bill. And we've been since 2013, and we still haven't even met the $30 million cap, and we want to raise it? That sounds like what Ronald Reagan called that voodoo economics. Reagan used to call that voodoo economics. That's hustling backwards to me, Senator. That's hustling backwards. Unless you know where there's going to be some mass exodus of some children coming from somewhere, I don't know where they're coming from. They're going to take advantage of this that you got moving to go somewhere. I don't know where it's coming from. To get to that point, justify to me why we need to raise it. Justify to me why we need to raise it to that cap when we haven't met the 30. Give me that justification in these last 6 minutes that I have in my hour. I give you that. Now, I'm not turning the mic over to you, but just give that justification to me. And somebody else need to come on, get up to catch this other hour before I turn. So, Smith, you coming up next? Before I turn it over. But I want that justification before I go.
Last year, some legislation was passed, Senator, by our colleague from Birmingham that will speak to that. If you would allow him to a couple of minutes to talk to you about where we were last year and the changes that were made that should help us get to that cap a little easier. Okay, if you will allow Senator Roberts 2 minutes.
He can come over there and talk. You can 2 minutes, because I just don't see it.
So Senator Singleton has the mic.
I got the mic, and I'm going to yield to him for.
Yeah, so y'all are yielding for discussion.
Hold on. Let me say this. Mr. President, I would like to yield my time, the rest of my time, to Senator Smitherman. I'm sure you'll start.
Yield the mic.
Yield the mic to Senator Smitherman.
Okay.
Then you can let.
Then if you want to talk to him out.
No, you go on now. He just want to give an explanation. Now go ahead. You can give an explanation.
Okay.
Then you can start your hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Senator, just, Mr. President?
Yeah, so Senator Singleton has the mic. He's yielded to you for discussion, so you're recognized to discuss the bill back in the bill.
If you remember last year, we adjusted the cap here to take it from $50,000 to $100,000 that someone could contribute towards this.
Speak up, please.
Sorry. Last year, we adjusted the amount that any individuals could contribute to the AAA effort, and we raised that from $50,000 to $100,000, which allowed the cap to be hit. I think there's a finite number of people out there who are wanting to get involved to help the children of Alabama. So we raised that, and the cap was hit. So that's a good thing from where I sit. I'm very encouraged.
The cap was hit where? What cap was hit? The 30 million?
The 30 million cap.
The 30 million cap has never been hit.
It's been hit twice in 10 years, sir.
Twice in 10 years, my God.
Well,
okay.
So it was hit.
Twice in 10 years. Okay.
Well, I'm looking back 1 year and it was hit. So we're 100% once we raised the cap to make that something that was a more viable option. We've been to.
So how much contribution was that were made?
30 million.
No, a $30 million contribution from citizens?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm correct, right? Yeah, that's correct. 30 million from Alabamians who want to see children have options. It is a major going concern in and around my home area and others. And there's schools that many of us, I visited with colleagues on this floor. We've been to events where we have students from those schools come and talk. And when you hear the parents share the difference of them being able to move from one school to another, they are incredibly grateful for the opportunity that their children have to go. I know you don't have
from your area, they're them rich folks.
Friend.
They ain't my poor folk. You ain't come to my area and ask none of my parents.
Here's what I would love
See,
to
that's the
work on.
problem. Y'all walk lopsided on one side, and you're talking to rich folk who already don't need nothing else. They can send their children wherever they want to, whenever they want to.
For their children, sir. They are doing this for other children. For the children
they doing it for their children.
Greater Birmingham.
But they getting a tax break on it too, though, aren't they?
They do.
All right, then. They ain't doing it for somebody. They ain't doing it just out to begin away no money.
All I'm telling you, it's effective. When you visit Cornerstone, when you visit Restoration in the greater Birmingham area, many of our senators that are from that area have had the privilege to meet with students and hear from parents. And they had no hope, and all of a sudden they have hope. What I would love to work on with you is it takes money to get this going in areas. We have groups out there that I would love to work with you on on trying to get this.
Why don't we
done.
just fix public schools, Dan? Why are we just trying to run somewhere else? Why don't we work on trying to fix the common denominator, period?
Right.
And people running somewhere else. That makes no sense. You're just trying to find a way to get somebody a tax break so they can write off on their tax. I'm talking about we pay taxes already. Why aren't we trying to fix the school system?
Friend, I think there's some bills floating around our chamber right now.
No, it ain't no,
that
not
are
to fix no
attempts.
system. There ain't a bill yet that I've read that's gonna fix it.
But 30 million out of 7.8 billion is a rounding error, is what I would tell you when you look at the macro part of this. And even if they go to 40 or 60 million, it's still a minuscule amount. It does help some children. It doesn't help them all.
While I
agree with
respect you, Senator, that explanation doesn't fly with me because the last thing you just said, it helps some, the ones that you want to help. You're not helping the poor kids. You're starting from the middle up. You're not helping the poor kids. So would you come back to the mic, sir? Because that explanation, I appreciate it, Senator. I appreciate it, but it doesn't work with me.
We are helping some very poor children.
You ain't helping no, you helping poor, you helping poor children. The one that can't afford the other OR. You helping POOR children.
These are children would otherwise be in schools assigned by their zip code that are getting the opportunity to go to some of these schools, and so we're able to save few. But I think all of us in this chamber.
But public school will save them all if we just fix it. Public school will save them all, Dan.
I'm on board. I was educated.
You can't be
in
on
public
board.
schools
You can't
my
be on
entire
board when
life.
you're trying to fix it this way. This is not the fix.
I think there's more than one way to fix it.
This is not the fix, though.
I think we've got 2 or 3 ways we can fix it.
Senator Singleton, your time's expired. Anyone else want to be recognized?
Thanks, Senator.
All right. Senator, you're recognized. For your first hour. All right, you're recognized.
That's the bill.
And we're on the amendment.
Mr. President, I would like to yield to Senator Elliott without losing my time and my place.
Okay. Yeah, we're on this.
We're on my hour.
He's just yielding. Yeah.
My hour.
All right.
Just yielding so they can dialogue. But I don't want to lose my time and place and nothing like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to make sure I stay germane and that I'm talking about education in general, but I'm back on funding. And I'm back on funding as it pertains to education. Now, my colleague from the Black Belt has talked about his district and how foundation program funding works. And I'd like to talk about how some of that works in my district. Imagine calculating at the state level how much money you need from teachers for teachers based on the number of students you have, right? It's the basis of the foundation program.
Correct.
And that money is then deducted, if you will. You take that money and you deduct the local participation from it, right? And that difference between the two is what your local school board gets. Did you know that in every single district in this state, save one, you get money from the State Department of Education to help run your schools? Not in Orange Beach. Not a nickel.
Why is that?
Because the value of the ad valorem taxes raised there exceeds the amount the state says they should get for funding of their teacher units. So they're funding the entire school system locally with not a plumb cent out of the foundation program for teachers. So I've got the opposite issue that my colleague has here completely.
Sounds like you have a wealthy district.
I've got completely the opposite than what he's got going on. Where I'm looking for state dollars, you heard me earlier when I was talking about state dollars, and I'm looking at state dollars here, and I'm looking at state dollars here, and then I look at state dollars to fund education, and the program says you get nothing. They could double the size of their school system Double enrollment. It's how most systems get more money, right? More kids, more teacher units. They could double the size of their school system, and you know what they would get? Still nothing. Still nothing. And so that's why you hear me saying, out of the supplemental budget, in the general fund, out of the supplemental budget in the education fund, something, anything. And that's my frustration. When we talk about equity funding, when we talk about the foundation program, when we talk about how school funding works, when we talk about programs like this, that, my friend, have merit, I have to look at the underlying cost to the education fund and wonder how do I go home and tell my folks that I represent, you get nothing? How do I do that? My kids go to Orange Beach City Schools, go to public schools. And I got to go home and tell my daughter and tell my son, hey, I went to Montgomery. And you know what I got you? Nothing. We're on our own. We're on an island, literally. You get nothing. And so you're seeing my frustration when we talk about the funding that keeps coming, that keeps getting invested time and time again, and I see nothing. The city of Gulf Shores, I represent, has its own school system, public school system. We're talking about public schools. They're the second lowest recipient. They get something. It's just a little bit. The lowest amount of anyone in the whole state of Alabama. So I have nothing and something. We've got to do better. We've got to look at this differently. We have got to invest in the areas of our state that are yielding revenues. And the answer cannot be, should not be, nothing. Because I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how I come up here and talk about something that I think you've worked on, I know you've worked on very hard, which I have a lot of respect for. And I let all of this go on, knowing full well that at the end of the day, nothing. You know, my colleague from Greene County mentioned the value of the land in his district versus the value of the land in my district. And it's worth noting that it wasn't always like that, right? The farmers in here will tell you that at one time, the sand on the beaches that I represent wasn't worth anything. For two main reasons. One, you couldn't grow anything there. And two, there wasn't any way to get there except for by boat. You know, the church I go to, the priest came from Mobile over by boat to come once a month to preach because there was nothing else there except for a few shrimp boats. But oh, how the tides have turned, right? Now we value things differently. Now we look at things differently. Now that sand, it still won't grow potatoes, by the way, but now that sand is worth something. And it's worth something to the penalty of, to the detriment of, in a lot of cases, school funding from the state. How is that? Why is that? How does that make sense? How do those kids, how do you justify to those kids? Those folks get state funding. You get nothing. How do I tell my mayor, my school board, my superintendent, you get nothing? Oh, it's by the formula. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to look at those same children that my colleague from Greene County is talking about and say, they get something from the state. They get a lot from the state. You get nothing. You know, that same Parker report that I referenced earlier had an interesting fact. I mentioned that Baldwin County generates per capita more tax revenue than anywhere else in the state. An interesting fact for my colleague from Greene County would be this. We spend more per capita in Greene County. That's where a lot of the money goes. And should some of it go there? Sure. Should we help others? Sure. But I don't know how to say, I'm going to sit by and let all of this go around, and I'm going to go home and say, I got nothing. I got no foundation money. I got no surplus money or supplemental money. Nothing. Not out of the general fund that's coming up from the House, not out of the education budget surplus, nothing. Not for education, not for roads, not for workforce. I can't do it. And so here I am talking to you about what I think is probably a really good bill. But I got to make a stand, and I got to say, enough is enough. I got to say, I got to fight for my folks. I got to do what every one of us in here does on a regular basis and stand here and say, we're worth something. Sure don't have a problem taking the money. Sure as heck don't have a problem spending the money. Sure do have a problem sharing it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just something to say you're worth something. Hey, thanks. We appreciate you doing what you do. We appreciate you being a giant economic engine of the state. We appreciate the income tax, the lodging tax, the sales tax. Nothing. You know, the Baldwin County School Board of Education, a couple of years ago, was able to convince a county commission to pass a 1 penny sales tax. It was a tough decision for the county commission. I was on it. And out of that sales tax, that local sales tax raised locally by Baldwin Countyans, that's how we've been able to keep up with the growth. That's how we've been able to build new schools, because we raised it locally. Almost $500 million worth of new construction in 5 years. No debt. No debt. Unbelievable, unheard of. Saved about $300 to $400 million in interest charges by doing it that way. Locally. Local money. Because you know what the state sent us? Nothing. We've got a huge project going on in the north part of Baldwin County, a big career tech center. I'm proud of it. Mr. President, I know it's something that you've looked at, toured. It is a model of how to do things. It is teaching kids how to go to the workforce. They're doing something that the business community that we've been asking educators to do for the longest time, and that is teach kids how to go to work. Teach them how to get a job. Teach them a skill, how to weld, how to be an electrician, how to work on HVAC systems, the difference between an amp and an ohm and why it matters. Plumbers, welders, electrician, outboard motor mechanics, dual enrollment programs so that these kids can get out of school, have a 2-year degree, have a skill, go to work on day one. $90 million this facility is going to take. When y'all come down to the beach, when you go to the Grand Hotel and you're coming down Highway 59 and you see this giant building on the side of the road, you go, what is that? It is a cutting-edge, state-of-the-art facility. You know how much state funding's in there? It's not nothing. It's $3.3 million. out of 90 million. 3.3. That's right, Mr. President. That's exactly what we got to do. We got to get us some more money because that's what we talk about all the time. Workforce development. How are we going to teach these kids to do the things that we actually need them to do? Nothing against Beowulf. Nothing against Chaucer. But let's teach a kid how to be a plumber. Let's teach a kid how to be a carpenter. Let's tell that kid in Orange Beach you're worth something and that we're not going to give you nothing. We face workforce challenges across this state, but I can't begin to tell you how acute they are in Baldwin County, where we're paying folks at the Buc-ee's $20, $25, $30 an hour to work at the Buc-ee's. It's good economic development. You annualize that and you find out that that's as much as we're paying some folks to work at a factory. At Novelis, at Toyota, Mazda, at Mercedes, that we have retail and hospitality jobs that are paying as much or more than some of the things that we are heavily subsidizing through incentives. Those jobs are just as good. They count just as much. They matter as much. And they generate tremendous revenues for the rest of this state. And if we continue to do what we're fixing to do, which is provide nothing out of a supplemental, an education supplemental, nothing out of a general fund supplemental, if we continue to provide nothing for systems like Orange Beach and say, go it alone, send us your money, send us your tax revenue from your income taxes. Send us your tax revenue from your sales tax. Send us your tax revenue from your lodging tax. Send us your tax revenue from your property tax. Send us your tax revenue from your motor fuel tax. Send us your cigarette tax, your alcohol tax. Send us all of that. And you get nothing. I can't abide it. I can't abide it. Without standing here and saying to my colleagues, I need you to understand that we want to be helpful. We want to continue to generate revenues for the rest of the state. We need small investments. We'll do an awful lot of it by ourselves. Heck, we're doing it anyway. But can we please acknowledge the sacrifice and the investment that is being made by so many of the folks I represent that generate tremendous amounts of revenue for this state, the largesse that we're seeing now, that we're benefiting from now, that we're fixing to spend now. I look at the education budget and how we appropriate funds, especially, again, the foundation program, and it is bewildering to me that there's a way that calculation can be done that ends up with a school system that generates as much locally as the one in Orange Beach does, and the result is nothing. How is that fathomable? I don't get it. I just know that it's not something that can stand. It's not something that we can abide. There's no way in the world that I can go back to the people I represent and say nothing. They got nothing. And oh, by the way, nothing's a good thing. Could have been worse. Could have just had the handout, wanting some more. You know, back during the gas tax debate, I was reminded of a piece of legislation that my predecessor, big tall fella, some of y'all might remember him, he passed that granted permissive authority for the Baldwin County Commission to levy a 3-cent gas tax. Now here we are doing what we did, 10, y'all remember that? A lot of fun that was. And we did the math on it. And at the end of the day, it would be better, it would turn out better if the Baldwin County Commission had levied that 3 cents and we had never let it to 10 cents statewide. That'd have been more money for Baldwin than the current scheme, but that's not what we did. And it's not what we did for a reason. We did it because we're part of the state of Alabama. We're connected to the rest of the state of Alabama. And widening I-65, like the lieutenant governor, the president of this body wants to do, is important because it matters, because we want to invest in the rest of the state as well. We want to invest in the rest of the state as well because it's good for us. Why can't y'all do that for us too? Why can't you realize that that investment, it pays dividends time and time and time again, over and over and over again. I'm not asking for much, it's just something. Pat me on the head, just a little bit. Let me go home with something instead of nothing. We're part of the state. It matters that we are all in this together. We're all connected. Sharing with the rest of the state is what we do best. Sharing with my colleague from Greene County, we do it on a regular basis. Sharing with my colleagues in Madison County, sharing with my colleagues in Walker County, that's what we do. But at the end of the day, it's a two-way street. And hopefully, Mr. President, it'll be 6 lanes, a two-way street here soon. There you go. But it's going to take revenue, and it's going to take sharing that revenue in order to make that happen. I don't know if any of this is doing any good, but I hope you will understand why I have to do it, because it's gotten to a point where it's gotten to a point. Did you ever think it would get to a point where the answer was 0? The answer was nothing? At some point, we got to understand that that doesn't work, that that's not acceptable, that a foundation program that tells 1,200 kids, 1,212, that you get nothing, that you're on your own. How in the world that's okay? I don't think that was ever intended. Certainly not. My colleague from Jefferson County, whose time I am using right now and who I appreciate very much, I appreciate, my friend, you letting me talk about some of the inequities that we're facing right now with your time, and I'd like to yield it back to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Smithman,
Mr. President, thank you. How much time I got left?
30 minutes.
Let me say this. You know, it was kind of like, let me see. It was kind of like somebody asked me, they said, and there's somebody who's going to probably come up after me. They asked me, they said, you don't like this bill? I said, that's not my issue. That's not an issue. My issue is, and I think I've made it clear and committed, is that, you've heard it before standing up here from other people, is that how do we expect students to succeed when we don't give them the resources? And what I meant by that, I think about it from a holistic standpoint. It's kind of like this. I'll give you an idea. I guarantee you that if you go out in that hall and you ask each and every one of the people what I'm getting ready to say, I'm gonna tell you what I think the answer is, and that's this. If you ask them and say, would you mind being cut 5 cents, just 5 cents, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, more each paycheck, or would you mind doing that? And they said, what you mean? They said, no, I don't want anybody cutting any more money out my check. And then if you turn around and told them that it was to help people who had nothing, Now, mind you, let's say they make $100. These people over here, I know that's an extreme, so I could really get narrow it, but I'm gonna show the extreme. These people over here have nothing. All they're asking for is 5 cents out of the dollar. So yes, you own the whole $100, and it's your $100 or your dollar. But they're asking you to give 5% so these people over here can eat. I didn't say a donation to, but I'm talking about consistently each pay period give 5 cents. I guarantee you, privately, I'm not talking about in front of everybody, embarrassing stuff. Privately, I bet you couldn't get any more than 50% of the people to do that. That's what I'm talking about. It's the caring about them people who need the 5%. It's not the people who got the dollar and still will have 95%, but it's those people. That's what happens in all these programs, is that we just, under the name of it's mine, all I care about is myself and mine being my children, and I don't care about these other kids out here. I pray for them. I put 50 cents on a drop box to say I give to them, to the Salvation Army little bell. I put something in there. But in terms of them having consistently, that's not my responsibility. But it is. Because the Bible says too much is given, much is required. And we want to be we got people who want much given out there by receiving these funds on them, all these kind of programs, not just this one, all of them. And then they it's kind of like Robin Hood. The people who got, they want to get more, and they want to take it from the people who are super poor. At those systems. Some of these systems, they sitting in raggedy seats. Some of these systems have got a boiler to call themselves keeping warm that was built 20 or 25 years ago. Some of these systems don't know what it is to have air conditioning. The little windows have to go up, and they hope the building is situated like back in the old days. How many of y'all remember the old days? And we talking about with houses. Back in the old days when people didn't have, especially if you live in rural Alabama, I'm talking about grew up. I know you knew people back then who didn't have air conditioning in their house. So the house had to be built facing the north and the back to the south. Houses had to be built where windows was true with each other from room to room when you open the door. You said, what you mean by that? but we don't have any windows in here. Okay, good example. Just right in that break room. You see the window is lined up with this door right there. There's windows. So what you would have to do is open the door and open the window so the breeze would come through. And then right there, see that door open? We have to leave that door open so the breeze will come through there and blow through there. And then what we probably have to end up doing in the secretary's office, we have to open up his window. So that would be the flow of the air. It'd be coming out of the break room window from outside, shooting through here, going through that door and going, making a turn and go out through the secretary's office. That's how we had to build houses. In fact, my parents built one like that. The kitchen window was lined up with the dining room window. You open both doors. The back sliding door was lined up with the front door of the house. And then you had windows in rooms because you had a hallway. But at the end, there had 2 bedrooms on both ends that the window was lined up. You open this door and that door. That window, the front one over there was lined up. So you had a blow through of air that was taking out all the heat and everything. Now, you wonder why I'm saying that. I'm saying that because these schools wasn't built like that. How many of y'all ever been in a school gym where it's so hot that it's like a sauna? You know, the little kids go in there for physical education, and before they can take their little clothes off, they're sweating. I'm talking about taking the clothes off to put on the PE clothes. They sweating. What about the little kids that go to the water fountain in the schools where there's a straight shot of water straight from the hot pipe out there on the ground till it comes straight in there, so they drinking warm water? See, well, see, we talking about giving it money to people who the schools got them beautiful central air conditions, and they got these water coolers, good called cool frosted water, and you know, we talking about providing funds to enhance those places, and yet we're talking about capping the funds that go to the places that need. See, let me tell you something I noticed when we had that little meeting up there. It reminded me back in the day when I was a senator out of Cullman, Alabama, by the name of Hamp Myers. Y'all remember Hamp Myers? Hamp Myers. And see, and what reminded me about him was that y'all need to do this. I'm gonna tell y'all this. Y'all need to do this. Y'all gotta be open enough to this now. Imagine, I'm just picking a number out. The secretary knows the exact number, so he can correct me. I'm gonna be wrong on the number. But it was like 25 of us, Democrats, just like it's 27 of y'all. And we made Hamp Myers, who was a Republican, chairman of the Economic Development Committee. It was 5 of them on that committee. And they call it economic something else, but that's what it was. He was the chairman. And the reason I'm saying, I'm gonna get into it, you're gonna see how it's gonna hook up to what we're doing, talking about this. So he was the chairman. And when Senator Figurs, the Micah Figurs, praise the Lord, passed away, then the Senate appointed me in his place on the committee. All right, now, the thing I'm saying you ought to try, you see how we did back there? Republican chair. Majority Democrat. We got Republican majority, Democrat chair. That sound good. That sound good now. I thought I'd throw that out there for y'all to think about it. And we move on forward in life. Think about it. Plant a little seed. I hope it germinates and grows. But the key was that that's when we were, I think we were bringing Mercedes here. And so I went into the meeting and I looked around in that room, y'all, and there was about 50 men in there. And there were 50 men, and I'm gonna tell you where it was. The meeting room on 6th floor. Y'all remember them two little, you know, right? 6th floor up there, 2 meeting rooms right there, little bitty ones. You couldn't get but 50 people in there. So it was packed. And them guys were sitting in there, and I tell you what, they had on $5,000 suits and $3,000 shoes. I mean, they were big money. You know, you ever heard, it's 3 kind of monies, y'all. It's money, it's big money, and a big money grip. It's 3 kinds. These were big money grip people, okay? And so they were nice. I want to just say that about them first before I tell y'all about this. Cause they even addressed me. They said, Senator Smithman, so we know that you want everybody involved. They said, just give us a chance to, they were talking about a training center. They said, we're gonna build a training center so we can train people so that we can get the workforce, the verbal tools. I said, okay, fine. They did, and they did what they said. Now I want you to know that. They did. Now, you said, why are you talking about that? When I was sitting up in that in that meeting, when we were talking about this bill and another one, I walked in through the back, and these people tell you before the committee, I think I got there a little bit before most people in the committee. So I was talking to the people in the audience, and I got a chance to talk to them and stand up there with them, and man, I got blind for a couple times, because I saw some big money grip in there. I was talking to a couple people, man, they having them rings and so many carats and diamonds that they were about to blind me in the light. You know, anytime them diamonds turn different colors, like the rainbow, you know, that's the real thing. And man, I was doing all like this, blind, couldn't hardly see. And then I came on down the aisle, and I was looking at them men in there, and they had them big money grip suits on, $5,000 suits and $3,000 shoes. I was looking at them ladies had on them, looked like them silk dresses. I mean, they were looking good and everything. And you said, why are you telling me this? Because these are folks who want the money. These were folks sitting out there trying to get this money, who were clapping and cheering and stuff. They didn't need the money. Not really. They didn't need the money. I mean, well, I guess the way it is. If you have money, you don't spend money, you're going to be able to keep money, and you try to get more money. I mean, that's logical, but that's what they were trying to do. And they wanted a raise from the 6,000 or something to 10. I mean, that's a fact. That's what they were there. If they didn't want that, they wouldn't be sitting up there. Folk, kind of money folk like that, they somewhere looking at the stock market or making some financial decisions on investments or something. Well, you know why they were there? Because that was a financial decision on investments for them, personally. Now, you said, why are you saying that? Because all you got to do is go back to that school where these kids that left and look at the kids that left behind. And another thing, I had a senator say something to me, and I never thought about this. But we gonna allow, we do now, so it's not like something new. We are telling a kid who could be the valedictorian of that school, a salutatorian, that because you happen to be this kid could be making a 29 on the ACT, which has nothing to do with whether that school quote is listed as a D or C or B. This kid could never have failed anything in their life, a valedictorian. But because the school itself has a low grade, which is a composite of everybody put together in a pot, that student who is a valedictorian can say, "Oh, I don't want to stay here any longer," and get up and leave and walk out the door with 10 grand in their pocket. Now, why would we be paying for somebody who is the valedictorian of a school, smart as a whip? Why would they be allowed to leave somewhere under the name because it's a failing school and that school didn't fail them? It needs to be something in there saying if your grades are such, and we can even put it to compromise, you know, this way you do it. I want to say the grade got to be an F. Right now, we letting them walk out if they got an A. Split the baby. Make it a C. C or lower, you can go. A or B, you can go, but we ain't paying the money. Man, you can't stop nobody from going. But when you're in the bankroll, folks that make it honor student rich, and I realize, y'all know what I be saying about the airplane. I realize that the airplane has intentions. Let me bag out and say this. I think the chairman, in his heart, care about those, what I'm talking about. I'm gonna say it just like that. I mean that. Okay. But the problem is the airplane. This the airplane. My head right here. The big body of the plane. You know, everybody be sitting down in it. Okay. That's the bill. The stuff I'm talking about is the wings. That's it. Now, this is the aisle way to the toy bill. See this aisle way? These are wings, right? Watch this mic right here. Watch this mic. Incidentally, if I hit it hard, I would have knocked it off. Incidentally. These little children I'm trying to save right here, y'all. These who we just running over with the airplane, they don't shook on off in the air. Left them on the ground. Now, he said I'd never be a Tuskegee Airman. Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story right quick. You know, I got a few parables I like to tell. Went overseas. Got a chance to go with the military. Got a chance to go with the legislature. In fact, I think this was the trip. The legislator that sit right there was on the trip. And then we had one that ran for the Ag Commission, but unsuccessful, was not here with us. He was on the trip. The one who from Montgomery, who is the executive director of the Medical Association, which has passed away, he was on the trip. And I think the one from down in Dothan, who just left us last year, was on the trip. Okay. I'm trying to think everybody, some of the people who are here now were.
Senator Holly.
And when you said that about the landing, so what the military told us to do, they told, I mean, look here, when you flying across the English Channel, with that 20-some hours or something, whatever it is, you get bored, you go and do stuff. So the first thing what happened was that they taught me how to run the boom. How many of y'all know what the boom is? Okay. So they taught me how to fuel up planes. Yeah. I got on my back. I had to control. I was just sitting there for a minute, going over the English Channel. All of a sudden, these two jets just come from nowhere and say, shoo, and just sitting on our big old wing. And so I got the boom out. You know, the front of the plane, that point, lined it up, got the boom in there. When that baby locked, kicked on the switch and fueled them up. I was about as close from here to them. The fiberglass just was separating us. Now, this is the essence of the story. There were 3 of us they picked out, and they said that we could help them out in navigating the plane. So we had to land into 3 countries. When we were flying into Belgium, this is what they would do. They would put a glass of water up on the dash. If you land and the water didn't splash out, you did good. All I gotta tell you is this. When I land, not only the water didn't splash out, but it wasn't no boom. You know how you land and sometimes like a boom? Wasn't no tire saying, none of that. It was just like a feather. Little water that shook a little bit, landing on down. So I had to share that with him and tell him that I learned a little bit about navigating. So when we were talking about the plane up here, my example. So the problem is that so many times we don't think about the wings of the airplane. We just don't think about it because we're so laser focused, like them horses in the Kentucky Derby. We have the blinders on and we focus. And what we see is good a lot of times. But this is what happens right here with the wings. And so that's why I said what I said about the fact that in our order of things that we have to do and to fill up and to prepare ourselves for, we have to first start on the foundation. And the foundation has to be solid. And for the foundation to be solid, we have to stabilize our public schools. And we have to stabilize them from a financial standpoint. I know, I'm not even talking about, you hear people talking about, in fact, somebody up there told me, we've been throwing money at them and still hadn't got the results. Well, let me say this. You all ever saw a hole and water be coming out of it, and it takes 2, you don't have a stopper, and you try to take a face cloth, you know how it is in the bathroom, you try to take a little face cloth and stop the water from going down the sink. But what you really need is 2 face cloths because the hole is so big. Well, that's what's happening here. We're throwing the money the size of 1 face cloth and expecting him to fill up a hole that they have in need that's big enough for 2 face cloths. We got to put some real money. Imagine this. In the state of Alabama, what legislative reference? I need fiscal, that's over there. Legislative fiscal over there. Look here. I need you all, if you can, hit that computer and tell me how much money in 2006 and 2008 did we give for at-risk in the budget. Then I want you to tell me for 2022 and for this budget that we just passed to be implemented in October, I want y'all to tell me how much we have put in for at-risk. Okay. See, I know what I'm gonna tell you. Imagine this. Over the last, it has taken us 3 years combined to put the same amount for at-risk as we saying we want right now for choice every year. Think about what I just said, y'all. Think about that. For the whole state of Alabama, which I know for a fact, we talking about a lot of students because I just happen to represent the number 2 and the number 3 largest public school system in the state of Alabama. Baldwin County is number 1. I think Jefferson County is number 2 and Birmingham number 3, or Birmingham number 2 and Jefferson County number 3. The largest. See, sometimes it's hard people imagine what I be saying about the needs because they may look at it from a smaller geographical need. But when you're looking at the second and the third largest system, you see the devastating effect of when I tell you that the schools are not adequately funded. And then all of a sudden, you look up and wonder why the dropout rate is so high. You wonder why the test scores are not as high. You know, we want to shift it back on them and the parents. And I keep saying this because I hear more and more. The escape aspect is they need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. And y'all hear me say it. They ain't got no boots. They ain't got no straps. And they don't even have no socks to put on before they put their boots on. But yeah, we telling them to pull themselves up by something that they don't have. The other thing is this. We want to give people standardized tests. But how are we going to test them on something that we ain't never taught them on? And how can we say that we never taught them on when we had the opportunity to teach them on? All right, let's talk about it like this, for instance. For somebody to go to tutoring, they got to have a way to get to tutoring. It's hard to imagine that a whole family of people ain't nobody got a car. It's hard to imagine that whole family of people and they don't have mass transit. It's hard to visualize that, I know, but in the real world, that's the case. And we want that same person to be measured by the same standard as we do the person that we getting ready to get $10,000 to, and they're gonna go to the top school in the state. We want both of those people to be measured by the same test, and then we want to get the grades to them on the same test. And yet that person has all the amenities that the school would give them. They have $10,000 extra, and they have all the other things because, and I'm not talking about necessarily everybody that's so super well off, because, you know, ain't nothing wrong with people being successful in what they do, but that's a different world. You can't put people who have the needs on the same plateau that people that have no needs. They don't have wants. You can't do that. And that's what we're looking to do. We're looking to alienate people, separate people. And no, this is not an indictment on this bill. This is an indictment on everything we do when we spend money for all of these extra programs and all that, and we're not taking care of the program we have now. You know, it's like going out recruiting industry, and we're not doing anything for retention of the industries that we have. That's the same thing about the schools. You know, we want to go. We can't, listen, y'all. We can't eliminate folks out until we lead the folks who gonna be outstanding on exams and just test them and then hold out to the world. We have improved from so-and-so to so-and-so. Remember this. A chain is only strong as its weakest link. You can't eliminate links and put them over here and say, now I got this strong chain. No, you still have these links over here. And if you ignore these links, then you're talking about someone that they don't have the money to set up a tutorial program where they have outside instructors. So they get paid independent, not their classroom teachers. but they get paid independent to have separate tutorial, whether it be in evenings, whether it be on weekends, or a combination of both, to prepare them for what the deficiencies that they may have. They don't have money when the little kids stay in the evening for the tutorial and the teacher tell them that you got to be quiet because the noise that you hear in the classroom is the little stomachs growling because they're hungry. Okay? Hungry. Hungry. Why are they hungry? Nothing wrong with this, because I've had it too now, what I'm saying. So this is not being negative, it's just telling the truth. They're hungry because that when they got up, the only thing they could possibly get their hands on was a little water and a little cheese toast. One slice of cheese toast. Can't afford no milk, so they didn't get the cereal. Now for lunch, remember they just ate a little cheese toast for breakfast. So for lunch, and you might say the school provide meals. Ain't got no transportation to get that early. At best, they catch the bus, they get them there, and the bus get them there about 10 or 15 minutes before time to go in class. They shut their breakfast down at school. So now, the little kids hungry, go to lunch. Have a nice little sandwich in there, whatnot. Remember now, they ain't had nothing to eat but the little cheese toast. So now they eat the little sandwich, and at least they cut out the little growling in the stomach. Okay? Now here's the evening. Remember now, cheese toast, a little regular service. Now, they normally get out 3 o'clock. I mean, they can get home probably about 4, run in there and hope that there's something in there. And then at best, they don't have any meat in there, so they have to eat. Let me ask you something. What about this? How many of y'all had a mayonnaise sandwich? Mayonnaise. That's right. And you thought you were big time when you got a little pineapple ring and throwed it in there. You thought you were big time. Okay? But let me tell y'all something. In my lifetime, I done had a sailboat sandwich. A sailboat sandwich. One slice of bread. That's it. You ain't got nothing in between. Number air in that bag. One slice of bread and some air. That's it. You said, what happened to the mayonnaise? You ever know the mayonnaise is so old it turned like that yellow, that little thick dog yellow? Y'all seen it. Then get like that, you better not eat too much of it. So yeah. And see, my mom got paid once a month. You know how that is. You bought grocery one time. And boy, you got, how much time left? 3 minutes. 1 minute. 3, okay. I'm gonna get somebody up here. Come on up here one, y'all. So I can yield it to you so you can give it back. Come on here. 3 minutes. My time running up. I got to get somebody up here so I can give it to them. Then they give it back to me. Yeah, that's all. You want to talk? Yeah. Okay. Would you want me to do that? You want me to yield to you? You gonna get... Yeah, he can talk. Come on. Yeah. Yes. You ready?
Yeah. What is this, sir? Your time up?
Well, I mean, no, it ain't like that. Because I got somebody ready to give me some more. So I ain't like desperate to give it up. But they say you want to talk, so I'm going to give it up to you. Now, when you get tired of talking, I'd like for you to give it back to me. Then that means I want to stand up here all the time and then wait till you stop and start hollering. Recognize me.
So you got 2 minutes, and then I think after that, he wanted to be recognized.
Okay. So I can go on and talk 2 minutes. He gonna just be, you gonna recognize him next?
I think, isn't that what you wanted?
I'm in line.
Yeah.
You fired up, ain't you? Come on up here. Come on up and show the world. You ain't cutting in. I'm gonna get some more. Don't worry. I'm gonna get some more. I'll yield to the senator. Yeah, from up in the northwest, right? Part of the state. Winfield, Berry. You represent more. You don't represent them no more. Oh, okay. Well, I'll yield to the senator from that part of the state.
Senator Stutz, do you want to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, we're on the amendment. Do you want to start your first hour?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I want to talk about the bill in general, the amendment specifically. First, I know you and I have talked about this. I'll tell you, the time that I'm standing here is probably not going to be as easy on you as the time when my predecessor was standing here, because I've got some questions and I want to really dialogue with you and ask some sincere questions about it. And I know you and I have talked a lot about these issues, and I commend you of your goal of improving education in the state of Alabama. And I appreciate the effort that you're making in that. I know you have a long career in education. But while this may be a part of what we need to do to improve education, I want you to know, and I've told you, I'm not against your bill. I'm against your bill as a standalone bill. I think to really make a difference in improving education, the Accountability Act may be part of it, charter schools may be part of it, but real parental choice in education has to be a part of it too. We have to have freedom, accountability. Said it may be charter schools, it may be scholarships, but I look at it as a three-legged stool, and we can't pass one of the legs of the stool while we're not even addressing the others. And as you know, I've worked all year this entire session on the Price Act, and will admit to you it may not be a perfect solution, but it's close, because a lot of different people have had a lot of input into it. We've had a lot of thought that's gone into it. We've had multiple revisions. We've tried to address the issues that people had with different parts of the bill, and have arrived at what we ended up filing. And again, said I'm not against the approach you're taking, but I just think the other things have got to be part of the approach, or we can't pass this. We can't just say, well, we addressed education reform last year. We expanded the Alabama Accountability Act, and that took care of education reform for the next 1, 2, 3, 5 years, however long. And I think we've got groups outside this chamber that are pushing this bill because they look at it as education choice light, and this is the least thing we can do that'll satisfy some people to keep us from addressing the other issues. And so the reason I'm standing up here is saying, to say to you that I appreciate what you're doing, and I'm not against your bill. I'm against your bill by itself. And we've got to look at a package of things to address education reform. And unless we have those together, when said the bill that I've worked on all year, and we can't get it on the calendar, and this bill's on the calendar and could pass and move on, and my bill's not on the calendar. And what I'm saying, if we had these as a package, I'll tell you, standing right here, I would vote for your bill if we had a package of this bill and a real education choice bill like the Price Act, then I'd be fully supportive and would be standing here saying we need to pass both of these bills. But I'm not in favor of passing one and then having that cancel out the opportunity of passing something else. But having said all that, I want to ask you just a few questions about it, and we can really dialogue about it. amendment about failing, changing the failing terminology to priority.
Right.
Can you tell me the rationale behind that?
We've had discussions since we first started talking about this, about trying to remove the failing part of the language in there and use the letter grade that the State Department gives to each school every year. And, we looked at priority as being, a focus for these schools. And so, that was the decision we came to, was removing the failing language, the lowest 6%, and just using the state report card and as a priority school. The D's and F's.
Is this everybody gets a trophy mentality? Nobody really fails. You didn't fail. You're a priority now.
I think when you have a D or an F, it's not a trophy.
But we're not going to say you failed. We're just going to make you a priority from now on.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. I'm not sure I agree with that concept of
I've
saying.
had several that didn't agree with it, but
Yeah.
we worked. We looked at several terms, and this was the term that we used to.
Yeah, and my motivation behind the Price Act is I'm tired of being in last place. And I've said that before, that our education system does not measure up to the standards of the other things that we expect out of people. If we were looking at athletics, we wouldn't tolerate being in last place, but in reading and so many academic endeavors, we're in the top 40s at best. I don't know of any category we rank above the mid 40s in.
I agree, and that's not good enough.
And that's not good enough. So it concerns me a little bit that we're kind of dumbing down the saying, we're not really bad. You're just going to become a priority from here on. You're not really failing. You're our next priority because. We're just going to make you a priority. You didn't really fail. And so I've got concerns about that terminology. Let me ask just a couple of general questions, too, about the Accountability Act in general. What kind of data do we have on improvement in academic performance that the Accountability Act is responsible for?
I can't give you any data on the 3,200 students that have been able to use the AAA scholarship in the last 10 years.
So it's, but 3,200 students in the last 10 years? 3,200
students in the last 10 years have been able to use the AAA scholarship, correct.
The reason I'm asking that is, and I'm sure you heard it, when we had the public hearing in the Education Policy Committee about the Price Act, one of the people that testified against the Price Act testified that the reason we shouldn't pursue additional education choice options like the Accountability Act was that the students that were enrolled in the Accountability Act were actually doing worse academically than their peers in the regular public schools. And you remember one of the people testifying to that?
I have nothing to substantiate that, and my memory is not the best in the world, Senator.
Yeah. They said it twice, so they testified that in the Senate hearing, and then I went down to listen in on the House committee hearing, and the same person testified the same thing, that the AAA students were actually not measuring up to their peers in academic progress. So that concerns me a little bit to talk about we're going to expand this if we have data that says it's not really working.
Who provided that data, if you don't mind telling me, because I can't remember, to be honest with you.
I don't remember which one of the people did it, which one of the people testified. I don't remember his name. I think he was from Montgomery County, but I'm not, he was from Montgomery County, I'll say that, but I don't remember his name. But he testified at both hearings and said the same thing both times. I guess the other point I wanted to make is in 10 years, we've served 3,200 students, you said, with the Accountability Act. And how many more students will we be able to serve if we have the expansion?
It's projected that if this passes and there's an increase in the cap, that it could serve another 1,000 to 1,200 students.
Per year or over 10 years, over the next 10 years?
Over the course, that's what would be enrolled, would be able to take advantage of it going forward in the next year. So we're talking about probably 4,400 students.
Yeah. And that's the other part of the point I wanted to make about the fact that this is not really the answer to education choice. It's really not the answer to moving the needle on education performance in the state. And again, I'm going to go back and reference the data from the Price Act. We would serve 7,200 students the first year. And so if you really look at moving the needle and making a difference, you've served with this bill, you've served 3,200 students in 10 years, and with the Price Act, we're looking at serving a little over 7,200 students the very first year. And when you're looking at the cap that we put on this and the cap on the Price Act and the cap that you're looking at raising this to, I think it's very clear to see which one's really going to move the needle between the two programs as far as reaching more children. And the Price Act is universal, doesn't have all these stipulations. It has some priorities that will qualify you to enroll in it, but it's universally available to students across the state, and it's universally available to people that are in public education and people that are already in non-public education. So we reach a tremendously larger number of students and make it available to a lot more families. The other issue that I would point out in the difference is you're raising the tuition amount to $10,000, and the Price Act per student, we're capped at $6,900. So, we're educating, providing dollars for education at a much cheaper rate with the Price Act than what the Accountability Act is.
I asked the question earlier for some clarification on that, and it's up to the local school board, whatever their transfer fee is in, as to what that scholarship would cover.
Yeah. So I guess my opposition is that it's limited, but it's and limited in scope, and it's limited in the impact that it's going to have. And when we look at where we're performing education-wise, I think, I don't want to misquote the statistics, but I think this year is the 5th or 6th year in a row that the average ACT scores have declined in the state. So I think it's since 2017, the ACT scores have gone down every single year. And when you look at basic proficiency in education, and you look at reading, writing, and math, less than half of our students across the state are proficient in all three of those subjects. And, that's just unacceptable. So we have to do something, I think, that changes the paradigm, that really moves the needle in education performance. And again, I applaud what you're doing. I am not against charter schools. I'm not against the Accountability Act, but I'm against passing any one of those as a standalone bill. And when we look at the possibility of passing this bill now, it going to the House tomorrow, and then the Price Act's not on the calendar right now for tomorrow. Tomorrow is kind of the drop dead day to get it passed out of the Senate and still have a chance of passing it in the House. And so the reason I'm standing here is to say we're not going to pass school choice light and say, well, we've addressed that issue. We're not going to address that issue for the next several years because I don't think this is enough to really make a difference for the children and the whatever education system they're in across the state.
Senator, can I comment? May I comment?
I'm sorry?
May I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I don't disagree with what you said earlier about, this is, just passing this takes care of the school choice bill. I think that, we will continue to have discussions and would hope that, we can get your bill to a place where it would do what you want it to do. And I'm not working your bill. I'm just telling you about the bill that I've worked on. And I know you've worked just as hard on your bill to try to get it to the floor. And we are here with this bill right now. And again, this is not the only school choice bill that I think we will be dealing with in this quadrennium.
Yeah, and I understand where you're coming from, but I'm concerned about, I know the two groups that fought my bill tooth and nail, and I think they will be right back to the table saying, well, we got to give the expansion of the Accountability Act 2, 3, 5 years to see what that does, to see what difference that makes. And like I said, I'm concerned about giving up any ground on school choice without saying we've got a comprehensive package of school choice, and it has to have parent involvement, it has to be universally available, it has to have all these other characteristics that are really going to make a difference for a significant number of children in the state. And my concern, again, repeating myself, the reason I'm standing here is that if we pass this bill, it will be viewed as, we've already addressed that issue. We're not going to come back to that next year or the next, and then the next year is an election year, and we can't bring up something that controversial in an election year. And you know how the system works. And like I said, that's my concern of real school choice, real parental involvement being left behind, and this bill passing by itself. And then the same groups that have fought my bill this year will come back next year and fight it again and say, well, y'all can't do that now because you've already expanded the Accountability Act, and we got to wait. And that's just more ammunition to fight real school choice legislation. So that's my concern. Let me, I want to talk about a couple of other things. So, as far as just the mechanics of the Accountability Act, and of course, I've read through the bill. Do you know how many different people or corporations have used the tax credit? I mean, I know where it was capped, but how many individuals did that impact? How many people use their tax credit either as an individual or as a couple or as a corporation? How many people have actually used that tax credit to account for reaching the cap?
I can tell you, I don't have a number, but I can tell you that more individuals and couples have used the tax credit than corporations have.
You don't know?
I don't have that number.
How many?
No, I do not.
Let me just ask another question about the mechanics of it. How do you do that? I mean, have you ever done it? I mean, I have not.
No, I have not.
I have not. And honestly, my accountant has never broached the subject with me of rather than paying the taxes to the state, would you like to take a tax credit and give money to So I'm kind of wondering, I guess, how widespread the knowledge is that you can participate. We raise this cap. Is that going to involve just the same small group of people putting more money in, or is that going to broaden the base and allow a lot of different people to participate?
Okay. Oh, I'm going to try to get you an answer on the individuals versus the corporation, Senator.
Yeah, and yeah, how many people have done it, and so the actual mechanics of how you get to do it. How does the average person find out that that's even out there and available for them to participate in? You know, and as we talk through this issue, I want to say too, when Senator Singleton was up here, I sat here and listened to all the things that he talked about and agreed so much with the things that he said. He talked about how important it was to have parents involved and how important it was to have options for people in education. And to me, that's what true school choice is about, is opening up the most options for the largest number of people. And when you look at the data from other states, when you have true school choice, it only takes a very small percentage of the students move in schools to really stimulate overall performance to be better. I mean, I know you've been involved in athletics all your life and are going to agree that competition makes everybody better. And when we open up true school choice to parents and to students, that possibility of competition and the actual competition that's provided stimulates everybody to be better. When I first started talking about the Price Act early in the year, I had one of the superintendents in my district that said he was concerned about students leaving his school. And I told him the answer to that is make your school so good that nobody wants to leave. Make your school so good that people want to come to your school. And the fact is, the vast majority of people are satisfied with their school. If you look nationwide, when school choice was instituted, in other states, only a small percentage, on average from 1% to 3% of students in public schools left those schools. So the vast majority of parents and students are satisfied with their school and they're not going to leave. But with that small number leaving stimulates enough competition that the overall performance in the school improves. And that's why I think that while this bill may be a little step in the right direction, it's not enough to really institute any true competition or to stimulate any real improvement. Looks like you're about to have an answer to my question.
Over 1,000 individuals and 50 corporations.
How much?
Over 1,000 individuals and 50 corporations, small corporations, have applied for the credits. The SGOs get the message out to accountants about the availability of the credits.
It's what now?
The scholarship granting organizations get the messaging out to accountants for those that would like to advise their clients on being able to utilize this tax credit. That's the process you asked me about.
Right. So that's the process. So I don't know.
Your accountants never talked to you about that?
Yeah. Like I said, I've never had that presented to me as an option. I don't doubt you have either. And I'll be honest, if I know anyone that took advantage of this, if I know anyone that was one of these 1,000 people, I don't know that I know it. I do not know anybody that's contributed. But the point is, it's only reached 3,200 students. And we got to reach more students than that. We've got to have more universal choice and than that. But what I do want to, the other thing I want to point out, some of the things that are in the bill that I think are, and this is not specifically just in the changes you've made in the bill. This is in the old version of the bill. Starting on page 3, that the legislature finds and declares all of the following. And you know that's often a part of bills that we find and declare something and we make a statement that should be obvious to people that are keeping up and that we feel like this is a situation that everybody needs to be aware of and this is why we need to have this bill. And I just want to say how much I agree with some of those things that are in that statement. And when the legislature finds and declares these following things, that makes school choice. You got to say, well, what are we doing? What do we need to do? What could we do differently? What could we do to make these things happen? And that to further the goals of public education throughout the state, again, we need universal. It needs to be throughout the state. Each school system should be able to have maximum possible flexibility to meet the needs of students and the communities within its jurisdiction. And I agree with that statement 100%. And parents are the ones that know that when they know the unique needs of their children. When you talk about flexibility and meeting the needs of the students, there's one size doesn't fit all, and there's no group better to make those decisions for students than parents. And that's why in the Price Act, the central part of that act is parental involvement in education. The board, the 13-member board that'll oversee it, is all made up of parents. And when you look at meeting the individual needs of students, the parents know that better than anybody else. The second point in that, there's a critical need for innovative models of public education. Man, we could all agree to that, we've been doing the same thing over and over and over for years, and we're continuing to get the same results. And the Alabama Accountability Act, it's funding some things, it's allowing some things different, but it's not that different. And when we look at, there's a critical need for innovative models that are tailored to the unique circumstances and needs of students in all schools and communities. Again, who knows that better than the parents? And if we're going to tailor things to what the students really need, the more local control, the more involvement of the family, of the home, of the parents that we can have in that process, the better. And to serve the entire state. And especially in schools and communities that are struggling to improve academic outcomes and close the achievement gap. And again, when you look at the data of other states that have instituted school choice, when they started to close the achievement gap was when they instituted true school choice in the state and made it possible for parents, families, students to make the best choices for that individual student. And when you allow that to happen, that closes the achievement gap. And that's what we're all about doing. We're all about trying to help our students achieve more academically than they have in the past. The next thing that the legislature finds and declares, to better serve students and better use available resources, local boards of education, local school systems, and parents need the ability to explore flexible alternatives in an effort to be more efficient and effective in providing operational and programmatic services. Man, I couldn't agree with that statement more. We need parents involved, and we need the ability to explore flexible alternatives in an effort to be more efficient. And again, I would point out when we're comparing the expanding the Accountability Act with the Price Act, the price tag in the Alabama Accountability Act per student is $10,000 per student. The price tag on the Price Act is $6,900 per student. So when we're saying that we find and declare to be more efficient and effective, when we're looking at saving money, reaching more students, and not spending any more total money out of the budget, the more people we can reach for the better price is clearly the best option. And then it goes on in that section in the bill. Therefore, it's the intent of the legislature to do all the following: allow school systems greater flexibility in meeting the educational needs of a diverse student population. And I said, I certainly agree that. Improve educational performance through greater individual school autonomy and managerial flexibility with regard to programs and budgetary matters. And, you know, we've got about, I think the number's around 65,000 students in the state of Alabama now that are in non-public education. We've got about 400, I think, in round numbers, non-public schools in the state. And when we look at improving educational performance, allowing individual school autonomy, to allow money to go to the parents through an educational savings account, and that directly benefits the students. And we look at those two things of allowing school systems greater flexibility and individual school autonomy. What better way to do that with the money than to allow parents to make those decisions and allow autonomy and flexibility in all of those areas. But I know, Senator Chastain, I know that you've worked hard on this bill, just as I have on mine, and I could, I can stand here a lot longer and talk about choices and options in education, and talk about some of the specifics and details of the Price Act. But what I want to stress to you is that I think you and I have exactly the same goal. We want to improve education in Alabama. And we may not 100% agree on how to get there, but as you and I have had private conversations about it, we basically do agree on most of the things of how to get there. And like I said, my purpose of standing here is to air some of the differences between these two approaches and say, as I told you at the beginning, I applaud what you've done. I'm in favor of the concept of the Accountability Act. I'm in favor of the concept of charter schools, but I'm not in favor of either one of those as a standalone solution. And so what I guess if I could ask you to do one thing, it's carry the bill over and let's make it a package of bills to improve education. Carry it over at the call of the chair, and we can come back tomorrow and have the Price Act with it, have this with it, and let's make it a package deal. I want to support your bill, but I don't want to support it as a standalone bill, because I'm concerned that the bill that I have worked on now for months, and many other people that have worked on, many people have had input into the Price Act. We've taken suggestions from all sorts of different private school organizations. We've looked at the legislation that's passed in about 10 other states, looked in great detail at the bill that passed in Florida, the bill that passed in North Carolina, and the bill in greater detail that passed in Arizona. And so we've tried to model the Price Act after a lot of those bills that have been successful in other states. We've taken input from various interest groups around Montgomery, from the Lieutenant Governor's office, from the Governor's office. We've taken input from just about everybody that we could talk to arrive at what ended up being the final product. And so my point of standing here and asking you to consider doing that is as much work as me and a lot of other people, primarily the other people, have put into this act to get to the point that we are. And as we're winding down in the legislative session, again, I would like to see us pass these two bills as a package. And I am certainly willing to work with you to do that. And I think as we look at mine and your common goal of improving education for the students across the entire state of Alabama, universally helping the largest number of students, the largest number of families, making the biggest difference in performance testing across the state, I think that you would probably agree with me that doing both of these things is going to be the best way to get to that point. And so what I am asking you to do is let's work together. Let's pass these two bills together and say, I want to move it this session. I'm not here trying to stop you from passing your bill. I'm trying to stand here and say, I want you to pass your bill, and the only thing I want more than for you to pass your bill is for me to pass my bill. And I want to work with you to do both of those things, but I don't want to let one of them go and then say, well, we're not going back to that for several more years, because I don't think that's a good answer for the children of the state of Alabama, for the families of the state of Alabama, for the education performance of what we see, where we rank nationally right now. And, when we look at all the workforce stuff and all the jobs that we talk about creating, and one of the most important things is an educated workforce and people prepared to enter the workforce. And again, when we look at the Accountability Act and funneling money in that direction, that's very important. But I think when I look back at one of the things we included in the Price Act that I think is unique, I know it's unique compared to other states, but I think vitally important, and that is the money can roll over in the education savings account after you turn, or after one has graduated from high school. No more money is ever added to the account, but if you have a balance left in your account, you can use that for approved educational purposes and expenses until you're age 21. And so when we look at people from maybe from a rural area, maybe people within a poverty situation, and they don't think they have the money to go to trade school or to college or to community college or whatever level they want to further their education at, in a generation ago, in mine and your generation, a lot of people did that with GI benefits. A lot of people enlisted in the military. People were drafted in the military, and when they got out of the military, they had benefits that would enable them to further their education. And there's such a small percentage of the population that has that now. And in the Price Act, you can use that money until you're age 21 for education. So when we look at trying to incentivize people to further their education past high school, to go to trade school, to be more educated, to enter the workforce, them having a nest egg of funds to do that for 2 or 3 years after high school would be vitally important. And so I think that's another step of beyond what the Accountability Act does of encouraging people to further their education, and not only encouraging them to do it, but making it possible for them to do it. And that's why I think it's so important for us to consider this as a package issue and say, and like I said, if you're willing to say, let's carry this over, let's sit down tonight and iron out how we're going to do this and come back tomorrow with these two bills in tandem and say, let's pass these tomorrow. This is vitally important. We want them out of the Senate in this legislative session. And you and I are going to agree 100% on that. And I think, and I don't know that we're going to get either one of them or both of them through the House, but I think it's important for the Senate to lead on this issue. The issue of education is vitally important to the entire state of Alabama. And as I said at the beginning, we've been in last place too long. And when we look at something that will really move the needle, it's important for the Senate to step out and lead. And I think it's important that we make a statement that education is important to not only to us, but it's important to all the people in Alabama. It's important for the children of Alabama, for their families, for the workforce in Alabama. You know, and when we look at issues with the prison system, I mean, we focus on, what's the number one thing you can do to decrease the recidivism rate, and that's help people get a job when they get out of prison. And what does it take usually to get a job is some form of training, some education. So we spend a lot of resources, put a lot of effort into training programs and education programs in prison. My point of that is, if we can improve the education system, we're going to keep a lot of people from going to prison to start with. So instead of worrying about what we're going to do to keep them from going back, let's get them educated, let them get a job, be a responsible member of society, and then they don't go to prison in the first place. And so that not only impacts the recidivism rate, it impacts the rate of people going to prison to start with. So I don't know how much time I have left. I think maybe 10 minutes or so, but I said I wanted to dialogue with you, and so I'm directly asking you that. Are you willing to say, let's carry this bill over right this minute with the commitment from me that I'm going to help you, and the commitment from you that you're going to help me to say we're going to tie these two bills together and we're going to pass both of them out of the Senate tomorrow because they are vitally important for the children of Alabama, for the education system, for the improvement of education in Alabama, and I want to work with you on that. I wish you and I were having this conversation a week ago when time was not of such of great importance for as we're winding down, and you and I both know the process. You know, if we don't get it out of the Senate chamber tomorrow, it's going to be dead for this session. But what I'm committing to you is we stand here and say 99% of this stuff you and I agree on. Let's work together. Let's get both of these bills out of the Senate tomorrow. Let's let the Senate lead on this issue, and you and I work together, and we're going to make a commitment that this is moving tomorrow, but they're going to move in tandem and not a one-legged stool trying to stand on its own.
Senator, I hear what you said, and my plan right now is to try to move this bill tonight, and not carry it over.
You don't feel like you can agree to teaming up with me to try to move them both?
Well, at where we are right now with what's going on and where we are today, I would like to continue to work this bill tonight. You continue to work your bill, and if we get it to the floor tomorrow, I'll help you with your bill.
Well, I think the probability of both of them, of either one of them passing, is greatly enhanced if Both of them do. I think we can make the argument not just to the body here, but we can make the argument to the House as well, that we're sending you a package, we're sending you two bills that are going to impact education across the state of Alabama. But more importantly than saying what we're going to do within this body or within the House, the important thing is that it's what it does across the state of Alabama, what it does for the students in the state of Alabama, what it does for the families in the state of Alabama. And again, I appreciate your bill, but quite honestly, I appreciate mine a little more. And you understand that.
Any different?
And I'm sure you feel the same way. And I don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize the chance of the Price Act passing out of this body during this legislative session. And if it doesn't, anything that would jeopardize us passing true educational reform in the state of Alabama at the very beginning of the next legislative session. And again, I mean, you and I both know who've worked very hard against the Price Act. And I think that one of the reasons they're more supportive of your bill is that they look at it as education choice light, and we really don't want education choice. We want to continue to have a monopoly on education and on education dollars from the state of Alabama. And, you know, we can't tolerate this more expansive scope of choice, but if we can just funnel a little bit of money to scholarships, that'll keep everybody quiet for a while. And passing this bill as a standalone bill, I think when we look at who's going to work against education choice, it's going to be the same people that are working against it right now. And I don't want to give them any ammunition. I don't want to give them the opportunity to put a damper on any education choice reform by saying we've already addressed this or that issue. And so I understand you want to pass your bill tonight. I want to pass mine last week, and again, I'm supportive of your bill, but I'm not supportive of it as a standalone bill. And whether the people that have the charter school bill, whether we want to hook them all three together, but I think this bill and my bill are natural to be connected together simply because they're both about funding. You know, the caps on the expenditure are similar. The way the Accountability Act started small and has grown, has been successful to some degree, and has continued to grow and has needed to have the cap increased. Quite honestly, I can see the same thing for the Price Act. You know, it takes takes a few years for people to figure out that it's available and how you apply for it. And so if you, again, look at the data from other states that instituted education choice policies, they had a small percentage of people that participated the first year. And then over a few years, that amount gradually increased. So just as the Accountability Act has done over the last several years. So I think from my standpoint of standing here talking to you and holding your bill up right now by talking about it, I'm not trying to hold your bill up. I'm trying to move mine along with it. And that's the position I'm going to take of standing here and saying we can't pass one of these bills by itself. I don't want to kill your bill, but I don't want my bill to get killed or held up by your bill. And so I'm kind of committed to saying I can stand here and talk about the Price Act. I can talk a lot about education choice. I can talk a lot about the importance of improving education. And you and I are going to agree on all that. And so I want us to tie these two things together and, like I said, carry it over to call of the chair. I'm not trying to kill your bill by asking you to carry it over. I'm saying carry it over to call of the chair, and we'll work together to have a package that we're going to come back with and say we want to pass both of these bills. So,
Senator, I'm not going to carry the bill over to call of the chair.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm not going to carry the bill over to call of the chair at this time, no.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, how much more time do I have? 10 minutes? Well, what I want to do then, for my remaining 10 minutes of discussing educational issues, what I want to do is then I'm going to share in my remaining 9 or 10 minutes here, I want to share some things about the Price Act and why I think it's important and why I think it should be the cornerstone of alternatives that will improve the overall education in the state. When you look at what parents are concerned about, parents certainly are concerned about academic achievement. One of the main things that parents are concerned about for their children is safety in schools. And so when you free up parents to make that decision for their children, they can address their concerns, and safety is very high on that list, and that enables parents to make what they consider not only the best academic decision for their children's education opportunities, but also enables them to make the best safety decisions. You know, we don't have to look too far in the news to see stories of parents that have been turned away from school board meetings, that have been criticized at school board meetings for questioning the decisions the school board was making, or questioning issues of curriculum or discipline issues, whatever the issues were, and they were questioning them in the schools. When you get parents involved, their satisfaction with the schools go up. The more the parents are involved, I think the better the situation is for their children. And then secondly, the more the parents are involved, the more they're invested in their children's education, the higher their children's performance is. So when you look at involving parents in all these decisions along the way, it improves not only their educational experience, but it also improves their satisfaction with the education. The third thing that this does, it enables students to have something that's tailor-made for them. Parents know their children's needs best. One size doesn't fit all in education. and tools such as an education savings account where the parents can direct the money to the specific needs of their child improves outcome, and because you can tailor their education experience and their education priorities to their exact needs. Then probably one of the most important things that Senator Singleton talked about is he talked about children that were being left behind for economic reasons. And you can say, well, there's not a private school in my district, but if you free up the money to follow the child, somebody will build a school there if there's a need for one. If you take 100 families and give them in round numbers $7,000 per student, and just take 100 students, that's $700,000, and you can start a small private school with that amount of money. So it provides school choices for lower income families, even in areas where they currently may not have a choice. And if you look at places where they do have choices, but that choice may be out of the reach from just a financial standpoint, as again Senator Singleton pointed out, that if, say, the tuition was $8,000 and you couldn't come up with $8,000, but if you got $6,900, you might be able to come up with the other $1,100, and the private school alternative that you thought was out of reach for your children is now in reach because of having true parental choice. The other thing, when you look at higher graduation rates, the data from other states proves that when you allow school choice, students are more likely to graduate. The students that are making these choices are motivated, and that in turn motivates the ones that didn't make the choice. The other point is it saves taxpayers dollars. You're looking at a $10,000 scholarship per student in the Alabama Accountability Act, and you're raising it to that amount, and we're saying $6,900 per student. So when you look at the best way to spend taxpayer money, it's to get the most bang for your buck. And if we can, through education choice, spend $6,900 per student and reach 7,200 students the first year, as opposed to spending $10,000 per student and reaching 3,200 students in 10 years, the choice is clear that this is the best use of taxpayer money to reach more people at a lower cost. And the more people we reach, the more we're going to move the needle, the more competition we instill in the education process, the more improvement we're going to see, because as we talked about earlier, competition makes everybody better, and we shouldn't shy away from saying, well, you shouldn't have that option. You absolutely should have that option, because if you have that option, that increases the level of performance across the board. There have been 28 studies that looked at performance in public schools when education choice was implemented, and when universal education choice was implemented, 28 different studies, and 25 of the studies showed that the performance in the public schools improved simply because of the competition. And the other 3 studies showed there was no difference. So there was not a single study done on a national level that showed that education choice hurt public schools. it made them better because it increased the level of competition, and 25 of the 28 studies showed improvement. And this was only with a little over 1% of the students leaving the public schools. And the average was about 1.2 to 1.3% of the students leaving the public schools. But the overall performance of the public schools improved simply because of that level of competition. It puts a competitive pressure on the schools to up their game. The other thing that school choice does that the Accountability Act may not do is it makes schools more accountable. School choice creates direct accountability to parents. So instead of going through a school board, going through all the things that might make parents more involved, school choice does that. We give the parents direct involvement in the school. The schools are directly accountable to the parents. They're not accountable to a superintendent, to a school board, to whether it's elected or appointed. They're accountable to the parents because the parents are the ones making the decision to send their children there. And the more parental involvement you have, the more accountability you have through parental involvement, the better the outcome is for the students, the more satisfied the students are.
All right, Senator, your time's up. Your time's up.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
President.
Thanks, Senator Stutz. All right, does anyone else want to be recognized? All right, Senator Gudger.
Senator Chastain, how are you tonight, my friend?
I'm doing well, Senator Gudger.
That's good anyway. I appreciate you letting us talk about this bill a little bit, if you don't mind. Maybe have a little bit of dialogue so you're not having to stand over there just quiet anyway, but I'd love to talk to you a little bit about it. But talk to me about rural Alabama, how this affects, obviously I'm from rural Alabama in my different district, Coleman, Winston, and Marion County. So if I don't have failing schools in my district, how does that affect us? Would we be getting any of this money? Does that help in any other aspect? Tell me a little bit about that.
If you don't have any DRF schools, you know, you don't have any students that would qualify for the scholarships.
Yeah, so they wouldn't be able to go get any of the money that's coming out, correct? And so the funding on this goes 10 million per year, is that correct? For 3 years, and then it's up to 30 million?
Correct.
That's right. And
It goes caps at 30 million now.
30 million now, so it went up.
This would increase it 10 million to 40 million.
I've got it, up to 40 million over time. Well, the schools that this is going to help, mainly if it's not in our district, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for us, and when I say north central Alabama, northwest Alabama, to be able to support, just for the fact of we're not going to be getting this money. So I've had some calls from some of the people back in my district today and said, listen, we think of different school choices. This is a good one. We understand. But if we're not getting the money, then we're losing $30 to $40 million out of the ETF. And so that's not going to help us in the end anyway. So what would you say to that as far as that goes?
Well, you know, your district sent you down here to represent them, Senator.
Yeah.
And if you have concerns about that money not coming back into your district, you know, my advice has always been to vote your district.
Exactly.
The money is going to go into these schools that receive the D and F on their report card. These students that qualify, that meet the poverty threshold, will have an opportunity to get a scholarship to a qualifying public or non-public school. So you could, in your district, receive some of the students in nearby surrounding counties that possibly could transfer into your schools. But again, as I said earlier, it's a local Board of Education's decision as to, you know, if they have the capacity for these students.
Right. And how they can work back and forth. And they can come to our schools if they needed to, correct? If they wanted to drive back and forth every day.
Correct.
Yeah, so some of the schools, especially in Coleman County, allow some of it to come into our schools now in Coleman City if somebody in the county wanted to come there. There's not a scholarship program. They have to pay out-of-district fees to come into the school, but at the same point, if they wanted to get it, they think a better education, which is a great education in Coleman City, then they would just pay for that and come on over. It's similar to the same thing, except you got scholarships that are spending this money out, correct?
It's a transfer fee. You're talking about inter-district, right?
Yeah, inter-district's what I'm talking about, yeah, on that whole process. And the amount of money coming out of here, which is up to 40, but then you've got currently in 30 million? Is that what you said earlier? And then how many students are able to take advantage of this total?
3,200 students to date have been able to utilize the scholarship.
Gotcha. And then from those 3,200
Numbers
now?
are, another 1,000 to 1,200 could utilize the scholarship with the cap being raised.
With the cap increase. And so this particular money that's coming up for next year, it's, I think, estimated at 1,500 more students would be able to get those scholarships as it goes forward from this money. Is that correct?
The pool is widened because we raised the poverty threshold from 185% to 250%.
Yeah.
In the old bill, it was, they were called failing schools, and there were 79 failing schools in the prior legislation. This would, with the D and F priority schools, it would open it up to 212 total schools, in the state that would be able to participate in the scholarships. So you're raising the poverty threshold, you're increasing the capacity of the pool. Ultimately, the cap determines how many students, qualify.
Is that first come, first served, or how does that money dished out when it goes?
75% of the students that are in a priority school have until June 30th to apply. Letters are sent to the homes, informing the parents that their students are in a priority school. They've received a D or an F on their latest report card. And then, they're notified of the ability to apply for an accountability scholarship to a qualifying public or non-public school. And after June 30th, any scholarships remaining is set aside for 75% of these children in these schools. The other 25% is set aside for students that meet the same poverty threshold in other schools in the state.
Gotcha. So there's different ways that you're able to get in there depending on each school and how it affects us anyway. The funding, as it changes per year, you just said that, and I'm trying to listen to you, but we got a little bit of noise. But as that funding continues to, that cap moves up the next few years, is that correct?
Well, Senator Roberts passed legislation last year that allowed 100% of the tax credit to be used. Okay, it increased it from 50,000 to 100,000, and so by doing so last year, the cap was hit at 30 million. And the expectations are, in talking with the scholarship granting organizations, that this legislation will help us continue to hit the cap.
Yeah. Well, hitting that cap and getting more people in there to scholarships and being able to let them have a choice of where they go, I understand that. In my district, where it's not having that money coming back to us anyway, obviously bother some of the people that are giving me text messages and everything now and just saying, hey, what are we going to do with that 30 million, and what could we do with that 30 million if it went to a different location? I even had one of my friends around here earlier, which was a Senator, I think Senator Barfoot. And so I think it was important after discussion with Senator Barfoot, the vitality of just the Maxwell Air Force Base project for the state of Alabama, and how the education also builds into from the Maxwell Air Force project that's not in the particular budget at this time, but also from the Space Force and the military families from all around the state. I know that affects us all. And I think just to start up with, if you don't mind, Mr. President, I'd like to start our first hour so I can keep that rolling, if that's all right.
Yeah, no, it started when you got up there.
Just wanted to make sure.
We're on it.
And so this particular bill, Senator Chastain, how does this affect as far as different projects that are not going to be in the budget? How do we explain that when we get back home? Because I'll be in front of the Rotary Club, Lions Club, and how can I be an ambassador by saying, hey, this money is better spent not in our district, but somewhere else throughout the state. So as a 30,000-foot view, I guess my question is, how do I be an ambassador for that when I'm talking to my people in North Central, Northwest Alabama?
This bill has been, this bill was passed in 2013, okay? And it's been around. Students have been able to take advantage of the scholarships. All we're doing here is increasing the cap, trying to give more kids an opportunity to be eligible for these scholarships. It is a school choice bill. It is one of, as our colleague said a minute ago, there are several stools to this approach, and this is one of those. It's a school choice bill that has been around for a while, and what we're trying to do, for those students that can benefit from it, is expand the capacity so that more might be able to. Now, we have a lot of really good school districts in our state. I have very good schools in my district as well. So no, they're not going to benefit from this. But, when we're looking at an $8.4 billion education budget or $9 billion education budget, and we're looking at $10 million to, help children have scholarships that are in priority schools, it's a small price to pay. I can sell that in my district.
Well, that's good. I just was asking that question. I was in Alabama leadership, and we went to some of those different schools you're talking about, Mobile, Montgomery, and different parts, throughout the Black Belt, and then some in North Alabama. But it was interesting to see what the needs of those particular kids were, and if they could get away to a different school, they would, but they didn't have an option at that time. And so this is allowing some of those that have the priority schools, give them an option to be able to go to a different school, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and so by allowing that, I think the bill, is making sense. It's hard for me to be able to go back rural Alabama where the money is going to be in different parts of the community or different parts of the state. That's not going to benefit my district, though, and my constituents actually that put me here. So I just think it's time that I needed to say something about this particular bill. Talking about the budget and stuff like that, also, just the different projects that are there. There's different things that obviously I would like to see in the budget that are not in there, but we've had some requests for another library and an IT center that's in downtown Coleman, and without having that extra money that's in there, obviously $30 million would be able to pay for that, and then we would be able to have that in all of Coleman County. We need that because the last time that we've had any type of IT or library, it was in 1962, I believe, and so it changes the whole aspect of, how do we spend this money and where it is when it's not coming to your own particular district. And then coaching, what all did you coach?
Football.
Just football? Did you do any other sports? And then what position, by the way, did you coach? Did you coach everything or just one particular position coach or what?
I was a head coach.
Head coach? All right, I love that. So when it has funding that you obviously need through the boosters and everything else, it helps the whole school and especially the football teams. Let's go on to baseball teams, basketball teams, and everywhere else. But when you start dealing with sports, it helps those children be able to stay out of trouble, learn something about life, learn about teamwork, learn about confidence in themselves. And I know that you were that type of coach that helped them get to that level and the mentally. And I think part of what your bill does is allow some of that same funding just to give them a different aspect of that where people might feel trapped in a particular school, and you're able to take that same funding that you were trying to teach them those same qualities of life, but you're able to change from one establishment of a school into another one anyway. And so I think it's pretty impressive anyway that we're able to continue to talk about this. And as the coaching aspect of it, to the Maxwell Air Force Base project that we're not in the budget right now for Senator Barfoot and the vitality of that, also through the military families, the Space Force Command Post that we don't have the funding for and that we're trying to put more funding towards, then it allows us to start thinking about how do we use that $30 million or $40 million as the full cap moves up? How do we use that in different directions so it helps our whole state? I think that's an important decision as we go forward, dealing with the budget and dealing with my particular district, which is obviously what I have to vote my conscience on. The aspect of this bill on the state level obviously pulls your heartstrings because you want people to be able to have a choice on where they go to school and whether that's a private school, whether they want to take it to any of their Christian schools, and give them scholarships to go anywhere they want to, especially if they feel trapped in a place where they're not able to. So from that, if we're able to give them this money so that they can go somewhere, that gives them, where it pulls your heartstrings, to give them an opportunity to better themselves. And so I totally feel that. I think that if we're able to continue to give those opportunities to people, I agree with that. What I don't agree with is just for the fact of none of the money is being able to come back to my district, and as I'm having to be an ambassador in front of the Lions Club and Rotary Club and in front of the people that I'm on with the education folks that I'm going to be in front of in the next few weeks and doing different programs, speeches, having to go and do ribbon cuttings, with the chamber. They're going to be asking me about it, and I'm not sure exactly how to respond besides it's better for the state as a whole, but it didn't come back to our district. And what I found is when I do that, a lot of times people in my district say, we're the ones that put you in, so I want you to be focused on me. And so I try to be focused on them at all the times I possibly can. With the sports, you learn a lot as you're going through and you're learning about what different teams did. And as a sports guy back in the day, I was able to play a lot of the different sports and was blessed to be able to do that. And so sport funding and the booster clubs help this play, helps every school keep going and gives them a sense of pride and teaches them the teamwork and confidence and strength that they build as a team when they're working together. And I think that's important as far as we go, as this money, there's different options that you're able to spend this particular money on. And if you're able to spend this particular money on different aspects of any type of education, then it's one of those that we're able just to use it to our best of our ability to make Alabama the best that it can be, but also we're able to make our particular district the best that it can be. I enjoy being able to have a little bit of dialogue up here because sometimes we can, right? We get up here and do it, but I enjoy going back and forth, and I think it's fun for you and I not only to get to know about this project and your particular bill, but it lets me learn and it lets you learn. But I like going this dialogue because sometimes we don't get it all the time. We have to pass each other in the halls, have to catch each other in committee, but I like being able to come in here, be able to ask you questions about this particular bill. You'd be able to educate us and everybody else that's around. And I know it's been a long night already, but sounds like a little bit further tonight. And I guess we're all ready for that. So,
Well, I'll be happy to talk to you about the definitions, the changes we made, and
tell me about them.
I'll be happy to tell you about them. Obviously we removed the failing school language, and we replaced those with schools that got a D or an F on their report card, and we're calling those priority schools. Changed the poverty threshold from 185%, so a family of 4 could make $55,000 a year and qualify for the AAA.
So that was moved up, is what
And
you're
so we raised the poverty threshold to 275%, which would allow a family of 4 to make roughly $70,000 and be able to qualify for AAA.
When is the last time that's been changed, by the way? I mean, there's so many different definitions of that poverty line.
Nothing, this was the original language.
And so it's the original that was there. Did you say you just moved it up to 275%?
Yep.
Okay.
In order to expand, to make it broader for more students to be able to qualify.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Any other definitions that were changed in the particular bill that you talk about?
Well, the cap increase is something that, the scholarship granting organizations, we met with them and tried to give an escalator in the bill. There's not been anything in the legislation prior to what we're working on now that would be an automatic increase or in the cap.
Yeah.
So this would raise it to 40 million. In order for the cap to move to 50 million, the SGOs would have to hit 90% of their cap 3 out of 4 years in order to get the $10 million increase to 50, and then the same thing takes place for the 60, which is the cap.
So it has to be utilized for us to continue to move up the cap and make sure people are coming through, which makes sense. It's got to be efficient.
The cap determines how many students will actually be eligible.
Yeah, which makes common sense anyway. Sometimes it's a superpower down here, so it's nice to be able to see that. So the more people use it, the more the cap is moved up, then it obviously still has a cap, so we're there.
No, I'm good. Correct.
Trying to bring some go-go juice. I'm good, man. Thank you. It's always nice to have somebody watching your back, though, isn't it? Tell me about what's your favorite part of this bill?
What is it? It provides an opportunity for more students to be eligible for a scholarship.
Exactly.
And being an educator, being a coach, I know these kids. I work with these kids.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I know they're good kids. They just a lot of times don't have a lot of opportunity. Now, like I said a minute ago, we're very fortunate. We have really good school systems in the district that I represent. But some of these students that in my background would have qualified and benefited from something like this.
Because they didn't have any other options, is what I hear you say. Is that correct? So this is a way for them to be able to go somewhere.
There was no options.
Yeah. You have somebody, it's always interesting to go back and your mindset, especially when you're, coaching ball, playing ball, whatever, that somebody needed that. You don't have to say a name, obviously, but you have somebody in your head that kind of would say, this is the one guy that I would remember, or one girl that needed this at the time, and we didn't have it, and now you're able to provide that for them.
I had a young man that played for me that slept in the back of his dad's Isuzu Trooper.
Really?
He had nothing, and those are the kind of kids that, you know, in some of these schools that, you know, would benefit from something like this.
Yeah. And there's
That's
more
just
kids.
one that comes to mind as and there were many, but that's one.
And can you imagine some of the state, if you're sleeping in the back of a truck, say in a parking lot somewhere or whatever else, the mental health of those kids and how it's changed from when even you were there versus where we are today? You know?
It hadn't gotten better.
Yeah, it hadn't gotten better. It's gotten a little bit worse as we go forward. And I appreciate all my colleagues, you know, helping me, you know, look at different mental health bills as we come through. And all of us on this floor worry about the health of where our students are, our coaches are, our teachers are, our aides are, and having the best schools we possibly can be. But it changes. And things about that change is the mental health aspect of things. It changes our total different mindset from when I was even in school, which was still a long time ago, but to where my son, you know, my youngest son's still in 10th grade going in 11th next year. And the things that they're having to deal with, Coach, is so, and I say, Coach, please, Senator, is so different than what we had to deal with. But you're talking about for anything from social media and being able to have to, these young adolescent girls having to be able to compare themselves from a social media post to where they are today and how it changes their mindset, just to having to deal with the vape aspects of everything that's going on in the schools. And the number one complaint I get from principals and superintendents is the vape aspects of it and the social media and how it's changing the behavior of the school systems now. And I don't know if you've had that same complaints, you know, voiced to you from your district, but it's regularly that I do, and I'm not sure if you have or not. But
it's tough being a kid today.
It is. It's totally different.
Being a kid with you know, social media and everything they're exposed to, the mental health issues. You know, the broken homes. You know, these are circumstances that you know, make life difficult for kids that really didn't ask for it.
Yeah.
You know, they couldn't help what they were born into.
Exactly. And the broken homes is tough, you know. You coming home and then sometimes you're the only one there and your mom's working or your dad's working or both are working, then you're not there. Then you go and have this extra pressure that we never dealt with at school. You know, I feel for kids nowadays, you know, dealing with what we have to go through and seeing what my kids have to go through. Sometimes they're the counselors themselves with other children or other students at the school. And it's just, seems to me it's not fair, but at the same point, that's life nowadays, and we just have to kind of live up to that. I like that this particular, that you're able to give them a particular out on this particular bill by giving them a chance to go somewhere, which normally they're not going to have, right? They've had this in the past, but now you've got a larger quantity and volume of kids being able, or students being able to take those scholarships.
You know, you're going to make a difference in kids' lives. That's the way I look at it. You know, for those that can take advantage of this and utilize it and get out of the situation they're in, you know, they have an opportunity, and that's what it's about.
You know, I think opportunity is a key word. You give somebody an opportunity. If they want to better themselves, they can. But there's a lot of people that don't have any hope, right? So let's put hope before opportunity. But if you have hope, then you can keep going, right? And by keeping going, you have an opportunity that you can produce something by working hard, right? And staying consistent and doing what you've got to do the right thing so that you can get to where you need to be in the future. Now, what about those kids that don't have any hope, right? They're not even wanting to go any further because this is the best they can do. They think in their head, which is not true. They have potential, right?
Well, our colleague, one of our colleagues brought that up before too, is those that, you know, don't have a way out, can't take advantage of this, you know, and there's, you know, we have to start looking at that. You know, we can't keep leaving kids behind.
I agree with leaving kids behind. You know, obviously we've done the Literacy Act, the Numerical Act that we're doing now, and having to deal with the reading and the writing. You know, I've told you this before, and I think we went back and forth, and obviously being on ed policy with you, we've had an opportunity to discuss, and you kind of heard a little bit of story about my son that's dyslexic.
Yes.
And how that affects. I think it is a major issue where we can assess these children, especially at an early age, because if you don't assess them early, they don't get caught from K through 3, and then they start going through 4th through 12th grade thinking that they're not as smart as the other kids, and they can't read like the other kids, or their numbers are backwards so they can't understand the mathematical aspect, or just the way the phonics is where you're not able to hear those particular words, how they're pronounced. If you don't catch that, and we assess that on our early side for dyslexia, and that's just one of the different issues that we're having with children coming up through our school system. If we do not address that on the front side, then they have issues the rest of their life. I'm blessed that we were able to catch or assess, and then our son at an early age, you know, when he was in grade 2, and give him enough extra reading tutors that allowed him to be able to even read properly by the time he got to 4th grade. By the time he was in 5th grade, he was in gifted. And so it's important to us that if you, number one, we go back to not having any hope, you don't have an opportunity, then you have a learning disability on top of you. This hurts these children and these students going through. If you have hope, right, and this bill sounds like gives them hope so they can go somewhere that they feel that they can continue to learn, you give them that opportunity. And as we go forward, you can figure out on these particular schools where they want to go, they are able to assess whether there's dyslexia or any other thing that they're having to go through at an early age, and we catch them at an early age, then they're able to grow and mature into the adult human beings where they're not behind on the education aspect of it or education portion of it. But I think it's important to look at all aspects of the education as we go forward, being on this particular bill, the money that's behind it, and then how we assess the state at a 30,000 foot level and how this affects the whole state. And then I have to go on that micro level of where I am in my district and how it affects the state but doesn't affect me directly. And so, and I say me, my district, obviously. I'm here because of my district and work for my people. But I think it's important of how we talk about and how we go forward as a team as we go into, this particular bill. What else about this bill that we haven't talked about that we need to?
We've covered.
You've covered it once or twice?
We've covered all the changes that we've put into this bill.
That's good. I understand that. So you've already talked about the changes. We've talked about the bill. We've talked about coaching and opportunities that come up with that. And then we go forward as far as taking different funding. And if we placed any of that towards dyslexia or sports and boosters to help children, learn the same thing as you taught them and when you were the coach, which is, to grow, right? And how do you mature not only as an athlete, but also as a human being? And how does sports help people grow as they get through this thing we call life together? So I think it's important anyway that we continue to talk about this and continue to go forward and how we're going to address this and different aspects of the different bills and how this affects the overall consensus of the different school choice bills and what's coming our way. But I think that's part of how we work together and how we're going to be a team on this. So give me 1 second before we go. You ready? Yeah. You ready? Mr. President, I'm going to yield my time to Senator Smitherman if that will keep him at the same time without losing my time in play.
All right. That's fine. Senator Smitherman, you can talk on Garland's time. Senator Gudger's time.
Thank you. Now, Mr. President, I want to yield to Senator Coleman Madison. Yeah. Coleman. You know where I got the M from? Senator Marika Coleman. But I want to be recognized back from her on Senator Gudger's time.
He can't yield the mic.
So Senator Gudger has to do that. So yeah, Senator Gudger has a mic. He yielded to you, so you can talk, or Senator Gudger can come back up and yield to someone else.
Okay, then I can, that when he come back up, then he can yield to someone else.
Yeah, so do you want to?
Okay, what's Senator Gudger? Okay, you gonna leave out of here? Because when she gets through, I'll take it. When she gets through, I'll take the mic.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'm yielding to you. Senator Coleman.
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you. I'd like to yield to Senator Coleman without losing my time in place.
All right, Senator Coleman.
How much time do I have left?
32 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the recognition. I've been listening all day today, 4 hours really, on this bill, the arguments for and against. And I'm going to just share with you one of my fears. We actually talked earlier today in caucus too about the word priority. And for those priority schools, I think we need to put more resources in those schools to give them the tools that they need to get their students up to the level where they need to be. I'm a professor. I'm still a professor at Miles. I'll do some adjunct classes, and I love it. I've been teaching since 1997. First career I had right out of grad school, actually had finished my master's and was 8 months pregnant and found out about, interviewing, went, God bless his soul, the director at that time, he asked me so many illegal questions. I had already decided, I said, I'm going to sue them if he doesn't hire me. But literally, I was 8 months pregnant. He asked me, how long I was going to need to be off with the baby, when the baby was, all kind of stuff he couldn't ask me, but I was hired. And 24 years old, first career, and some of my students were near my age. But I had a student that was an amazing student. This is, so my baby was born, so this is 97, this is 1997. So going into 98. So amazing student. Anything we talked about in class, because I teach government, so love current events, and we always start every class period with current events, even from 1997 to present. So anything we talked about in class, he did really well. Even the lesson, if I verbally asked him the question, how a bill becomes a law, what are the first 10 amendments of the U.S. Constitution? What do we refer to them now? Tell me what the 10th Amendment is. Anything not enumerated in the Constitution is reserved for the states. What are reserved powers? What are implied powers? He knew all of that stuff if we talked about it. But he was failing my class, because he was failing every test. Anything we did in class, he was failing my class. And we talked about it one day. And he just said to me, I don't know, Ms. Coleman, I just get really nervous. And so we had him tested. At that time, we had a place you could go to on campus to get tested. And what he had test anxiety. He had a level of anxiety. He would have panic attacks. And so the cure to that for him was literally just giving him no time limit, where maybe we would normally have an hour and a half to take the midterm or the final, or 50 minutes or whatever the case may be for an assignment in class. He had no time limit. He took his test away from the other students. He just had no time limit at all. And it was eliminating that time restraint that helped with that anxiety. And he could take those tests and do well. And he said to me when he was finishing up the class, he said, I just want to thank you. No other teacher in any other school, he was not from Alabama, no other teacher ever caught this. And he said, I actually thought I was dumb. And he said, if someone would have caught this, I just think about how much better I could have done in school had someone just taken the time to get me tested. My fear is when we start removing these resources from these priority schools, where the cream rises to the top, when those folks that have the means, they start leaving these community schools, that some of those children will end up falling through the cracks. We don't have the resources, we don't have the teacher units, we don't have the specializations, that these students will fall through the cracks. And we'll have another situation like what I just described. And that is really my fear. I heard the gentleman before me talk about dyslexia and, other impediments that students may have. We should be giving these schools more resources, not taking those resources away from them as the students leave. I'm gonna tell you, my educational experience was amazing, absolutely amazing. I'm a military brat, went to kindergarten in Germany, Spangdahlem, Germany, first grade in Columbus, Mississippi, first through seventh grade actually in Columbus, Mississippi, but then went back to England to do 8th, 9th, and 10th grade in England. We want to talk about an educational experience. To go to a very racially diverse school, what an experience. Some of my best friends were non-African American. I had some of the best authentic food you would ever think of. because the mom was Korean or Filipino or Mexican or from the West Indies or one of the other Caribbean areas. I mean, absolutely an amazing educational experience to go to school with all these different folks. But there in the military setting, though, you know, everybody is almost the same. You don't have a whole lot of different diversity when it comes to the economics. Not a whole lot. You know, everybody's father is in or mother is in the military. Somebody's in the military. I had a little bit of an advantage because there, and you know, at least my personal experience was, the higher rank your father is, you know, the better you're treated. My dad actually ended up being, he was an NCO, non-commissioned officer, but he was a squadron leader. He had, you know, troops under him. And so he actually says his experience in the military was very different than mine. I thought it was absolutely amazing, you know. But to be in England in the 10th grade and our 10th grade trip be to Turkey, what an amazing educational opportunity. And in the 10th grade, that's actually when I knew that I wanted to be a public servant. I didn't know what that meant. So it was an ancient civilization course, and we had to say what we wanted to be when we grew up. And so I had to think about it at 15. And at 15, you know, I thought I would be a lawyer. And I am, thank God. I went later on in life. I said I would be a lawyer, then a federal judge. This was my path. And then I'd be president of the United States. I just knew I wanted to be a public servant in some kind of way. But to go to Turkey again in the 10th grade, to be, you know, exposed, number one, living in a foreign country, but to go there and see a whole different way of life. Some of it was amazing. Some of it was very sad. I mean, in one country, you see all of these riches when you see the mosque with all the rubies and diamonds and everything actually on the mosque. And then you also have children that are walking in the street begging, I mean, in the same setting. But what an amazing educational opportunity. I would love for our students, especially in these priority schools, to have some type of study abroad or some opportunities to see what life is like somewhere else. But again, in that military setting, you know, most of us, not a lot of financial diversity or economic diversity, lots of racial diversity. Oh, one thing just popped in my head, I just have to tell. So we're in Turkey. I've always kind of been a little bit of a rebel. So we're in a museum in Istanbul, and we are told that we have to leave. Everybody has to be removed from the museum. And they said it was a diplomat. We didn't know who it was, but it was a diplomat. So they closed off all of the entrances. Well, I noticed that they did not close off the exits. So me and whoever was brave enough to go with me, we went back through the exit because we wanted to see who the diplomat was, who the person was. So again, I had lived in England now for several years, but I had never met a member of the royal family, had not really even seen anyone. But go through the exit, through the museum, and right there is Prince Charles. And so we got a chance to talk with Prince Charles. I wish we would have had cell phones like this back then, but you know, all you have to do is just kind of take my word for it. There is a picture somewhere. I think it was at my grandmother's house. I don't know where it is, because we did have some kind of little cameras. But he talked with us. When we said that we were from the Royal Air Force Base, or RAF Alconbury, he took a moment, you know, to talk with the students that were there. So what an awesome educational experience that many of our students don't have an opportunity to experience. And I would love for these priority schools where we are actually, you know, going to lose students and lose resources, that we put more resources in those schools so folks can have that type of educational experience. Now, my own daughter got a chance in high school to travel. She went to the International Baccalaureate High School. Again, what an amazing educational opportunity. Most of her teachers had PhDs. But we had the means for her to travel abroad. And I wish I could remember the name of the program. I just cannot think. She went twice. She went to England, She went to Wales. She went to Scotland. What did she do? I think she did 10th grade and then the 12th grade also. But she had that opportunity to do that. And it gives you, when you have that worldview, a lot of times too, it makes you very appreciative of the life that you actually live. But again, I had to pay for that. We had the ability to pay for her to have that experience. But a lot of these students in these priority schools won't have the means, or their parents won't have the means, or the schools themselves won't have the finances to do something like that. So again, we should be giving resources, more resources to these schools, not taking away. And that's my challenge with this piece of legislation that we should be having. We should have the highly qualified teachers. We should have the teacher of the year. And some of them have done that. I know I represent Brighton, and one of our teachers of the year, she said what she wanted to do was to go into one of the underserved schools, and she made a difference. She really did. Came in, worked with curriculum, did some amazing things. That's what we should be doing at the priority schools, is having those highly qualified teachers, having all the resources that they need, because sometimes the parents need resources too. There may be, one of the impediments may be just a life skills issue. So we should be opening our system up to do whatever we can so the entire family can make sure that the child can be educated, not taking resources away from those schools that are the priority level schools. I'll end with this because I don't know how much time, because I've got to yield it back. I got a lot of time, but I'm supposed to yield it back, I think, to Gudger whenever he gets a chance. But one of the best experiences I had, though, also, so I kept saying in the military setting, not a lot of economic difference with my classmates and the families. We all lived, all of our homes looked just alike because we lived on the base, right? Very few people lived outside of the base, but just about everybody had the same looking home. I mean, you might even get lost in your own neighborhood because your home looks like somebody else's. But I moved to Tuscaloosa in my 11th grade year. 11th grade year, I moved to Tuscaloosa, which I say that experience shaped me for what I'm doing now, because it was culture shock for me initially. Definitely not as racially diverse, way more then than it is now. We actually had about, I think we were at 48% African American at that time, or it might have been flipped, but not all of those other ethnic backgrounds that I mentioned in the schools when I was in the Department of Defense schools. But definitely difference in economics. I moved from my parents' home to my grandmother's home on the west side of Tuscaloosa, 21st Street. That's where I moved to. And I made the choice to. My parents just agreed to it. I begged them. I want to move back to the States. I don't want to have to start my senior year of high school anywhere new. So can I just do it? We were home for a summer, and I begged and pleaded, and my dad was not going to agree to it, but my mother finally, said, hey, let's give her this opportunity. She comes here every summer. She knows folks. I mean, I had a set of friends that I had since kiddie camp at the Benjamin Barnes branch of the YMCA. And so I came. So I'm on the west side of Tuscaloosa, and my grandmother's home was not like my parents' home. My grandmother's home was nice and well kept, but it had 3 rooms in it. So yeah, 3 rooms. Well, one of the rooms was actually kind of like a den that whatever family member had to, they used that as a bedroom. Any other time we had it as a TV room. My cousin and I had to share a room, which was one full-size bed. We shared a room. That was definitely not my experience at my parents' home. I was the only child until I was 14. My brother and I are 14 years apart. So I grew up most of that time as an only child. So it was a different experience. Didn't have a car. Grandmother didn't have a car. I had to get somebody to pick me up. But I went to school with people too that were very wealthy. Actually, one of my dearest friends, she wasn't, but her uncle was. Lived in North River, near the yacht club, all of that stuff. So I had that experience too. And so why am I saying all of that? That experience, I already had the military experience, and now I'm going to kind of living in an economic situation with my grandmother that was, not as much as my parents, although my parents were sending money to, financially support me, but just our living condition was a little bit different. But for somebody that goes to that grows up like that, and then they also have the experience of going to school with people from different social and economic backgrounds, that's education too. That's education also. For the person that lives in North River, for those folks that know that, that is the country club area. They were friends with folks of us on the west side. That's education. And what's going to happen is, again, we're going to move the folks with the means that have the ability to move to go to these other schools and not stay in their neighborhood school. So you're going to have only left those folks that can't leave. So what happens to those folks? Now you're changing the social economic experience of having them intermingle, because that is a part of education. Any of us and most of us have gone to college. One of the things that when we went to college, we got a chance to be exposed to different people who had different experiences. If you did college right, your mind should have been expanded to some other people and being able to have some compassion and some empathy for folks who did not have the same life experience that you have. Again, my fear is when we move all of these folks out that have means, you'll be left with folks that don't have means and may not have the resources to get the additional services that they need. So, I almost feel like they're going to end up being at an uneven playing field. We're already, and I know we changed the terminology from failing to priority, and I think that's the good piece of this piece of legislation, because none of our schools should be identified as failing. It means we haven't done what we needed to do to provide those resources to them. But my fear is those priority schools, again, they won't have the resources. They may not have the teacher units. They may not have the PhDs and all of the highly qualified teachers and those folks to get the services that they need so they can be at an equal playing field. So that's my fear. We verbalized some of it earlier today in caucus with you. And I appreciate you taking the time to go through the bill with us in caucus today. You took a lot of what was said in the caucus. You've taken a lot today. But what I hope is that not only do you take it, but you hear it. That you actually hear the possibilities of what could happen, and that you take into account when you're leaving $6,900 for the priority schools, but that they need to get the chance to take $10,000 with them, that's uneven already. We need additional resources. And gentleman said it earlier today, Minority Leader. That needed to be flipped. $10,000 in the priority school and $6,900 leaving out. And so it's just not equal. And it's just simply not fair. And again, the gentleman was an educator. We served together in the House. I remember you and I actually had we had a good time talking football. If you remember at that time, my son, when we first started talking, my son was in 11th grade. Mm-hmm. And he was being recruited at the time. I'm a single mom. I didn't have a clue what to do. So I would come ask you, and you would give me advice. We had a lot of conversations about football. Give me some advice about what we ought to do. Now, the one thing we should have done that we didn't do, we should have committed in the 11th grade. Mm-hmm. But we didn't have a crystal ball to look in to know that in the second game of the season of his senior year, he'd have a knee injury. But we should have committed in the 11th grade.
We had a lot of good conversations.
We had a lot of good conversations.
His potential.
That was a fun time. So I know that you have education in your heart, longtime educator yourself. Again, I don't know, the socioeconomics of the schools that we were in, but the folks here that do have those schools in our district, I really hope that you are listening to us about what could happen to the children in our schools. Because if we don't prepare them at that level, we're going to pay for it later on. We don't prepare them at that level, we're either going to pay for it through social services, prison, So if, my preference would be that we, of course, pay for it on the front end so they get the educational skills that they need to compete in a global society. Because our kids are no longer just competing with other Alabamians. We know when I'm in Jefferson County, so, my schools in the city of Bessemer are not just competing with Mountain Brook, Hoover, and Vestavia Hills. They're competing internationally. And so we've got to make sure that we give them the tools that they need to compete. I feel that responsibility as a lawmaker to make sure that all children have an opportunity, not just some children. And my fear with this bill is that some children are going to have some additional opportunities, not all children. So with that, I don't know if the gentleman wants to recover his time, and if he doesn't want to recover his time, I can rock and roll and do a little bit more.
Senator, you have 11 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Shoot, I can do a whole lot with 11 minutes. If the senator want to come, you want to take it, or does Senator Gudger have to come back to, Senator Gudger has to come back.
If it run out,
Yeah. We could recognize someone else
at that point, so I can go.
At that point.
The 11 minutes.
Right, but the time is allocated to Senator Gudger, so he would have to come back to take over.
Okay, and he's not in here, but so you and I will finish talking a little bit then. I'm sorry? Yeah, we'll finish talking a little bit. So what was going on with my son, when you were talking, he had an absolutely amazing, the summer before his senior year, I'm talking about 7-on-7s, all over, doing amazing, coach driving him. Matter of fact, we ended up looking at Twitter one day. My daughter was a student at Vanderbilt at the time. And she said, Mom, you need to check Twitter. You need to check Vandy's page. And so I checked Vandy's page, and they profiling my son. Talking about his skills with his hand. He was a receiver and a corner, played both sides of the ball. But that day he was catching them, boy. He was catching them. I love to watch him catch that ball. I really did. And so, we did. I mean, we were all over, having those visits. Matter of fact, remember I said I went to law school late. So I was actually in law school. I didn't go to law school until I was 40 years old. So I actually was in law school, and my professor, my Civ Pro professor, I remember I went and talked to him because I took Saturday classes at BSOL. And I told him, hey, my son has a recruiting trip this Saturday. I need to miss class. And so it just so happened he was as much of a football fan as I am. And so I did get a chance to go on a couple of those trips when, I should have actually been in class. And I did still do good in his class, thank God. But just, we just had a great time, but now what my son ended up saying, I was like, Vandy, that's amazing. You can be there with your sister. He was like, look, I see how hard my sister works, and Vanderbilt is great for her mom, but Vanderbilt is not what I want to do. And so we went to Sanford. We got offers, a lot of offers, but what he ended up doing was going to UAB, my alma mater. So very excited about him there. But then, COVID hit. COVID hit in 2020. And some people here know about our personal situation in our home, but we had quite a few losses for COVID in 2020. And so what my child ended up doing was taking the COVID opt-out before it was even popular to do the COVID opt-out. He took it before we even knew they still were going to keep the eligibility, and it caused a little bit of rift with his position coach. And so he just got kind of jaded from that experience of, what happened to his position coach, and the person is not there anymore. So, I'm, not outing anybody. But he ended up taking that COVID opt-out, and then never played football again. He did not. I tried. I said, I just don't want you to regret it. I don't want you to one day say, what you woulda, shoulda, coulda. And it was that experience. And as a coach, a coach can make or break the confidence of a child. And that coach was not good to him. Whatever he said, he told me some of it. but it just really jaded him from that particular experience. And so, and, you know, coming out on the COVID, you know, he did the opt-out, and he entered the portal really after that. And then he just didn't, you know, he still got some more offers, but he just decided, he said he's retired. You know, he was retired at 20 years old from football and had played since he was 3 years old. Good kid. You know, still has the level of eligibility. He's only 22 now, to be 23, but you know, of course, that time he's not playing at all anymore. And he's lost a lot of weight too. You know, he's not a naturally, he's at miles now, but he's not a naturally big kid. So UAB had put some pounds on him. He was looking good. He was like, he went to UAB and I think he was 183 and they got him up to 195. And so when he took the opt-out, then he got COVID himself, and he ended up like 172, and he hadn't really picked up any more weight since then. So he says he's retired. You know, it's his life. I have to deal with it. But boy, we had some good times on some Saturdays. I was like, what in the world am I going to do Saturdays now when I can't come watch you play football? And so, so we did that. But now, you know, he is. I'm very proud of the kid. Now I don't know what his major is. Because it's changed about 4 times. Man, you like 4 times. Why? And I'm not talking about him because sometimes my kids will say that I tell too much of their business on the microphone. But he is in the 6-year program. He's on the 6-year college track, not the 4-year college track. Good kid. Good kid. We praying him on out of school. But he was a theater major at one time. Let me see what else it was.
My son was on the 6-year plan too.
He was on the 6-year plan too. Yeah, but
he worked.
But I will say this. So my dad is at home with us too. My dad is completely wheelchair bound. My dad's a disabled vet. Y'all gonna always hear me talk about my dad. And my dad got really, really ill last year, really ill. And my son was my saving grace. When I wasn't home, my daughter's there too, but she's in a dual program where she's at UAB getting a master's in public health and a master's in business. But my son, even when at the 172, he was able to lift my dad, who was almost 300 pounds. Every morning, same thing even now. It is, Granddaddy, what do you need? Do you need help from me today? What is it that you need? So again, good kid. So I asked him, I said, well, maybe you want to go into this type of work? He's like, no, ma'am, I do this for Granddaddy. But again, I don't know what his major is right now. So I think it was business for a little while. It was social work for a little while, and it may be psychology right now. Not quite sure. Don't know what you're going to do with that degree, but actually, you know, he trades. He day trades. That's what he does. And so, you know, he picked that up from YouTube. He picked it up from YouTube, takes classes himself, gets up at the crack of dawn with the international markets. And he does that. Doesn't ask me for a dime, so you know, I can't complain. But I will be very glad when he finishes up with his degree. But again, you know, this bill itself, again, you know, Okay. Well, I won't even start with my next sentence. Let me go ahead and yield back to Senator Gudger at this point, because that would have been a whole nother story that I was starting if I started.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger, you have about 3 minutes left.
Thank you. I appreciate you being the recognition anyway. I'm going to yield to Senator Smitherman at this time.
Mr. President, I'd like to start my second hour.
Okay, Senator Smitherman.
You know, your true talent is coming out, Senator. You know what that is? It's the 4th quarter and you're a coach. and that's good. That's what I'm saying. You know, that part is good right there. You know. That's the relief team. That's the relief pitcher right there coming in. What you gonna throw? You gonna throw sliders, fastballs, curveballs, or cork balls? Which one you gonna throw?
We got to get you set up. You know, you can't throw your good stuff right off the bat. You got to get you set up. And once I get it thrown in pretty hot, Get ready to swing fast, I'm gonna throw that change up. So you get ahead of it.
I mean, I got to get up in the front of the plate then if you're going to be throwing that curve before it break too deep.
Man, I think I told you one time about the first time I stood at the plate on a curveball.
Yeah.
I was coming junior high age coming up.
Yeah.
I was at the plate, I was ready, I was gonna crush it. And that dude, he threw that curveball at me. I thought it was gonna hit me in the head, and I ducked, and it went straight across the plate. Straight across the plate.
Well, you know what? I was an even-handed batter. And I could throw even-handed. So when I pitched, I could pitch about 4 innings on my right hand, then I get a left hand glove, and then pitch with my left hand. And the same thing with batting. So when I face a right-hand pitcher that come with the curve coming into me, I will bat left-handed. And I face a left-handed pitcher, I bat right-handed.
Yeah.
So the curves always came into me, so I didn't have to do much dodging, you know, in regards to those, you know, but no, let me mention something right quick. I want to say this because, you know, I don't know what we're headed, what's going to happen and all that. But I want to say this. I'm up here because of the disparity that's being provided for, in particular, if I narrowed it to one area, it's the at-risk money. The money that was designed to help the children, okay? You remember I talked a little earlier about figures. Well, I had them to run the figures for me. And you ever notice when you pick the grand prize, you know, they have an envelope that they say open the envelope. Well, I'm getting ready to open the envelope, okay?
Open the envelope, please.
All right, the envelope, please. Drum roll, let me give a little drum roll. Y'all hear this?
Man, we got a bunch of drums.
Yeah, we got good drum rolls. Hey, y'all didn't see that, did you? Because you were blocked. You got a stern eye from the secretary. that meant no drum rolling. All right, now, and the winner is, in 2006, at-risk money for students. The grand total, the grand total for at-risk program for young people who need assistance was $30,800,000 that the legislature appropriated for helping students. Also, in FY 2008, that was 2006, and FY 2008, the grand total was $31 million. Listen at this one. In FY 2023, well, you got the flunking kid bill for the 3rd grade. They're trying to get a flunking kid bill so you can flunk them before they can even get in school. The grand total that we giving for at-risk students is $20,960,000. Okay? For this year we just passed, the grand total is $22 million. So, in 2006 and in 2008, we gave almost $10 million more to help young people at risk than we are doing right now. Now, I want you to know they eased in there after I started talking. They eased in there, Senator. And tried to stick in there talking about the little improvement money, program money. See there? They snuck it on over there. Try to make it look good. And try to say we're doing the same thing we did in 2006 now. But even if you allowed that, in 2006 and 2008, we didn't have all these requirements and test requirements and stuff like that. We didn't have the procedures, the flunk the children procedure in there, hold the children back procedures. And yet, we're providing all these strenuous requirements, and then we are asking to remove the fund. Now, let me say this. You know, this is a little misleading in here about how much this gonna cost. When I look at this, I want y'all to know what this is. It's the Alabama Accountability Act cheat sheet. That's what they call it. And it says down here, it said the cumulative annual cap after increase is $60 million. And it said the annual cap can increase $10 million annually if the cumulative amount of tax credits issued exceed 90% of the cap in 3 out of 4 years. So, I'm gonna ask the question. Have we ever thought about putting a requirement that you had to be a felon student before you could leave a felon school? Have we ever thought about putting an amendment on like that? I don't see nobody here. Oh, there they are back here. I believe I need a little amendment. Yeah. You think we can get an amendment saying that you have to be a felon student at a felon school before you can get this money? Think y'all can do that? I'm trying to make it easy. I ain't trying to get on a bunch of work. But you can say, y'all can say it in a fancy way, you know what I mean? Run them nice, pretty ways. Yeah. I think that's reasonable. You know, kid making all A's, what they need to be going somewhere? They zone for that school too. If folks make a bona fide move, that's different. But these rich folk can make moves. They can get a little guest con. Look at them. Folks like these folks getting their money. They can reach in their wallet and just write out a $250,000 check to buy a condo because they want to stay somewhere. These big money grip people. Ain't nothing wrong with that now. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing at all. Ain't nothing at all wrong with it. I mean, I ain't criticize nobody who got worked and get, inherited or whatever. No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying they don't need it. That's all I'm saying. They don't need the money. I ain't saying they wouldn't take it. I said they don't need it. They don't need it. Not at all. Well, we just talking a little bit about the money. That's all. That's all. I just started my second hour. What you want to do? Oh, okay. You know what I mean? Do you want to? Okay. Mr. President, I bet you never thought in your wildest dreams that when you came down the road today, that you and I would be filibustering on the same side. For different reasons now, I know that, but the same side, I bet you ain't even thought about that.
That's not just today. I've never thought about it.
I bet you ever thought about that. It's just, see, hey, it's true that miracles really work, don't they? They work.
And politics make strange bedfellows.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
I'm glad to have you on the right side.
I'm gonna tell you something else too. I'm gonna tell you something else strange. Y'all ain't gonna believe I'm gonna say this, but I'm gonna say it. We gotta take care of Jim Fund Chair. He ain't quite been made whole. We gotta try to help him be made whole.
He's working hard.
Well, we gotta figure out a way to do it. If not a whole, part of the way whole. Yeah. I mean, you know, we got, you know, like playing cards. On the education side, we got a little hefty kitty. Got a few little cards in it that might help you out. So we might use to lay down a card and put a card in there that the Jim Furniture might need. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I told you I surprised y'all. You know, you'd be surprised. The process how you seeing things a whole different way, especially when it relates to other people.
Gotta make sure you're counting the cards too.
That's true now. You got to count. You know, you got to know what to count to. Yeah, you got to know what to count to. So that's, you know, from that perspective. But yes, I saw the sheet. I'll give a sponsor credit. He brought me the sheet, and I had a chance to see the sheet. To see the sheet that he provided me. I have several schools in there. Now, let me tell you something, how you can take something. You know, my mom told me that in everything there's a blessing, okay? So this is the blessed side of it. I think that enough attention has been brought to the point where I think as we go forward, more people be in tune with the fact we need more money for at-risk. And at-risk is not more money for kindergarten, and it's not just more money for third grade reading. At-risk is more money for the second graders who's struggling. At-risk is more money for the fourth graders who's studying. At-risk is more money for the fifth graders, the sixth graders, the seventh graders, the eighth graders, the ninth graders, the 10th graders, the 11th graders, and the 12th graders. Now, most people don't know, in the state, we have a law that says that if a student is performing below the standards that we are required to provide tutorial assistance to them. That's a statute. That is a state statute. That's not something I'm saying, even though in at risk, you know, I'm saying that we not putting enough money there, but that's a state statute that requires that. And so I would say that I think that that's going to help in that regard. The other thing is this, though. Imagine this, coach. I'm sitting over here. You know what I'm concerned about, that part. But imagine this. I could see the blessing that'll come, that I will wake up one day and I might have a team that's 12 deep. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, nothing wrong. Hey, if they're there and they can make the move, hey, That's what I'm talking about. I look up and I say, oh my God. Because see, we're not on this list. We're one of them kind that, you know, overall 82 and 84 and, you know, core subjects after school and, you know, stuff like that. We vacillate with our schools around there that, from our homework system, our Mambo system, and that's generally the ones that we kind of bounce around. And we go anywhere from 1 to 3 in the mix, but them only 2 points maybe separating us, you know, whatsoever. Only 2 separating us. And so we are, that's a possibility, you know, that's a possibility. So, no, Coach, I think that it's a blessing. There's a blessing in this. And I think we'll find out what that blessing is as we move forward, you know, in this process. I want y'all to know I didn't bring my T-shirt now. I gave you a break. I didn't bring the T-shirt this week, but I ain't put it on. Well, let's see what we got. What day this is? The 20 what? 24th, 23rd, and then that's the day. Day the 24th, 25th, 26th. Oh. Oh. I can wear the T-shirt next week. Yeah. Probably could have wore Thursday, but I can wear it next week. Remember now, it's all right. Y'all says I can wear it. I'm gonna have my tie on now, John. I ain't gonna be out of uniform. Well, I'm gonna have my tie on. I'm gonna have my tie shirt on. I'm gonna have a little T-shirt down on the front like a little vest. No, that's all. Have my coat on. Everything like that. My badge on. I'm on my little pen on. And it's let me see what color it is. It's sky blue and navy blue. The shirt is sky blue, and then it's got a circle. Then it's got the picture of the rabbit with a gun in his hand. That's royal blue. So I gotta wear a royal blue suit so it'll match. Like we looking like I'm in uniform. You know what I hope to do over the weekend if I can? If I can take it, I'm gonna try to get, if I can, I probably won't. But if I could, I'd get 35 of them made. Get all y'all want. With the rabbit and the gun on it. Get everybody one. Now I take that back. I have to get 40. Because I had to get the secretary one, lieutenant governor one, chief one. I had to get him one. Y'all can't have one there. You get one after we sign a die. Hey, you hear what I said? After we sign a die, you get one now. Because y'all be tempted to wear it up there. But yeah, I called it just right about this at-risk money. You know, I did. I called it just right. And how many pages this bill? Huh?
39 pages.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. I had time to go back there and get some dessert and come back when they be reading that. I will. Yeah. 39 pages. How long it take 39 pages? How many people we got back there? We got 3 back there. You know, if it happens like that, I'm requesting now. I'll take what I can get. I'm requesting. I don't make a statement. I don't want any artificial insemination. I want to hear real live voices. I see 3 people back there. And if y'all need some help, if they're suspending rules, I can come back there and help read too. And that'd be 4 of us. And then you the coach on the reading, so you had to coach me. Yeah. And one thing about it, I want to let that chair up to the top. Like I'm sitting over everybody reading. You know, like in class, the little children sitting on the floor and you stand up reading and just be reading. That's a good bill like that. You know, when you get back to the last couple of meetings for committees, I be looking for things. I be looking for fat bills. You know, 70, 80, 90, 100-page bill. You know, I'll tell you.
Petition from the Committee on Rules, petition to close debate. We, the undersigned members of the Senate Rules Committee, petition the Senate pursuant to Senate Rule 20 that debate on the pending measure, Senate Bill 263, shall cease at 8:46 o'clock on the 23rd of May, 2023. Signed, Senators Wagner, Livingston, Allen, Schofield, Sessions, Weaver.
All right, Senator Smithman.
Thank you. Y'all want to know something? I've been in here in 20 all the time. And you know, I ain't never, ever had a chance to sign one of them sheets right there. I ain't never had a chance. I ain't never had a chance to sign one of them sheets. I ain't never had a chance. That's all. I ain't never had no chance. I gotta have a good reason. I ain't never had that chance. Yeah. Uh-oh, everybody coming on back up in here. They coming. What time the last committee meeting tomorrow? At 3?
About 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Mr. President, for what's left, I'm yielding to Senator Singleton without losing my time and place. It's limited time, but I'll say it that way.
Senator Singleton.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, again, I want to thank you for what you did in bringing this bill. In as much as I still have my disagreements about it, and I think that we've stood here with some valid points about what this bill does and what it doesn't do. Based on looking at this bill, I still think that this is a bill that basically takes care of that middle up. Most folks who are down at the poverty level in the rural areas to where I am don't get the opportunity to take advantage of these dollars that are flowing. Because as these dollars are moving out of one school system, as I told you earlier, we're having an effect in another school system. And nobody has concentrated on the effect that it has to the students, to that whole entire system over in the school system that is left behind. And so I would implore you that as this bill looks like it's about to go out, that you would help me and to concentrate moving forward to make sure that we take care of that other sector of children that we're about to leave behind based on what this bill is going to do. Number one, this bill is going to raise the cap from 30 million to 60 million over the next 6 years. every child will be able to leave out of that school will have $10,000 to follow them versus every child that get left over in this other failing school will only be at the $6,000 mark, which I think is totally unfair and discriminatory on that part, because you're taking another child and you're valuing one to go to another school, and you're giving that school system that already have resources that are doing good by their students, you're giving them that cash money because it's not coming back to the school that's on your failing list. Okay? And so, and again, as I told you earlier, it cuts out an English unit, it may cut out a math unit, it may even cut buses down from because they don't have enough kids to even carry on some bus routes. It has a rolling effect that's totally unintended from what you intended to do, because when you raise your threshold of your 250% of poverty, right? 75% of the people in the state of Alabama, even family of four, only makes about $75,000 a year. So you're opening this up to 75% of the state, which is the pool, not just a narrow pool when you just say, well, we're just going from this to this. But when you look at that pool and start to put it in numbers, that's a huge number that this net is being cast out that could bring into this concept. And this money is going to continue to take more money from the Education Trust Fund while it still helps students, while students are being helped. I'm not knocking helping any child. But when private schools are going to raise their tuition to make sure they get all of that $10,000, public school boards are going to go back based on bringing those kids over to them. They're going to raise theirs up to $10,000. So they're going to get all of the money. So there's not going to be any in between. Somebody going to be charging $5,000 and we only have to use $5,000 of that $10,000. That's not going to happen. The other side to that is that when mama move one child, mama gonna move them all. She's not gonna move just one of her kids, or just because he's an athlete who can now roam around in the system if they want to as an athlete, because you can say that you're going from school to school or failing school, or even if they don't classify in the failing school, that kid can still roam around as long as he's within that poverty group, within that other 25% that you're going to have left, that any kid could take advantage of, and they don't have to be a poverty kid, or they don't have to be a failing kid or in a failing school. That bothers me also. That bothers me, because that's just like low-hanging, free-flowing money to just greedy people to take advantage of, who may not be able to qualify at one level, but they can roam around at another level. And and when you leave other schools behind and don't allow other kids to have the same access as these kids that we're trying to help, that bothers me. That gives me pause to believe, to think that we as a legislature probably don't need to be in the education policy business. Maybe we need to allow the State Board of Education to do their jobs, but if they did their job, then we wouldn't have to be doing the job for them. And I understand where you're from, because the last piece of legislation that I understand that I don't know where they are. I got all these other advocate groups out here who call themselves advocating for all of these different sectors of education, but nobody's really advocating on this bill for children. If they ain't getting a pay raise, or if somebody is setting some other standards here and there, they don't care nothing about the children, obviously. Because I haven't heard a voice on the hallway about this bill, based on some of the things that I'm talking about, because they have to see them if I see them, and I'm not in education every day. If I can see what this could possibly hurt teacher units, but I can see what this could possibly hurt students who are being left behind in terms of textbooks or whatever it is, or OCE money that's going to their schools, the inability for them to be able to build new schools because now the dollars are following the child. I know they have to see it, and they work in education every day. So all I'm saying is that you and I, as legislators, since we got to be in the business of doing their business, can we look out for those children that we see that we are? I hope you see my vision. I hope you understand what I'm saying, that you understand that what I'm telling you, that unintended consequences could happen. So if you can agree with me on that, while your bill passed, that we can start tomorrow, the next day, looking at coming into the next session, how do we take care of that other child that deserves the same thing? Can we raise their number up to 10,000 per child going into a school, just like we'll be giving to others, so it will be equal all over the podium? Why can't we do that? Can we give every public school automatic flexibility so that they can be able to teach their children not on a 9-week block, but on those basic learning skills that they want to do it, so that their teachers can be just as innovative as charter schools or private schools? Because again, public school is the only common denominator to where they have to take everybody. Not private schools, not charter schools, but public schools. So all I ask that we can have that commitment to work together, because those are our babies also. They deserve a fair shot at life. They deserve a fair shot to dream, to have a future, to have a fair shot to say that they are educated and want to be able to go to college, to be able to dream that dream that they've always dreamed of being whatever it is that they want to be. But they can't get there if we're leaving them behind, if we're only taking care of a few and not the 100%. Or we continue to be satisfied at ranking number 36 because we keep doing those things that 36 does instead of trying to do the things that number 1 do, and so we can be number 1. We can't be number 1 because these same kids over here now that you leave behind, these are the kids going to keep their state test scores down. That's why you're going to stay ranked where you are. When they can't pass the test and they continue to fail, they're going to be a part of the population that goes, why you can't raise up. Now, see, the test is not going to go on just this population that you're raising up. It's going to go on every student and every child that's enrolled in that system is going to be accounted for when they take these state assessment tests. So you're going to stay being ranked number 35 to 40 down to 50 if you don't do something about this child that is holding the system down. Mr. President, I would like to yield to Senator Barfoot for the remaining of this time.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you. I want to, first of all, tell you, Senator Chastain, I'm going to be voting for your bill. Told you that a couple of weeks ago. Going to be voting for your bill. I had an opportunity to hear Senator Gudger come to the microphone and mention the Maxwell Gateway project, and I appreciate that. I just want you to know that the lawyers may remember this, but there's a definition or legal theory called the officius intermedular doctrine, and that is an attempt that when someone is prohibited from recovering for somebody who provides a service to someone else, and that person did not know that service was provided. Lawyers, do y'all recognize the officius intermedular doctrine? I'm tongue-tied here, but you may remember that from law school. I just want to tell Senator Gudger, thank you for bringing the Maxwell Gateway project up. It is important. It's important to the city. There are 3 things that are important and to city to strive and to thrive, and that is there has to be a low crime rate, there has to be a good education system, and there needs to be the economic driver. One of the economic drivers in Montgomery is Maxwell Air Force Base. And as you might remember, the Maxwell Gateway project is important to the military, it's important to the city of Montgomery, and therefore important to the state as a whole. That's not the only reason I rise to speak today about the Maxwell Gateway project. I also want to mention I'm supportive of this bill because I think it's going to do some good things for the city of Montgomery and the population of public schools in Montgomery. We've got some schools that need some improvement. We have a conversion charter program that has been very effective thus far, and I think this is but one prong of that approach. Also kind of want to point out, and we've talked about it a little bit before, is, when we rename, I appreciate the expansion of those dollars, and appreciate the expansion of more people to utilize this program. I believe that, again, that's beneficial to Montgomery, but I would also say the one issue that I have with it is, or two issues, but first of all, the first issue is that we name them priority schools. And quite honestly, that seems like a little bit of an effort to kind of do a head fake. They were previously called, under the bottom 6%, were called failing schools. And while this expanded to Ds and Fs on the state report card, and they probably shouldn't be required to be called failing schools anymore, I certainly believe that they should be called underperforming schools, because quite honestly, there's a lot of underperforming schools out there. I think that the expansion of who is eligible for these funds and SGOs is a good step in the right direction. But wish this body had considered, didn't know we were going to be in a cloture position, but wish this body would have considered changing the name of that failing to, instead of priority, to a underperforming school. And the last point that I'd like to make is that, and listen, this is not a silver bullet. Parental choice in education is something that is very important throughout this state. And I would ask you to consider, members, that while this does some good things to help those, that we will be back here either some point in time in this session or next session, and we will continue to talk about parental choice in education and the benefits of that parental choice in education. So I want this body to understand that that's going to be a priority of mine. Senator Stutz has made it an issue, and others as well. And with that being said, I think I've made my 3 points. Thank you for the time. I'm going to yield back to Senator Smitherman.
All right, thanks, Senator Barfoot. Senator Smitherman.
How much time is it left?
What is there? Maybe
4 minutes.
3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes?
Okay. All right. That's 4. Would you like to have any closing comments?
We'll yield to you, Senator.
I'm going to surprise you. Oh, yeah. I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to surprise you. And I'm not saying this this is the reason I'm going to surprise you, but I'm going to surprise you out of all this effort and conversation and everything. I'm going to surprise you in a way that you won't imagine.
Can't imagine what that might be.
It's a positive. I think I'll tell you that, so you know it's a positive thing.
I like that.
Yeah, and that's a negative, a positive, a positive. But let me ask you this: what is the cry? What we in 1 minute or less? What if a student was at a failing school and they get ready to go to the other school? Is it a procedure already established how they would go by trying to go to another school? I'm not talking the money part of that, but to get from that school to the other.
It's determined by the poverty threshold. If they meet the poverty threshold, they can transfer from a priority school to a qualifying public or non-public school.
But
that's the threshold.
But
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So the criteria is not the school and it's failing. The criteria is part of the sizing criteria is the poverty level, and then that means that make them eligible for the funds.
They're eligible for their scholarship into a qualifying Public or non-public school, yes, sir.
Okay, but,
Did that answer your question?
but if they don't meet the poverty level, they don't get the
They
money.
do not qualify for the scholarship, no, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, that changes a little bit what I was saying, up here saying, you know, about that little part of it. I really thought that
All right, time has expired on this. Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-three ayes, 9 nays. The cloture position passes.
Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the roll on adoption of the bill.
Mr. President.
On the amendment, I'm sorry, the amendment.
Okay. When we get to the
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley.
Yeah.
Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-seven ayes, 6 nays. The Senator Chastain amendment's adopted.
Mr. President, I move for final passage as amended.
All right. Senator Smitherman.
request that the bill be read at length.
All right, Secretary, read the bill.
Be it enacted by the legislature of Alabama, Section 1. Sections 16 to 60-3, 16 to 60-4, 16 to 60-6, 16 to 60-8, and 16 to 60-9 of the Code of Alabama 1975 are amended to read as follows: 16 to 60-3. The legislature finds and declares all of the following. 1. To further the goals of public education throughout the state, each school system should be able to have maximum possible flexibility to meet the needs of students and the communities within its jurisdiction. 2. There is a critical need for innovative models of public education that are tailored to the unique circumstances and needs of the students in all schools and communities, and especially in schools and communities that are struggling to improve academic outcomes and close the achievement gap. 3. To better serve students and better use available resources, local boards of education, local school systems, and parents need the ability to explore flexible alternatives in an effort to be more efficient and effective in providing operational and programmatic services. B. Therefore, it is the intent of the legislature to do all of the following. 1. Allow school systems greater flexibility in meeting the educational needs of a diverse student population. 2. Improve educational performance through greater individual school autonomy and managerial flexibility with regard to programs and budgetary matters. 3. Encourage innovation in education by providing local school systems and school administrators with greater control over decisions including, but not limited to, budgetary matters, staffing, personnel, scheduling, and educational programming, including curriculum and instruction. 4. Provide financial assistance through an income tax credit to a parent who transfers a student from a failing priority public school to a non-failing qualifying public school or non-public school of the parent's choice. 16 to 60-4. For the purposes of this chapter, the following terms shall have the following meanings. 1. Academic year. The 12-month period beginning on July 1st and ending on the following June 30th. 2. Department of Revenue. The Alabama Department of Revenue. 3. Educational scholarship. A grant made by a scholarship granting organization to an eligible student to cover all or part of the tuition and mandatory fees for one academic year charged by a qualifying school to the eligible student receiving the scholarship, provided, however, that an educational scholarship shall not exceed $6,000, $6,000, $10,000, $10,000 for an elementary school student, $8,000, $8,000 for a middle school student, or $10,000, $10,000 for a high school student per academic year. The term does not include a lump sum, block grant, or similar payment by a scholarship granting organization to a qualifying school that assigns the responsibility in whole or in part for determining the eligibility of scholarship recipients to the qualifying school or any person or entity other than the scholarship granting organization. 4. Educational service provider. A licensed and accredited program or service providing educational services for students with unique needs and approved by the State Department of Education. 4. 5. Eligible student. A student who satisfies all of the following. 1. Is a member of a family whose total annual income the calendar year before he or she receives an educational scholarship under this program does not exceed 185-250% of the federal poverty level, the federally recognized threshold for receiving free or reduced priced lunch, as established from time to time by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. 2. Was eligible to attend a public school in the preceding semester, or is starting school in Alabama for the first time. 3. Resides in Alabama while receiving an educational scholarship. B. A scholarship granting organization shall determine the eligibility of a student under subparagraph 1. Of paragraph A every other academic year in which a student receives an educational scholarship, provided that if the annual income of the family of a student who has received at least one educational scholarship exceeds 185-250% of the federal poverty level, the existing student shall remain eligible to receive educational scholarships until and unless the annual income of the family of the student exceeds 275-350% of the federal poverty level, provided Further, that no student who has received at least one educational scholarship shall be eligible to receive educational scholarships if the annual income of his or her family exceeds 350% of the federal poverty level. 14. Priority. 5. Failing school. A public K-12 school that is either of the following. A. Is designated as a failing priority school by the state superintendent of education. B. Does not exclusively serve a special population of students and is listed in the lowest 6% of public K-12 schools based on the state standardized assessment in reading and math, has received an F on the most recent state report card. 6. Eligible student with unique needs. A student who satisfies all of the following. 1. Is the subject of a current individual education plan, or 504 accommodation, that has been issued according to Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. This includes, but is not limited to, a student who has an intellectual disability or is speech or language impaired, deaf or hard of hearing, visually impaired, dual sensory impaired, physically impaired, specific learning disabled, autistic, or hospitalized or homebound because of illness or disability. 2. Has attended a primary or secondary school in this state during the immediately preceding school year. 3. Is not currently enrolled in a public school or public school program. 4. Is eligible to participate in the program regardless of the academic performance of the resident school district. 5. Resides in Alabama while receiving an educational scholarship. 6. 7. Family. A group of 2 or more people related by birth, marriage, or adoption, including foster children, who reside together. 7. 8. Flexibility contract. A school flexibility contract between the local school system and the State Board of Education, wherein a local school system may apply for programmatic flexibility or budgetary flexibility, or both, from state laws, regulations, and policies, including regulations and policies promulgated adopted by the State Board of Education and the State Department of Education. 8. 9. Innovation plan. The request of a local school system for flexibility and plan for annual accountability measures and 5-year targets for all participating schools within the school system. 9. 10. Local Board of Education. A city or county board of education that exercises management and control of a local school system pursuant to state law. 10. 11. Local school system. A public agency that establishes and supervises one or more public schools within its geographical limits pursuant to state law. 11. 12. Non-public school. Any non-public or private school, including parochial schools, not under the jurisdiction of the State Superintendent of Education and the State Board of Education, providing educational services to children. A non-public school provides education to elementary or secondary, or both, students, and has notified the Department of Revenue of its intention to participate in the scholarship program and comply with the requirements of the scholarship program. A non-public school does not include homeschooling. 12. 13. Parent. The parent or guardian of a student, with authority to act on behalf of the student. For purposes of Section 16 to 60-8, the parent or guardian shall claim the student as a dependent on his or her Alabama state income tax return. 15. Private tutoring. Tutoring services provided by a tutor certified by the state or accredited by a regional or national accrediting organization. 16. Program. The Alabama Accountability Act Scholarship Program. 17. Qualifying expenses to educate an eligible student with unique needs, A. Tuition and fees at a qualifying school. B. Textbooks required by a qualifying school. C. Payment to a licensed or accredited tutor. D. Payment for the purchase of curriculum or instructional material. E. Tuition and fees for an approved non-public online learning program. F. Educational services for an eligible student with unique needs from a licensed or accredited practitioner or provider. G. Contracted services from a public school district, including individual classes. 13. 18. Qualifying school. Either a public school outside of the resident school district that is not considered failing within the meaning of subdivision. 5. A priority school, or any non-public school, as defined in subdivision 11, and that satisfies the requirements of this subdivision. A qualifying non-public school shall be accredited by one of the 6 regional accrediting agencies, or the National Council for Private School Accreditation, Advanced, the American Association of Christian Schools, or one of their partner accrediting agencies. A non-public school shall have 3 years from the later of the date the non-public school notified the Department of Revenue of its intent to participate in the scholarship program, or June 10, 2015, to obtain the required accreditation, and shall thereafter maintain accreditation as required by this subdivision. During the 3-year period described in the immediately preceding sentence, a non-public school that is not accredited shall satisfy all of the following conditions until the non-public school obtains accreditation. 1. Has been in existence for at least 3 years. 2. Has daily attendance of at least 85% over a 2-year period. 3. Has a minimum 180-day school year, or its hourly equivalent. 4. Has a day length of at least 6.5 hours. 5. Requires all students to take the Stanford Achievement Test, or its equivalent. 6. Requires all candidates for graduation to take the American College Test before graduation. 7. Requires students in high school and grades 9 through 12 to earn a minimum of 24 credits before graduating, including 16 credits in core subjects, and each awarded credit shall consist of a minimum of 140 instructional hours. 8. Does not subject special education eligible students with unique needs to the same testing or curricular requirements as regular education students, if it is not required in the individual plan for the student. 9. Maintains a website that describes the school, the instructional program of the school, and the tuition and mandatory fees charged by the school, updated prior to the beginning of each semester. 10. Annually affirms on forms prescribed by the scholarship granting organization and the Department of Revenue its status financially and academically, and provide other relative information as required by the scholarship granting organization, or as otherwise required in this chapter. B. A non-public school that is not accredited and that has not been in existence for at least 3 years shall nevertheless be considered a qualifying school if, in addition to satisfying the requirements in subparagraphs 2 to 10 period, inclusive of paragraph A, the non-public school operates under the governance of the Board of Directors, or the equivalent thereof of an accredited non-public school. For purposes of the immediately preceding sentence, the term governance shall include, but not be limited to, curriculum oversight, personnel and facility management, and financial management. If, at the conclusion of the 3-year period in which a non-public school is required to obtain accreditation, a non-public school is not accredited, the non-public school shall not be considered a qualifying school, and shall not receive any funds from a scholarship granting organization until the non-public school obtains the accreditation required by this subdivision. 19. Resident school district. The public school district in which the student resides. 14. 20. Scholarship granting organization. An organization that provides, or is approved to provide educational scholarships to eligible students and eligible students with unique needs attending qualifying schools of their parents' choice. 16 to 60-6. The innovation plan of a local school system shall include, at a minimum, all of the following. 1. The school year that the local school system expects the school flexibility contract to begin. 2. The list of state laws, regulations, and policies, including rules, regulations, and policies promulgated adopted by the State Board of Education and the State Department of Education that the local school system is seeking to waive in its school flexibility contract. 3. A list of schools included in the innovation plan of the local school system. B. A local school system is accountable to the state for the performance of all schools in its system, including innovative schools, under state and federal accountability requirements. C. A local school system may not, pursuant to this chapter, waive requirements imposed by federal law, requirements related to the health and safety of students or employees, requirements imposed by ethics laws, requirements imposed by the Alabama Child Protection Act of 1999, Chapter 22 of this title, requirements imposed by open records or open meetings laws, requirements related to financial or academic reporting or transparency, requirements designed to protect the civil rights of students or employees. Requirements related to the state retirement system or state health insurance plan, or requirements imposed by Act 2012-482. This chapter may not be construed to allow a local school system to compensate an employee at an annual amount that is less than the amount the employee would otherwise be afforded through the state minimum salary schedule included in the Annual Education Trust Fund Appropriations Act. No local school system shall involuntarily remove any rights or privileges acquired by any employee under the Students First Act of 2011, Chapter 24C of this title, except as provided for a failing priority school pursuant to subsection E. No plan or program submitted by a local board of education may be used to deny any right or privilege granted to a new employee pursuant to the Students First Act of 2011. D. No provision of this chapter shall be construed or shall be used to authorize the formation of a charter school. E. Any provision of subsection C to the contrary notwithstanding, nothing in this chapter shall be construed to prohibit the approval of a flexibility contract that gives potential, current, or future employees of a failing priority school within the local school system the option to voluntarily waive any rights or privileges already acquired or that could potentially be acquired as a result of attaining tenure or non-probationary status, provided, however, that any employee provided this option is also provided the option of retaining or potentially obtaining any rights or privileges provided under the Students First Act, Chapter 24C of this title. F. The State Department of Education shall finalize all school data, and the local school system shall seek approval of the local Board of Education before final submission to the State Department of Education and the State Board of Education. G. The final innovation plan, as recommended by the local superintendent of education and approved by the local board of education, shall accompany the formal submission of the local school system to the State Department of Education. H. Within 60 days of receiving the final submission, the state superintendent of education shall decide whether or not the school flexibility contract and the innovation plan should be approved. If the state superintendent of education denies a school flexibility contract and innovation plan, he or she shall provide a written explanation for his or her decision to the local board of education. Likewise, a written letter of approval by the state superintendent of education shall be provided to the local board of education that submitted the final school flexibility contract and innovation plan. The State Board of Education shall promulgate any necessary rules and regulations required to implement this chapter including, but not limited to, all of the following. 1. The specification of timelines for submission and approval of the innovation plan and school flexibility contract of a local school system. 2. An authorization for the State Department of Education, upon approval by the State Board of Education, after periodic review, to revoke a school flexibility contract for non-compliance or non-performance, or both, by a local school system. 3. An outline of procedures and necessary steps that a local school system shall follow upon denial of an original submission to amend and resubmit an innovation plan and school flexibility contract for approval. 16 to 60-8, to provide educational flexibility and state accountability for students in failing priority schools. 1. For tax years beginning on and after January 1, 2013, an Alabama income tax credit is made available to the parent of a student enrolled in or assigned to attend a failing priority school to help offset the cost of transferring the student to a non-failing qualifying public school or non-public school of the parent's choice. The income tax credit shall be an amount equal to 80% of the average annual state cost of attendance for a public K-12 student during the applicable tax year, or the actual cost of attending a non-failing qualifying public school or non-public school, whichever is less. The actual cost of attending a non-failing qualifying public school or non-public school shall be calculated by adding together any tuition amounts or mandatory fees charged by the school to the student as a condition of enrolling or of maintaining enrollment in the school. The average annual state cost of attendance for a public K-12 student shall be calculated by dividing the state funds appropriated to the foundation program pursuant to Section 16-13-231(b)(2) by the total statewide number of pupils in average daily membership during the first 20 scholastic days following Labor Day of the preceding school year. For each student who was enrolled in and attended a failing priority school the previous semester, whose parent receives an income tax credit under this section, an amount equal to 20% of the average annual state cost of attendance for a public K-12 student during the applicable tax year shall be allocated for as long as the parent receives the tax credit to the failing priority school from which the student transferred, if the student transfers to and remains enrolled in a non-public school. No such allocation shall be made in the event the student transfers to or enrolls in a non-failing qualifying public school. The Department of Education shall determine the best method of ensuring that the foregoing allocation provisions are properly implemented. A parent is allowed a credit against income tax for each taxable year under the terms established in this section. If income taxes owed by such a parent are less than the total credit allowed under this subsection, the taxpayer shall be entitled to a refund or rebate, as the case may be, equal to the balance of the unused credit with respect to that taxable year. 2. Any income tax credit due a parent under this section shall be granted or issued to the parent only upon his or her making application therefor, at such time and in such manner as may be prescribed from time to time by the Department of Revenue. The application process shall include, but not be limited to, certification by the parent that the student was enrolled in or was assigned to attend a failing priority school, certification by the parent that the student was subsequently transferred to and was enrolled and attended a non-failing qualifying public school or non-public school of the parent's choice, and proof satisfactory to the Department of Revenue of the actual cost of attendance for the student at the non-failing qualifying public school or non-public school. For purposes of the tax credit authorized by this section, costs of attendance does not include any such costs incurred for an academic year prior to the 2013 to 2014 academic year. The Department of Revenue shall also prescribe the various methods by which income tax credits are to be issued to taxpayers. Income tax credits authorized by this section shall be paid out of sales tax collections made to the Education Trust Fund and set aside by the Controller in the failing priority schools income tax credit account created in subsection C in the same manner as refunds of income tax otherwise provided by law, and there is hereby appropriated therefrom for such purpose so much as may be necessary to annually pay the income tax credits provided by this section. 3. An application for an income tax credit authorized by this section shall be filed with the Department of Revenue within the time prescribed for filing petitions for refund under Section 42-7. 4. The Department of Revenue shall promulgate reasonable rules to effectuate the intent of this subsection. 1. The parent of a public school student may request and receive an income tax credit pursuant to this section to reimburse the parent for costs associated with transferring the student from a failing priority school to a non-failing qualifying public school or non-public school of the parent's choice in any of the following circumstances. A. By assigned school attendance area, if the student spent the prior school year in attendance at a failing priority school, and the attendance of the student occurred during a school year in which the designation was in effect. B. The student was in attendance elsewhere in the Alabama public school system, and was assigned to a failing priority school for the next school year. C. The student was notified that he or she was assigned to a failing priority school for the next school year. 2. This section does not apply to a student who is enrolled in the Department of Youth Services School District. 3. For the purposes of continuity of educational choice, the tax credit shall be available to parents for those grade levels of the failing priority school from which the student transferred. The parent of a student who transfers from a failing priority school may receive income tax credits for those grade levels enrolled in and attended in the non-failing qualifying public school or non-public school of the parent's choice transferred to that were included in the failing priority school from which the student transferred, whether or not the failing priority school becomes a non-failing qualifying school during those years. The parent of such a student shall no longer be eligible for the income tax credit after the student completes the highest grade level in which he or she would otherwise have been enrolled at the failing priority school. Notwithstanding the foregoing, as long as the student remains enrolled in or assigned to attend a failing priority school, the parent may again transfer the student to a non-failing qualifying public school or non-public school of the parent's choice and request and receive an income tax credit as provided in this section. 4C. A local school system, for each student enrolled in or assigned to a failing priority school, shall do all both of the following. A1. Timely notify the parent of the student of all options available under this section as soon as the school of attendance is designated as a failing priority school. B2. Offer the parent of the student an opportunity to enroll the student in another public school within the local school system that is not a failing priority school or a failing priority school to which the student has been assigned. 5D. The parent of a student enrolled in or assigned to a school that has been designated as a failing priority school who decides to transfer the student to a non-failing qualifying public school shall first attempt to enroll the student in the non-failing qualifying public school within the same local system in which the student is already enrolled or assigned to attend before attempting to enroll the student in a non-failing qualifying public school that has available space in any other local school system in the state. A local school system may accept the student on whatever terms and conditions the system establishes, and report the student for purposes of the local school system's funding pursuant to the foundation program. 6E. For students in the local school system who are participating in the tax credit program, the local school system shall provide locations and times to take all statewide assessments required by law. 7F. Students with disabilities. Eligible students with unique needs who are eligible to receive services from the local school system under federal or state law and who participate in the tax credit program remain eligible to receive services from the local school system as provided by federal or state law. The local school system shall be reimbursed by the scholarship granting organization for all contracted services provided to an eligible student and an eligible student with unique needs. 8G. If a parent enrolls a student in a non-failing qualifying public school within the same local school system, and that system provides transportation services for other enrolled students, transportation costs to the non-failing qualifying public school shall be the responsibility of the local school system. Local school systems may negotiate transportation options with a parent to minimize system costs. If a parent enrolls a student in a non-public school or in the non-failing qualifying public school within another local school system, regardless of whether that system provides transportation services for other enrolled students, transportation of the student shall be the responsibility of the parent. 9H. The State Department of Education shall adopt reasonable rules to effectuate the intent of this subsection. Rules shall include penalties for non-compliance. There is created within the Education Trust Fund a separate account named the Failing Priority Schools Income Tax Credit Account. The Commissioner of Revenue shall certify to the Controller the amount of income tax credits due to parents under this section, and the Controller shall transfer into the Failing Priority Schools Income Tax Credit Account only the amount from sales tax revenues within the Education Trust Fund that is sufficient for the Department of Revenue to use to cover the income tax credits for the applicable tax year. The Commissioner of Revenue shall distribute the funds in the Failing Priority Schools Income Tax Credit Account to parents pursuant to this section. J1. Nothing in this section or chapter shall be construed to force any public school, school system, or school district, or any non-public school, school system, or school district to enroll any student. 2. A public school, school system, or school district, or any non-public school, school system, or school district may develop the terms and conditions under which it will allow a student whose parent receives an income tax credit pursuant to this section to be enrolled, but such terms and conditions may not discriminate on the basis of the race, gender, religion, color, disability status, or ethnicity of the student, or of the student's parent. 3.2. Nothing in this section shall be construed to authorize the violation of or supersede the authority of any court ruling that applies to the public school, school system, or school district, specifically any federal court order related to the desegregation of the local school system's student population. 16 to 60-9, 1. An individual taxpayer who files a state income tax return and is not claimed as a dependent of another taxpayer, a taxpayer subject to the corporate income tax levied by Chapter 18 of Title 40, an Alabama S corporation, as defined in Section 40-18-160. Or a subchapter K entity, as defined in Section 40-18 the first of may claim a credit for a contribution made to a scholarship granting organization. If the credit is claimed by an Alabama S corporation or subchapter K entity, the credit shall pass through to and may be claimed by any taxpayer eligible to claim a credit under this subdivision, who is a shareholder, partner, or member thereof, based on the taxpayer's pro rata or distributive share, respectively, of the credit. 2. The tax credit may be claimed by an individual taxpayer or a married couple filing jointly in an amount equal to 100% of the total contributions the taxpayer made to a scholarship granting organization for educational scholarships during the taxable year for which the credit is claimed, up to 100% of the tax liability of the individual taxpayer, not to exceed $100,000 per individual taxpayer or married couple filing jointly. For purposes of this section, an individual taxpayer includes an individual who is a shareholder of an Alabama S corporation, or a partner or member of a subchapter K entity that made a contribution to a scholarship granting organization. 3. The tax credit may be claimed by a taxpayer subject to the Alabama corporate income tax in an amount equal to 100% of the total contributions the taxpayer made to a scholarship granting organization for educational scholarships during the taxable year for which the credit is claimed, up to 100% of the tax liability of the taxpayer. 4. A taxpayer subject to the Alabama corporate income tax, an individual taxpayer, or a married couple filing jointly may carry forward a tax credit earned under the tax credit scholarship program for up to 3 taxable years. 5. The cumulative amount of tax credits issued pursuant to Subdivision 2 and Subdivision 3 shall not exceed $30 million, $30 million, $40 million, $40 million annually, based on the calendar year. If the cumulative amount of tax credits issued exceeds 90% of the set cap for 3 out of 4 consecutive years, there will be an automatic increase of $10 million, $10 million, until the cumulative amount of tax credits issued reaches $60 million, $60 million. A taxpayer making one or more otherwise tax-creditable contributions before the due date with extensions of a timely filed 2014 tax return may elect to treat all or a portion of such contributions as applying to and creditable against its 2014 Alabama income tax liability if the taxpayer properly reserves the credit on the website of the Department of Revenue or another method provided by the Department of Revenue. The amount creditable against the taxpayer's 2014 income tax liability shall be limited to the lesser of the amount so designated, or the remaining balance, if any, of the cumulative amount of the $25 million of tax credits available for the 2014 calendar year. No such contribution and election by a taxpayer to reserve tax credits against the remaining balance of the cumulative amount of tax credits available for 2014 shall preclude the taxpayer from making additional contributions in 2015 and reserving those amounts against the cumulative amount of tax credits available for 2015. The Department of Revenue shall develop a procedure to ensure that this cap is not exceeded and shall also prescribe the various methods by which these credits are to be issued. 6. No credit may be claimed for a contribution made to a scholarship granting organization if a contribution is restricted or conditioned in any way by the donor, including, but not limited to, requiring the scholarship granting organization to direct all or part of the contribution to a particular qualifying school, or to grant an educational scholarship to a particular eligible student. B. 1. Administrative accountability standards. All scholarship granting organizations shall do all of the following: A. Notify the Department of Revenue of their intent to provide educational scholarships to eligible students. B. Demonstrate to the Department of Revenue that they have been granted exemption from the federal income tax as an organization described in Section 501(c)(3) of the Internal Revenue Code, as in effect from time to time. C. Distribute periodic educational scholarship payments as checks made out and mailed to, or directly deposited with the school where the student is enrolled. D. Provide a Department of Revenue approved receipt to taxpayers for contributions made to the scholarship granting organization. E. Ensure that all determinations with respect to the eligibility of a student to receive an educational scholarship shall be made by the scholarship granting organization. A scholarship granting organization shall not delegate any responsibility for determining the eligibility of a student for an educational scholarship or any other requirements it is subject to under this chapter to any qualifying school or an entity affiliated therewith. F. Verify that a student who is receiving an educational scholarship as an eligible student with unique needs satisfies the qualifications provided in subdivision 6 of Section 16 to 60-4 before the first day of every other instructional year for which the student receives the educational scholarship. FG. Ensure that at least 95% of their revenue from donations is expended on educational scholarships, and that all revenue from interest or investments is expended on educational scholarships. A scholarship granting organization may expend up to 5% of its revenue from donations on administrative and operating expenses in the calendar year of the donation, or in any subsequent calendar year. GH. Ensure that scholarship funds on hand at the beginning of a calendar year are expended on educational scholarships within 3 calendar years. Any scholarship funds on hand at the beginning of a calendar year that are not expended on educational scholarships within 3 calendar years shall be turned over to and deposited with the State Department of Education for the benefit of its at-risk student program, to be distributed to local boards of education on the basis determined by the State Department of Education in furtherance of support to underperforming schools. HI. Ensure that at least 75% of first-time recipients of educational scholarships were zoned for a priority school and were not continuously enrolled in a private school during the previous academic year. To ensure compliance with this paragraph, the local board of education of the local school system in which an eligible student applying for an educational scholarship resides, upon written request by a parent, shall provide written verification that a particular address is in the attendance zone of a specified public school. The State Department of Education shall provide written verification of enrollment in a priority school under this chapter. With respect to first-time educational scholarship recipients, scholarship granting organizations shall give priority to eligible students who are zoned to attend a priority school over eligible students who are not zoned to attend a priority school. J. Ensure that 25% of first-time recipients of educational scholarships are not zoned for a priority school and were not continuously enrolled in a private school during the previous academic year. IK. Cooperate with the Department of Revenue to conduct criminal background checks on all of their employees and board members, and exclude from employment or governance any individual who may reasonably pose a risk to the appropriate use of contributed funds. JL. Ensure that educational scholarships are portable during the academic year and can be used at any qualifying school that accepts the eligible student according to the wishes of the parent. If an eligible student transfers to another qualifying school during an academic year, the educational scholarship amount may be prorated. KM. Publicly report to the Department of Revenue by September 1st of each year all of the following information prepared by a certified public accountant regarding their educational scholarships funded in the previous academic year. 1. The name and address of the scholarship granting organization. 2. The total number and total dollar amount of contributions received during the previous academic year. 3. The total number and total dollar amount of educational scholarships awarded and funded during the previous academic year, the total number and total dollar amount of educational scholarships awarded and funded during the previous academic year for students qualifying for the federal free and reduced price lunch program, and the percentage of first-time recipients of educational scholarships who were enrolled in a public school during the previous academic year. Ellen. Publicly report to the Department of Revenue by the 15th day after the close of each calendar quarter all of the following information about educational scholarships SB 263 granted during the quarter. 1. The total number of scholarships awarded and funded. 2. The names of the qualifying schools that received funding for educational scholarships, the total amount of funds paid to each qualifying school, and the total number of scholarship recipients enrolled in each qualifying school. 3. The total number of eligible students zoned to attend a failing priority school who received educational scholarships from the scholarship granting organization. 4. The total number of first-time scholarship recipients who were continuously enrolled in a non-public school prior to receiving an educational scholarship from that scholarship granting organization. MO. Ensure that educational scholarships are not provided for eligible students to attend a school with paid staff or board members or relatives thereof in common with the scholarship granting organization. And P. Ensure that educational scholarships are provided in a manner that does not discriminate based on the gender, race, or disability status of the scholarship applicant or his or her parent. O. Ensure that educational scholarships are provided only to eligible students who are zoned to attend a failing school so that the eligible student can attend a qualifying school. To ensure compliance with the immediately preceding sentence, the local Board of Education for the county or municipality in which an eligible student applying for an educational scholarship resides, upon written request by a parent, shall provide written verification that a particular address is in the attendance zone of a specified public school. The State Department of Education shall provide written verification of enrollment in a failing school under this chapter. With respect to first-time educational scholarship recipients, scholarship granting organizations shall give priority to eligible students zoned to attend failing schools over eligible students not zoned to attend failing schools. Q. Any scholarship funds unaccounted for on July 31st, June 30th of each calendar year may be made available to eligible students to defray the costs of attending a qualifying school, whether or not the student is zoned to attend a failing priority school. Any provision of this section to the contrary notwithstanding, once an eligible student receives an educational scholarship under this program, scholarship funds may be made available to the student for educational scholarships until the student graduates from high school or reaches 19 years of age, regardless of whether the student is zoned to attend a failing priority school, subject to the income eligibility requirements of paragraph 5b. Of subdivision 4 of section 16 to 60-4. An eligible student who enrolls in a public school or public school program is considered to have terminated his or her participation in the program. Any remaining scholarship funds shall be paid to the public school system in which the eligible student enrolls. P.S. Ensure that no donations are directly made to benefit specifically designated scholarship recipients or to particular qualifying schools. QT. Submit to the Department of Revenue annual verification of the scholarship granting organization's policies and procedures used to determine scholarship eligibility. The verification shall confirm that the scholarship granting organization, and not one or more qualifying schools accepting educational scholarship recipients or scholarship funds, is determining whether scholarship applicants are eligible to receive educational scholarships. The verification shall also confirm that the scholarship granting organization is giving priority to receive an educational scholarship to eligible students zoned to attend failing priority schools. Are you? Submit to the Department of Revenue annual verification that none of its actions or policies restricts a parent's educational choice by limiting or prohibiting the enrollment of eligible students in a qualifying school if those eligible students received educational scholarships from other scholarship granting organizations. 2. Financial accountability standards. A. All scholarship granting organizations shall demonstrate their financial accountability by doing all of the following. 1. maintaining a 10% reserve balance. 1.2. Annually submitting to the Department of Revenue a financial information report for the scholarship granting organization that complies with uniform financial accounting standards established by the Department of Revenue and conducted by a certified public accountant. 2.3. Having the auditor certify that the report is free of material misstatements. B. All qualifying non-public schools shall demonstrate financial viability if they are to receive donations of $50,000 or more during the academic year by doing either of the following. 1. Filing with the scholarship granting organization prior to receipt of the first educational scholarship payment for that academic year, a surety bond payable to the scholarship granting organization in an amount equal to the aggregate amount of scholarship funds expected to be received during the academic year.
Mr. President, I request the reading stop. Okay.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 7 nays. Senate Bill 263 passes as amended.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have some House messages that require some action, and so I'm going to ask that we take those House messages.
All right, Secretary, call the first House message.
44.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has received the accompanying message from Her Excellency, the Governor, proposing an amendment to the bill, House Bill 44, relating to the Alabama Job Creation and Military Stability Commission. Said Governor's message being in words and figures as follows to wit. Ladies and gentlemen, I received House Bill 44 relating to the House Job Creation and Military Stability Commission and believe that the bill should be amended to ensure the names of the military facilities identified in the bill conform to the true and accurate names of those facilities as determined by the federal law. For this reason, and with the approval of the bill sponsor, I'm returning House Bill 44 to you, the body in which it originated, without my signature and with the below executive amendment. Please amend House Bill 44 on page 3, line 57 by deleting Fort Benning and Fort Rucker and inserting in lieu thereof Fort Moore and Fort Novasil. Adoption of the above proposed executive amendment will remove my objection to this resolution. Respectfully submitted, KIV Governor.
Mr. President,
Senator Smithman.
on behalf of Senator Beasley, I would move that we would concur.
All right, using
No, not previous.
long roll.
Yeah, it better be long
Okay.
roll.
Secretary called long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on the executive amendment. All right.
Mr. President,
Senator Reed.
we have another message.
All right, Secretary, call next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended as passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 286 relating to Macon County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President,
Senator Smithman.
ask that the body would concur.
All right, using previous roll.
Yes, use
All
previous
right,
roll.
any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Previous roll. Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Mr.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 286.
Mr. President,
Senator Smithman.
if the pro tem will allow me, I'd like to request unanimous consent for the received committee reports.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Okay. Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we've had a good day today. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're, come on now. I know you're interested in this calendar, and again, with the Rules Chairman's permission, I'm going to suggest that this calendar come back to us tomorrow. I think we've got another piece of legislation that's very important to the body, that's been worked on in a diligent way by all members of our body, on both minority and majority. And that's a piece of legislation we hope to see tomorrow as well. So that's going to be my discussions with the Rules Chairman in regards to what we're going to be doing tomorrow. So with that, Mr. President, I'm going to make a motion that we leave the journal open for some House messages, of which will have to be those that we just dealt with, and that we stand adjourned until tomorrow at 4 p.m. in the afternoon.
All right, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. President.